You're welcome. Here. One of the serving women screeched, seeing their uncommon civility and their marked faces. What's to do with you, young masters? Fight, Will said proudly, and slapped Edward on the back. Good one, too, Edward said, inclining his head to shovel a spoonful of peas into the unbruised side of his mouth. Ah. The serving woman grinned as her big arms scraped out a pan. You'll be blooded as friends then now, I expect. That's the way it always is after a scrap, eh? I got 7 brothers, so I knows. It was odd, but true. Will felt as if a great barrier had been torn down. That he had been lifted up in a way that made whatever pain he felt seem wholly unimportant. Something, he couldn't say quite what, had been settled between them. It was something to do with being tested and something to do with winning respect, and it worked in both directions at once. Before the blood was even dry he had begun to feel closer to Edward than ever he had before. And Edward seemed to feel the same. As Will pushed the empty trencher away from him and Edward poured him out a beaker of Collis wine, the castle clock chimed the 6th hour of the afternoon. Will winced at the acid touch of wine against his split lip, but he delighted in the honest feelings of brotherhood that had come out of the violence. He thought guiltily of the promises he had made to Gwydion, and realized he had not given the wizard much thought in a long while. His quest to find the Stones of Doom and stop a war, a quest that had just a little while ago seemed all-consuming, seemed far away now, an echo of the past that did not matter anymore. Hey, Willie Wagstaff! Edward called, grinning from the far side of the table. Will grinned back. Amazingly, the taunt no longer bothered him. He wore it with pride. What? Do you want to see something? Edward drew an ivory rod out of his jerkin. It was about a foot long and twisted in a spiral, but the ends were roughly sawn. One good horn deserves another, eh? What is it? What do you think? A unicorn's horn. Let me see. Will looked at the prized object with bedazzled eyes. Where did you get this? It's from my father's treasury. Edward turned it over proudly. Don't touch it. It's very old. How did you get it? I can get the keys for every door in this castle. And everyone's locked chest too, it seems. Edward took the point wearily. I promise I won't mess around with your things again. Is that fair? That's fair enough. Will looked closely at the twisted white rod. It was as long as Will's arm, heavy and hard as a tooth and a little brown with age in the grooves. There was a worn patch on it, as if someone had been scraping at it with a blade. It made him think of the powders that Gort made. You should be careful. Unicorns are magical beasts. You ought not to tamper with magic. Who says? Gort says. The Lord of the Earthworms? I'll do what I like around here. When my father's away, I'm head of the household, not Gort. Will was about to argue and say that he should have more respect for the workmaster, but he stopped himself. Edmund was right, arguing with Edward was a waste of time, and the warm glow of their newfound friendship was too good to jeopardize unnecessarily. Some days later, in high summer, Huntmaster Tweddle took Will and Edward aside and walked them down to his lodge. He was man of short temper, narrow interests, and base humor, but what he knew very well, and all of it concerned hunting. Outdoors, his eyes were slits. Indoors, they were the same faded blue as cornflowers. He told them, at 14 years the young knight goes first to the field to hunt the hemule, but that's not to feed his stomach on venison, that's to learn what death may be. Aye, and to find out what courage is too. He must learn to have his wits about him, and how to take heed of signs. You're ready to put on your first harness, to learn to wage war on men, to joust, and to ride. In course of time you'll learn how to take castles by force, how to skirmish, how to call up the courage that lies in other men's bones, how to set watch for perils, how you might defend yourself, and what might be the correct use of weapons. But first, you'll learn about blood. Come with me, and I'll show you how to draw the guts from a deer and spread them for the hounds. And so they learned how to stalk deer and shoot good arrows into thickets. All that month they spent with their hands bathed in blood to the elbows. Often they were bloodied from head to toe amid a mire of dismembered animals as the hounds gathered at the quarry and the flies buzzed afterwards. Will put arrows into a target so well that Edward walked off and would not shoot alongside him. At 50 paces only 3 in 30 of his shots went astray, yet under Huntmaster Tweddle's gaze none of Will's darts hit hind or buck. As the Huntmaster had predicted, they were soon handed sword, mace and warhammer and made to practice hard under Sir John's ungentle tutelage. The knight showed how armets and sallets and barbutes and helms of many other shapes were most easily opened. He demonstrated how mace blows delivered to the heavy pauldrons that covered an armored knight's shoulders were worse than useless. He explained how bodkin arrowheads could burst open links in the chainmail that protected the gaps that all plate armor needed for movement's sake. And what were the deadliest mistakes to make on a field of battle? Soon it was time to put on expensive arming doublets, which were tight jackets of red fustian lined with satin, reinforced with strips of leather and set with holes here and there. Through the holes bowstring twine rubbed with shoemaker's wax was passed to hold the armor plate in position. Their armpits and the insides of their elbows were gusseted with mail. And there was thick worsted hose for their legs, reinforced in a similar way at knee and groin, and special shoes of thick leather, over which flexible steel sabatons could be strapped. The arming suits were hot to wear, but wear them they did, and for a whole summer week, while the material sweated in against their bodies. Then for a second week they had to wear leg armor to all their lessons with tutoress ball. In between the lessons 2 armorers smiths came to ask if they felt sore in any part and to beat and bend the metal to a closer fit. When the blains on their ankles and knees began to heal, it was time for their arms and upper bodies to suffer. Will found to his surprise that although armor was very hot to wear, it was surprisingly comfortable, and not especially heavy because the weight of it was borne over the whole frame, and after a while his muscles became well adjusted to it. 2 weeks after putting on his first arming doublet, Will could run and climb and turn somersaults in full harness, and most important of all, he could ride in it with confidence. And so the long summer and autumn passed, in lessons and hunting and sparring and tilting. It was interesting for Will to see how the wearing of armor changed the way folk looked at him. The mirror shine of steel was meant to turn arrowheads, but it just as easily turned the heads of the girls who came to sell eggs in the outer bailey. The glint of steel made the jacks straighten their backs as he passed. Wearing costly armor made a lad feel like a lord, and despite himself Will started to enjoy that feeling. It made him brusque of manner at times and a little swaggering in his walk, and though he was not aware of it, others noticed him changing. But for all the changes, Will never lost sight of his true self. And whenever the girls in the outer bailey turned to look at him, he could not help but imagine how Willow would look at him if she was here. But never once did he have the arrogance to wear armor or carry a weapon when he went down to see his friend the workmaster. One day, in the mellow month of October, one of Huntmaster Tweddle's beaters came into Gort's shed while Will was with him. The beater had taken a gash from a boar's tusk, and Gort made a drawing poultice to take the poison out of the wound. Will watched the way Gort scraped the blue patches from moldy bread and bounded hard against the man's calf with dock leaves, common mallow and wood sorrel. In healing, Gort said when the wounded man had hobbled away, "You must remember that the life force has a flow of its own. Magical cures heal unnatural breaks in the flow, as with that man's wound." "What's that in the jar?" "Best graveyard basil." Gort narrowed his eyes. "Basil thrives best on the entrails of dead men, don't you know that?" Will looked around the untidy shelves with burgeoning interest. He peered up at a great globe of blown glass that contained the heavy liquid metal Gort called quicksilver. It showed the whole room as if in a looking-glass, only strangely warped and turned back on itself. "If you can change the flow of the life force, workmaster, does that mean you can make a man live forever?" Who in his right mind would want to do that?" Gort was quietly horrified at the idea. Will flicked a glass tube with his fingernail and made it ring. "Most folk would like it, I suppose, That's because most folk don't know what it's like to outlive their proper span. When the life force rightly fails, when a man's time has come, then meddling with it is against the grain of nature, against that which is meant to be. It's contrary to all oaths and vows that I've taken. I'll not do that kind of meddling." "But what about yourself?" Will asked, unimpressed. "And how old's Master Gwydion?" "He's as old as the hills, and then some more. But then he is a wizard, and you wouldn't want to wish wizardhood on yourself." "What about you, then?" "You're not a wizard." "I'm not a wizard." "Oh, no. Gort smacked his lips and looked at the doorway. "I'm not. But you're as old as the hills too. How is it that you lore masters can make yourself live so long, but you won't give the potion out to others?" "Potion, he says." Gort returned his attention to the bundle of bittersweet from which he had been stripping the red berries. "I've lived many lifetimes, but you can be sure I've paid the price for it. You look fine to me. And anything's better than being dead." Gort grunted. "If you say so." "I suppose you must do it by upsetting the balance," Will said loftily. "I heard Master Gwydion speak of it more than once." "Ah, yes, the balance. It's a long while since last I heard that term used. I have no dealings with great matters such as that. I know only that upsetting the balance always costs more than it's worth, and except in very special circumstances it shouldn't be attempted. You'll only ever see me take from the green world that which the green world freely gives." "And only as much as you need," Will said. He stared around the interior of the shed, which was filled with of all kinds of oddments that served no obvious purpose except to satisfy the workmaster's curiosity. "I suppose you need all this stuff? What do you want it for?" "This and that. You never know when something might come in handy." "All lore masters have a powerful need to know, Will. It comes with the job, but it's a curse as well as a kindness, I can tell you. Cleanser even cut off a piece of himself to gain knowledge, do you know that? Cleanser? You mean Maskell? Will said with sudden interest. What knowledge was he after? And what did he cut off? Gort shook his head. Oh, tell me, Wortmaster. It wasn't his little finger, I'll say that much. I can't speak for Maskell, but all other magical practitioners have big scruples over our dealings. We dislike waste, and we abhor greed. No lore master would ever gather more of a herb than he could use. Nor would he take so much of it that the plant was caused to fail in the place where it was found growing. What about poisons? Will said, peering into an earthen jug that contained a rotting greenish liquid. And fireworks. Tell me about them. Oh, my, how you're growing. I hope Master Gwydion's right about you. In these sad days there are only two things every youngster wants to know about magic, poisons and explosions. When it comes to explosions, Will, I know nothing at all. But poisons, you must know lots about them. About poisons, being a healer, I probably know all there is to know. Everything from adder venom to ZZZZZZZT, hornet stings. Though for poisons of great potency the worts win every time, aconite, baneberry, bloodroot, toadstools of 10 dozen different kinds, bryony, hellebore, dwale, there are thousands, hundreds of thousands, of wort poisons. He cleared his throat and sat up with a surprised look on his face. But no wortmaster would ever deal in them, of course, except to use them to make people better, you see? Poisons can heal? Oh, yes. Didn't you know? It's a principle of magical healing that a very tiny bit of something nasty often turns out to be very nice, if I may put it that way. Walk with me and I'll show you. Gort led him out into the fields and on a long ramble to a distant wood. He told him how herbal infusions helped digestion in many different ways, and how even deep wounds could be made to heal with a fine fungus poultice. Even a passing knowledge of wort lore is as useful to a land traveler as a lodestone is to a mariner. Any loremaster can lie face down in a meadow and know exactly where he is in the realm to within half a league. How? Simply by listening to the accent of the birdsong, by smelling the soil and by spying out the tiny flowers and mosses that carpet the ground. Did you never see Master Gwydion tasting waters or rubbing a bit of soil between his finger and thumb? But tree lore, Will, that is the most wizardly of the virtues connected with the green world. Many trees are ancient, and many are old friends to wizards. Do you know that all trees talk when the wind blows through their branches? Will folded his arms. Do they? Have you never listened to their conversations? Each of the 33 ancient kinds of tree has its own sound. The elder tree makes the sound RRRH, written down of old as 5 straight cuts on a stone's edge, like this. Gort made the lines across his outstretched finger. Whereas the alder has the sound FFFFFF, 2 straight cuts the other way. That's why leaves are left by loremasters at the roadside, their spell warnings, messages that only other loremasters can read. Will thought of the Ogham marks on the dragonstone, and of the leaves Gwydion had so often arranged on the ground. I once saw Master Gwydion putting out wreaths like that as we passed out of Severed Neck Woods. And again when we came back from the Blessed Isle. I think he used them to leave messages for Tilwyn the Tinker. Tilwyn the Tinker, you say? Gort paced around the clearing. More than likely he did. Do you know Tilwyn? Will brightened. Does he ever come to Fodderingham? Gort got down on hands and knees, distracted by the delicate bells of a group of pale toadstools that grew by a fallen log. I've heard the name spoken, of course. He's very learned in matters of gems. And he grinds knives. He's probably a loremaster too. Oh, my, Gort stopped by a graceful willow tree that dipped its weeping fronds in the Neen's waters. A bitter juice distilled from the bark of this tree will take away headaches and pains in the chest. I knew a girl called Willow, Will said. She once gave me a headache and a pain in the chest. But it was an odd kind of pain. And I got it when I wasn't with her. Has it gone now? The odd pain? Not when I think of her. It comes back. I can feel it here, in the pit of my stomach. I'd like her to be with us now. You'd like her. You'd like her a lot. I suppose she's pretty. Oh, yes. But I don't know when I'll get to see her again. Master Gwydion will have to come back first. He sighed and looked out of the glade along the lane that led back towards the castle. Do you think the thistles blooming on the keep mound are anything to do with the dragonstone? Do you think it's a portent of war? Gort shuddered. I don't know about such things as portents. Oh, my, no. Master Gwydion should never have brought that thing here. I haven't had a good night's sleep since it came. Do you feel it too? Will asked. I have horrible nightmares some nights. And I saw a figure walking in the garden a little while ago, and then in the great hall. I think it was Death. Gort blinked like an owl. Death, you say? Oh, my. I thought that at first, but now I don't see how it could have been, because nobody's dying, or at least they haven't yet. He walked under one of the trees and shivered, feeling its eerie starkness. Take care, Will. The elder is a witch tree, for her bones are pithy and hollow, and many an elder has been found to imprison a lost spirit. Will folded his arms. Workmaster, tell me straight, did Master Gwydion ask you to teach me about plants and birds and such for a reason? Is he coming back? Does he want me to be his apprentice, or not? Does he want me to become a lore master, because if he doesn't? Gort tooted. So many questions. Master Gwydion said nothing at all about me teaching you. It's just as plain as a pikestaff to me that you're ready to know a thing or two. Will swatted at a fly. It seemed that Gort was not telling the whole truth. What did you mean when you said back there that you hoped Master Gwydion was right about me? Oh, did I say that? Yes, you did. What did he say about me? He kept calling me a child of destiny. What does he mean by that? Gort blinked at him. You are what you are, Will. You have the talent, just like one of the first men. You can't escape that. But what exactly is this talent that I'm supposed to have? Gort grunted. It shows in lots of different ways. You're sensitive. You keep seeing things, that alone bespeaks a talent. I once watched you think 24 arrows into a target one after the other without any training or practice. How did you do that? I bet you can't tell me, hey? Bet you didn't even know you were doing it, hey? Will laughed. I wasn't. Ho! You may laugh it off, but I know you were. What's more, you did it to put Edward in his place, which was wrong-headed of you, and a misuse. But there's another side to it. You wouldn't think your arrows into killing a deer for twaddle. That kind of fellow feeling for flesh and blood comes from your talent too. Look at the way you saved Osric. Osric? You mean that fat rabbit? Gort grinned and wagged a finger. Oh, no, Will. You can't tell me I don't know a spellcast when I see one. I watched it happen. And it was beautiful. Precise, wonderfully timely, and you didn't hurt that stupid hound at all. Will screwed up his face. Workmaster, I did no such thing. They say it takes one to know one, but that's not quite right. Gort sighed then, and his voice seemed suddenly far away. You're more different than you know. Some quite knowledgeable folk can't cast spells at all. They just seem to go to pieces when they try. Will suddenly felt the timidness in Gort's heart and knew what had stopped him from becoming a wizard. Gort nodded sadly. It's why I could never progress. Everything else was fine, but when it came to casting spells I just couldn't do it. In great magic I'm about as much use as a swordsman who can't bring himself to cut. On their way back to the castle, Gort told Will more than he wanted to know about corncockles and ragged robin and the plant called treacle mustard that was good for gout. As they passed under the shadow of Fotheringham's walls once more, Will said, Master Gwydion said there was a prophecy about me, something about one being made too. What do you think it meant, Dot? Gort threw up his hands. Prophecies? Who knows about them? I expect some are not worth the stone they're graven on. But when the trumpet of ancestral voices pours its spirit into the bitter urn of all flesh, then watch out. Gort gave a confused sigh and Will had to laugh. Oh, Workmaster, what's to become of me? I don't know the answer to that. Well, really I don't. But you know what I wish? What do you wish, Workmaster? I wish that I tried just a little bit harder to find my way through the nettle patch of magic. I was never as good as Master Gwydion, of course, but I think I might have gone further than some of the others, and a lot further than I did. But I gave in to my fears, you see. A long silence stretched out, then Gort cheered himself up. Still, if hads and coots were pies and puds we'd none of us go hungry, Autumn came and the swallows which had screamed and swooped in May gathered to fly away to a hot land that Gort said lay on the very southern rim of the world. The leaves browned and fell. The equinox passed unmarked, except that wild weather came to sing the dirge of the dying year. Will remembered dimly how in years gone by the wind had rattled the thatch of home and he shed a tear, for that life seemed far, far away now. As the darkness and cold of November began to close its grip on the land, the penitent fellows came in procession in identical hooded robes to the castle to start one of their fasts. 13 of them were meant to stand still in a line all day long, and the trial was meant to continue until all of their number either died or demonstrated the miracle of sustenance. But this ferocious austerity claimed no one. Will realized that it was secretly broken each noon and midnight when the fellows embraced and twirled round together and so changed places one with another in a dance that was meant to deceive the eye, After sowing, fragile hoarfrosts came. Fotheringham's walls loomed and the intrigues of those who were enclosed within began to deepen. One cold night Will and Edward whispered together in the half-darkness, and Edward spoke about Duke Richard's hopes of restoring the throne to what he called proper blood. "That's all been ruined by the birth of the Queen's bastard," Edward said. "Had it not been for that, when old Hal died like he probably will soon, the crown would have fallen back onto the head of the rightful king. But this has changed everything. Now when Hal dies we'll have another child king instead of a good, strong, capable leader, and that'll be a disaster for the realm." "If Hal dies soon." "He will." "Do you mean war?" Edward laughed shortly, but made no immediate reply. Will could not recall ever having heard the word usurper openly spoken at Fotheringham. Nor did anyone ever mention the right of Duke Richard to be king. To have spoken such a thing aloud would have been an act of high treason, and high treason, Will knew, was at least a beheading offense. Of course, war. War is a rightful king's last resort, the only thing that prevents him from being crushed by his enemies. They want to force my father to trial, but they dare not push him too tightly into a corner, for they know he will raise arms against them, and they do not want to risk an open fight. Does your father want war? My father would not easily lose a war, but the law is another matter. He is far better born than the king, but such are the jealousies of a royal court that if it came to a trial things would go badly for him. If the queen and her friends could persuade the lords to convict him of high treason, then they'd use attainder and the corruption of blood to snuff out the line of ever forever. What's attainder? Edward sighed so that the light of their single candle writhed. A law. It means that lands and titles held by any lord who's executed for high treason can't be inherited. Everything would go straight to the crown as forfeit. I see. Will whispered. So, if your father was beheaded for treason you'd never become Duke of Eber? And you'd lose this castle. We'd lose all our castles. And all our lands and titles. Everything. Will nodded in the gloom. Then your father has to be very careful. And everyone else too, I imagine. Edward looked at him, gauging him from the shadows. His voice was low but full of passion. We must all be vigilant. Even here. Every castle has traitors and spies. At Fotheringham we know there are paid eyes and ears, vermin in every corner. But Master Gwydion says that even the best cloth may sometimes have a moth in it. The Crowmaster is one of the few men beyond our own kinsmen that my father dares to trust. Now, since I've trusted you, perhaps you'll trust me, and tell me what was that great stone you brought here? It was the last question Will wanted to be asked. He knew it was a mistake to believe that one important confidence necessarily deserved to be repaid by another, so he chose his words with care. It's called the Dragon Stone. Master Gwydion says it's a powerful engine of harm that was wrought long ago. Beyond that I don't know much. Edward's eyes glittered. I watched it being taken down into the cellars under the keep. It was the same day my father left for Trinavant. Masons came at Gort's bidding. They took that stone and placed it exactly according to instructions left by the Crowmaster. It stands upon 2 blocks of sandstone. They're fitted into a tomb in the foundations of the keep. Shall we go down and look at it? What? Will hissed. Are you mad? What's the matter? You're not scared, are you? Only a fool wouldn't be. Why? What does the stone do? Tell me. Will decided he must say no more. Uneasiness stirred in him as he lay awake and alone in the darkness that night, listening to the cool, fetid wind drifting in off the great Deepingfun. In the uncertain land between sleep and waking he fancied he heard curlews, but then the sound became the voice of violent forces screeching and groaning within a stone tomb, straining against slowly decaying binding spells. A feeling of dismay rose up inside him, a feeling that made him smell again the reek of death and look out across the inner bailey in expectation of an unwelcome visitor. The morning after next Will noticed an excited whisper running between the Duke's 2 younger daughters. It seemed to him they had heard a rumor. Tell me, he asked Margaret. Is your father coming home? Father? Margaret said, her eyes suddenly opening wide. Have you heard something about him? No, but I thought you had. There's some kind of secret. You and Elizabeth are whispering like mice. And Edward's acting strangely too. Margaret shifted her gaze. I shan't say. Why not? Edward said not to tell. Then, I'll have to go and ask Edward myself. He left the girls to their embarrassment and went to look for Edward, who only laughed when Will confronted him. Yes, we're all going down to look at the magic stone tonight. I didn't mention it to you because I knew you'd not want to come. The stone? Will said, shocked. But you can't do that. Edward smiled as he produced a big iron key. Can't? Why not? Because it's dangerous. It's just an old stone, Willy Wagstaff. Oh, I knew you'd be like this, boring. It's not just an old stone. It's... What? It's evil. Well, no, not evil exactly, that's a word Master Gwydion says we shouldn't use. What I mean is... magic. Edward snatched the key away as Will made a grab for it. One of the cooks says it has powers. It can tell fortunes. That's nonsense. What do the cooks know? Plenty. All cooks know lots. Will, don't worry. We're only going down to look at it. If it's not evil, then where's the harm in it? There's no guard on it even. No guard? But I thought. A lot of the jacks are in a bad way. 24 of them have gone down with the gripes. Sick as dogs and shivering. Sir Hugh's not going to waste good jacks on a stone in a cellar when the news is so uncertain and there's a full circuit of walls to look after. Oh, no. You're worrying about nothing. We're all going tonight. Look, you might as well come too. Will thought about the offer, knowing that he could not stop Edward. I'll come, but you must promise me, on your father's life, that you won't try to touch it. I'll swear to that, Edward said easily. Now you swear by the sun and moon not to tell anyone where we're going. I'll swear by the moon and stars. If you like. He looked at Edward, wondering at the other's curious charm. He had a disarming directness, and Will saw his father in him, but this time in the bone and not in any studied way. That night, the early winter darkness fell along with a drizzling rain, and they all went obediently to their beds before the 8th chime had struck. But they did not sleep. Instead they listened to the wind getting up for a long time, and when everyone else had retired and left the castle to the care of the night watch, they rose and dressed and gathered together in secret in the shadows of the inner bailey. The night was wet and blustery, which kept everyone else indoors and so played into Edward's hands. With determined stealth he led his brothers and sisters up the steps to the keep, then produced the key and counted them all inside and down the dark stair that led into the cellar below. At Edward's insistence, everyone the Duke's children had come on the adventure. Even 2-year-old Richard, who was in the care of the Lady Anne, and 5-year-old George, who now held the Lady Elizabeth's hand. Lady Margaret and Sir Edmund brought up the rear. When lightning flashed outside it made them all jump, and the low rolling of thunder made them uneasy. They stood breathlessly in the dark. Then brilliant yellow flashes came from Edward's steel as he struck sparks into his tinder box. There was a small red glow as he blew gently onto the kindling and the smell of smoke drifted in the dank cellar air. Then the wick of a new tallow candle caught in flame and a feeble light began to pierce the gloom. The lime-white walls were cold and moist all around, the ceiling vaulted with arches of stone and, where the jointed flutes met their supporting pillars, grinning goblin heads were carved. They seemed to watch, greedy-eyed, from the shadows. There, set on end in the center of the floor, was the dragonstone. In the flickering candlelight Will saw the ogam standing out clear along its edges. The visitors stood huddled before it like petitioners who had come before their lord. They waited and watched with bated breath until George mewed unhappily and said, "I want to go home." "Watch this," Edward told them, and drew the wand of unicorn ivory out of his sleeve. Will said, "You shouldn't have brought that." "Why not?" "I told you before, the stone's dangerous. You'll rouse it. Take it away." Edward ignored him, but stared, unimpressed, at the marks that shimmered as they appeared in the surface of the stone, though his brother took keener notice. "It's some kind of writing," Edmund said, approaching the stone more closely. "Edmund, keep back," Will murmured. The hairs had risen on his neck, and he knew for certain now that he should have found some way to stop this foolishness. Edward used the wand as a pointer, running it dangerously close to one of the stone's edges, making the ogam sparkle. "It's probably a prophecy. I can't read it." "You're the wizard's apprentice. What does it say?" Will repeated the straightforward reading he had pondered on the way to Fotheringham. "King and queen with dragonstone. Bewitched by the moon, in darkness alone. In northern field shall wake no more. Son and father, killed by war." "It's just poetry then," Edward said, disappointed. "Is that all?" "Look." And said, her eyes widening. "Look at it now. What's happening?" They all stared, not knowing what they were supposed to be looking for, scared yet rooted by their fear. The 2 younger girls clutched one another, wondering if their eyes were playing tricks on them. George began to snivel again, and the echoes set baby Richard crying. Edmund grasped Will's arm. "What's it doing?" "Quiet. All of you," Edward hissed. "Do you want us to be found out?" "We ought to leave now," Will told him. But the stone cut off his words, for it had begun to pulse in a long, steady rhythm as if it knew how to play on their fears. It glowed with a brick-red light of its own, and then the surface began to shimmer again, as solid stone turned into velvety liquid. Look at that! It is a prophecy. Words. Real words, Edward said. He took the candle closer and began to read. My first in the west shall marry. My second a king shall be. My third upon a bridge lies dead. My fourth far in the east shall wed. My fifth over the seas shall send. My sixth in wine shall meet an end. And my seventh, whom none now fears, shall be reviled 500 years. A prophecy and a riddle too. We must get out of here, Will said, feeling the nausea beginning to roll in his belly. It was just how he had felt the day he had found the stone. And he knew that, despite the powerful bonds holding it, it was coiling itself like a serpent ready to strike. Get out. Save yourselves. Now. He did not know if his words broke a spell, but two things happened: the candle blew out and they all made a dash for the steps up to the door. For a panicky moment they were in darkness, amid piercing screams, all clambering over one another. It seemed forever before they tumbled out into the rain, scrambling down the wet grass, sliding among the spear plumes, shaking with terror. Only after the lady and had rushed the crying younger children away down the mound did they realize that Edmund was not with them. Where is he? Edward demanded. I don't know, Will told him. They went back together towards the door. It was now hideous with light, and they soon saw why. The dragon stone was glowing red now, bright as a horseshoe held in a blacksmith's pincers. And Edmund was embracing the stone. His arms were around it, clasping it as a sleeping child clasps its mother. Edward made a move towards him, but Will held him. No. Stand back. He's my brother. No. You don't know what you're doing. He pushed Edward aside, then steeled himself fiercely, concentrating his mind, ready to oppose the stone's malignant power. He called to mind the effort that had drained him the day he had saved Osric. Then he reached out to lift Edmund away. Immediately an almost unbearable tingling began to pass along his arms. Will hung on grimly. The tingling tried to enter his chest, but he found he was able to use his scrying skills to hold the surge in check. He knew he must not let go of Edmund until the boy's grip on the stone slackened, yet he lacked the strength to oppose the stone directly. Dragon stone, release him! He ordered sternly. But there was no response. Despite the binding spells that held the stone's power in check, an impression of massive force confronted him, a malign force that was blind and hampered, yet still aware of the disparity in their strengths. It refused to waver. Then the tingling inched further up his arms, as if testing him. His failure to order the stone to obedience dismayed him. He felt the stone feed on that dismay. As another wave of uncertainty passed through him, he felt the tingling consolidate in its wake. It was a deadly force, a venom seeking to enter his chest. He must not let it reach his heart, yet he saw how his fear helped it. He called upon all the disciplines he had been taught. He thought he must make a fist of his mind, hardening it, making it proof against the battlestone's probing. Already the tingling had reached cold fingers down inside his ribs. He switched his attention away from himself, concentrated instead on Edmund. The boy's eyes were open, but his body felt as slack and heavy as a sleepwalker's. He pulled, but Edmund's hands remained locked around the stone. But, yes. The true tongue. There was his defense. Some instinct or shred of memory made him realize that he must employ the stone's true name. But what was it? He tried the command again, this time in the language of stones. Asilui Bytherii, scale. Dragon stone, release him. But once again, the monstrous stone refused. Instead, a vicious surge of power jolted from it, making Will gasp in pain. Edward jumped back as blood-red light pulsed from the stone. What's happening? He shouted. Will, tell me. But Will gave no answer. He could not, for he was locked in a death struggle. The lethal tingling had now closed a loop around his chest and was threatening to strangle his beating heart. He forced his thoughts elsewhere. A bright emerald began to blaze in his mind. He latched onto its pure light and the color took him back to the green barrow of the blessed isle, and to the sister stone's eerie verse. The verse that had seemed to make no sense at all. Cniach men fa einluf? Te brathir ein mer na. Tilla enged kariak na duna. Atrib muan nadir si abuan. He let the words form dryly on his lips. But whose light am I? The name of my brother is home. Here in the morbid stone city. Has my dragon returned to dwell? And suddenly all became clear. The name of my brother is home. He cried. The power of the stone faltered. Will's mind strained to the limit to remember the word in the true tongue. The battlestone's true name was home, which in the true tongue was. Tay! He cried. Tay, scale! And in a moment it was as if all power had been thrown back inside the stone. As its light withdrew, Will pulled Edmund backwards and they fell together onto the floor. The red light surged back. It seemed angry to have been thwarted, but contact was broken and its rage was once again spellbound and impotent. Edward, blank-faced and shaken, helped Will drag his brother up the stairs and out into the open air. The drenching rain was still falling. It was cold and sharp and very welcome. Quickly! Edward hissed. The night watch! They're coming! The guards had been roused. There was a clatter as a file of men passed them, heading in the wrong direction. Edward held back in the shadows until the way was clear, then he motioned Will out. They took Edmund between them and managed to get him back to the Garden of the White Rose and into their quarters without being seen. What they found there was almost worse than being caught. Edmund's face was cold to the touch. He was weak and it took more than a little effort to wake him from his trance. When he came to, he was barely able to speak and wholly unaware of what had happened. He could only say that he had stumbled in the darkness and had put his hand on the stone. You shouldn't have done that, Will said. He knows that. Edward spat back. And you shouldn't have brought the evil thing to Fotheringham in the first place. Master Gwydion brought it here, not I. And it was put under lock and key for a reason. If anyone's to blame for tonight, Edward, it's you. My hand hurts, Edmund whined. When they looked at his palm they saw an ugly burn. Don't worry, Will told him. I'll bring salves from Gort. It'll heal. The pain will go, I promise you. We can't wake Gort, Edward said. We must. We'll say it's a kitchen burn. No. The guards are out. He'll guess the truth. We'll wait till morning. We'll help Edward get his brother undressed and into bed, and as they parted Edward said, You're not to say anything to anyone about this. Do you understand? I'm not a fool, you know. Still, I want you to promise, All right, I promise. But only if you promise to put that unicorn wand back where it belongs among your father's things and never touch it again. 3 days later Will and Edward were in harness and facing one another again, this time with practice swords. Each blamed the other for what had happened in the chamber under the keep, and that made for an unusually vigorous fight. Steel rang against steel. The blows were full-blooded, unforgiving. Will drew deep, moist breaths inside his iron mask, taking cuts and bruises without noticing. Their clashes rang in his ears, loud groans of powerless frustration, for both their defenses were stronger than their unedged weapons and neither could hurt the other decisively. Plates clattered as they wrestled and tumbled and rolled on the ground. Fingers, sweaty and numbed by many layers of protection, struggled to tear off pauldron straps, to rip at exposed mail, to force a way into one another's armor. And though neither carried a war dagger, each imagined he might have and so played the game of killing as if for real. In the end their dignity was all used up and the jacks who had watched with interest began to laugh. Sir John stepped between them to call off the combat, saying that stirring the dirt like that was unseemly and served only to put dust on the crusts of the pies that cooled outside the kitchen window. Will met Edward's eye unafraid as they took off their helmets. The skin of Edward's face was bruised and scraped where Will's sword blows had pressed the helmet's unpadded interior against it. His hair was sweaty and bound up inside a dirty linen skullcap. Will knew his own face was bruised and his nose was bleeding at the bridge, cut where his helmet had been momentarily forced forward. But as they faced one another with less than their usual friendliness, there came a sound they had long waited for. A horn blowing from the barbican, 2 rising blasts that told of the approach of mounted men from the south. Instantly, Edward threw down his helmet and bolted for the gatehouse. Will ran after him, tearing off his own skullcap and gauntlets, clattering up the stone steps to the ramparts. It's father, Edward said as they stood side by side in the narrow space. It has to be. Move up. Let me see. Others were now caught up in the excitement. Jacks were gathering in knots along the walls. Word began to pass swiftly that the Duke had returned. Look, Will told him, pointing. There were standards flying, and now they could make out the livery of the riders. Argent of fescules in chief, 3 tordos a Malay azure for difference, Edward said in heraldic as he peered at the column. Will knew exactly what he meant, a red and white banner with 3 red discs and a blue star on it. I hope they're friendly, he said. It's Sir Walter Deveron, Lord Ferrers. He's one of my father's personal retainers. And Will heard the disappointment in Edward's voice, for the Duke was not with them. They hurried down to the gate, then took the reins of the lead horseman, a knight accoutered for travel in time of war. Will guessed this must be Lord Ferrers. At his back were perhaps a couple of hundred riders, and behind them came a long line of covered wagons each with an outrider to act as escort. Once across the Nene Bridge, Lord Ferrers dismounted from his muddy horse and looked around, alert as a gerfalcon. He was big and headstrong, an iron-fisted man of war, and he was exhilarated. He and his men had been in an engagement, and they had come off best. "Booty," he called out, pleased with himself. "And what stuff it is! 16 wagons arrested on the road to Trinavant, packed to the ribs with the tools of war. You've captured all that?" Edward marveled. "Aye, Sir Edward, we sent their escort running like hares. The drovers said they were under orders not to let it be known where this train was headed, but they told us soon enough once we were masters of it." He laughed. "This is a burden of weapons that Lord Strange will no longer have to shoulder." Will started at the mention of Lord Strange's name. But Edward took Lord Ferrers' helmet and together they headed for the gate of the inner bailey, to where Lady Cicely had appeared amid a gaggle of waiting women to bid the newcomers welcome. While Will watched from the outer bailey, the wagons were brought across the bridge and marshaled together nearby. By now, his blood had cooled and he was beginning to feel all the cuts and bruises he had taken. His lip felt puffy and fat, one of his eyes was almost closed, and there was a lump the size of a duck's egg on the back of his head. He knew he ought to go down and ask Gort to tend him, but he did not relish Gort's disappointment at the sight of him. Instead he made his way among the newly arrived wagons when something made him look up, for there, sitting beside one of the drivers was a girl with fair hair and fear in her eyes. Will looked once and then again. The girl saw him but turned her gaze quickly away, as she would from any armored man. "Willow?" he called, his heart thumping loudly now. "Willow? Is that you?" She turned back, surprised to hear her own name, and when she looked at him again the fear turned to confusion. "Willow, it's me. It's me, Willand." "Will?" she said in disbelief. Then she put a hand to her mouth and whispered, "Whatever have they done to you?" Chapter 16, Cold Comfort in the West. When they met next day, Will was dressed more plainly in the blue and white of Eber livery. He went down to the empty wagons that now served as a camp for the wagoneers. They were drawn up close together in a field by the river and the oxen set to grazing nearby. He decided to say nothing about how his face had come to be so cut and bruised, nor did he explain why he had been wearing armor. He was already wise enough to know that to Willow's way of thinking the study of war was not something to be admired. Willow shared her makeshift home with her father, Sten, a capable-looking, bearded man of middle height, who was very careful about what he said. He greeted Will genuinely enough, but there followed an uncomfortable silence. At last, Will saw a reassuring look pass between daughter and father before Willow led Will away. "Does he mind me coming to see you?" he asked once they were out of earshot. "He doesn't know who you are," she said. "Only that we met once at Grendon Mill. He thinks he'll have us sent back to Witchwood and we'll have to face Lord Strange's wrath. I told him I'd ask you not to do that, but..." He looked out over the river where a pair of beautiful swans were dabbling at the grassy bank. "It's not up me to send anyone back. I know. You told me once before. You're no lordling." "Well, I know it looks..." His words petered out and she looked at him uncertainly. "Will, you've changed. Don't be scared." He smiled, trying to reassure her. But she would not smile back. Instead she looked away from him as if she was not able to cross the gulf that seemed to have opened between them. "Don't be put off by these clothes. They make me wear them." "I hardly know what to say to you," she said quietly. "After all you said back in Witchwood about Magic Anne. I think we'd better have a talk," he said. He sat himself down on a low wall and told her what had passed since they had parted. He told her everything, except about the finding of the dragon stone. Willow, in turn, told him what had happened to her. She had received a message from the wise woman to meet at Grendon Mill, but her duties had delayed her, and as she had come along by the brook she had heard a great crack of thunder and what looked like a blue lightning stroke coming from the edge of the forest. A few moments later a great torrent of muddy water had gushed along the ditch. That had scared her so much that she had run all the way home. Later she had plucked up the courage to go to Lord Strange's tower, but one of the guards had told her that the lad who had come with the wizard had gone away. "Until then I never believed in any Master Gwydion," she said. "You mean, you thought I'd made him up?" She nodded. "My father says boys often tell girls things that aren't true, just to impress them." Will reddened. "I suppose they do. But you do just the opposite, don't you?" She looked at the way his hair was cut now and at the richness of his clothes. "You told me you were no lordling. But it seems you're going to be one, after all." "No, these things are not mine. I'm just a page." She touched his hair. "I liked it better long, when you had the 2 braids in it." He scrubbed fingers through his hair, remembering how he had cut his braids off because she had said they made him look like a girl. "The truth is," he said, I don't really know what I'm supposed to be doing here. Master Gwydion dumped me on this lordly household like so much old baggage. He just wiped his hands and went off without even saying so much as goodbye. What did you do to annoy him? I don't think that was it. He just said he had important work to do, work I couldn't help him with. Why did you stay here? She asked, looking gloomily at the stone walls that rose up around the outer bailey. It's not so bad here once you get used to it. You could have run away. I made a promise to do whatever Master Gwydion wanted. He looked down, thinking of the magical cloak that covered the veil and how much he should tell her about it. In truth, I probably couldn't go home. She chose not to pry. Instead she said brightly, well, in the end, Master Gwydion's thunderbolt made no difference at the mill, because every man who could be spared was set to rebuilding the dam. Even my father was sent to it. It wasn't a month before the autumn rains started to fill the pool up as high as it was before. Then the wheel was set to moving again and the trip hammers began thumping out again. Will nodded, wondering if Gwydion might not have told the Duke Richard's men to set a watch over Wychwood and wait for a train of wagons to appear. You must have been afraid when Lord Farrar's men came down on you like that. At first I thought we were all going to be killed. My father took out his bow, but I made him put it down. He smiled. I'm glad you did. She took his hand and squeezed it. I was never so pleased to see anyone as you, Willand. A friendly face in such a place as this. You don't know what it means. Thank you. He blushed and could not think of anything else to say. His left eye was still bloodshot and there was the remains of a purple ring around it. But I haven't done anything. She looked into his eyes. You say that, but last night I lay awake thinking and it seemed to me it must have been magic that drew us here. When he thought of her lying awake thinking of him, embarrassment overwhelmed him. Willow, the truth is, I don't know any magic. Not that kind anyway. If it wasn't magic, then I'd like to know what to call it. Maybe a twist of fate. Yes, he said, wondering again what part Gwydion might have played in her arrival. Maybe it was that, But as they sat together, it all seemed a bit too good to be true, and Will could not wholly put out of his mind what Gwydion had said about the way the battlestones might work their harm by warping people's destinies. Perhaps it was the dragon stone that was playing with them. Perhaps enough of its power had reached beyond Gwydion's restraining spells to draw Willow and her father here. Perhaps all was not quite as fortunate as it seemed at first glance. He saw young Edmund limping near the gate, watched over by a servant. His hand was still bound up and he seemed dazed. Horse hooves clattered on the cobbles and Will recognized Edward's powerful chestnut destrier. Edward was in the saddle. He had concocted an unchallengeable tale about his brother having fallen down in the hearth, having put his hand into the fire and cracked his head. But the effects of what had happened to Edmund half a week ago had still not gone away. Perhaps, Will thought, it was time to tell Gort the truth. Will's thoughts were interrupted by Edward's approach. The easy manner he had lately begun to adopt whenever he was in the presence of young women seemed to suit him. In his velvets and jauntily set hat he looked manly and almost as glamorous as his father. His horse sweated and stamped. What goes, Willywag? He asked, nodding a breezy greeting. Ah, you're busy, I see. Willow bowed her head and looked demurely away. Hello, Edward. Will jumped down from the wall and touched Willow's hand in parting. I must go. As she made her way back toward camp, Will turned. Edward, listen, I've been thinking about going to see the workmaster. You're always with him. You know what I mean. He took the bridle and began to lead Edward's horse into the inner bailey. About Edmund. Edward continued to watch Willow over his shoulder until she passed out of sight. I think not. Look, Edmund was never like this before. There's something wrong. He doesn't even smile, He never did smile much. His hand is getting better. Leave him be. It's not his hand I'm worried about. He's losing himself. It'll be best if I tell Gort. Edward's flinty smile fell away. He's my brother, Will, and I'll say what's best for him. It'll pass. Sten turned out to be a more agreeable man than Will had at first feared. He was level-headed and calm and he had the strongest handshake Will had ever felt. The other men from the Wychwood saw him as their spokesman, and Will promised to petition the Lady Cicely on their behalf. To everyone's great surprise the Duchess came herself to the gates of the inner bailey the next day to give her decision. You are free to go home, she said, looking from bowed head to bowed head. However, Willand tells me that some of you are reluctant to leave. He says you are honest Verdairers who were pressed into a service that was distasteful to you. Is this true? No one moved. Then Sten spoke up. It's true, your ladyship. Every word of it. The Duchess eyed them, deliberating for a moment, then she said, "Anyone fearing the retribution of Lord Strange has leave to remain here. I will not have Charles unjustly blamed." When she retired, Will stepped forward to recognize the wagoner's gratitude on her behalf, and after a moment Edward appeared and drew him aside. "Where's the girl?" "Willow? What about her?" "I came to tell her she should attend my mother to receive her duties. She's to serve the family." Will felt a warning pang. But she knows nothing of castle life. Surely her place is with her. "Will, it's an honor." In the days that followed, trumpet blasts were blown several times upon the walls of Fotheringham. For some time the garrison had been swelling with men who had come down from the northerly parts of the Duke's domains. Rumors circulated of armies seen marching along the Great North Road, and reports were heard of levies assembling in distant towns. But a curious false peace settled over the realm as the cold hand of winter tightened. Whatever combination of magic and politics Gwydion and the Duke might be working out in Trinavant, they seemed, for the moment, to be holding back the terrible tide. As it turned out, Willow was put to helping care for the two youngest sons of the Duke. It was a task that brought with it much responsibility, and she longed to be free of it, for the infants were willful and given to tantrums. Will knew that she would have preferred to visit the butts to shoot arrows or walk the meadows with Gort to learn about herbs. But, as Edward had said, it was an honor to be taken into the Duchess's service, and in truth Willow had no choice. The days grew shorter, and the weather colder and grayer, but on a rare bright winter's morning several days before the Yuletide, horns sounded from the walls of Fotheringham, and this time there were 3 long notes. They were enduring a lesson, but as soon as Edward heard the warning trill he was up and out of his seat, hauling himself up to the iron-barred mullions to catch sight of the looked-for return. "He's back!" he shouted. "I knew it. Sir Edward." Tutor Aspall's voice fluted. "You must not rise at every alarum. Sit down again if you please, you have not asked permiss." But the helpless tutor could only look to where 2 brothers had been sitting and where now only Will stood alone. Edward had already dragged his brother from his seat and was leading him along the passageway. "He really has no discipline," Tutor Aspall muttered, then, "Now, Willand." "Willand?" But Will had already eased past him into the passageway and was heading for the far door. He followed the brothers down the worn steps of spiral stone, out of the solar and down to the gatehouse. A body of mounted men, 200 or 300 in number and flying the Duke's personal standard, were approaching the barbican. Horses were already clattering across the inner drawbridge and through the open gate. The whole castle was in uproar as the Duke and his lead riders came in, gear jangling. Will saw the horses were lathered and that the Duke wore a neckpiece of shining steel and leg armor. It seemed he had traveled quickly and in expectation of trouble. Following along behind him were 30 men also part-armored, and others in mail shirts and brigandines. All wore swords, several were men of significant rank, the rest their attendant knights. Will looked for Gwydion among them, but of the wizard there was no sign. Duke Richard dismounted and threw back a mud-spattered riding cloak, plainly delighted to be back among his family. Edward and Edmund were already close at their father's side. The Duke ruffled their hair and smiled at them and took them with him inside to be greeted by Elizabeth and Margaret and George. Then the Lady Cicely appeared with the Duke's 2-year-old namesake in her arms. He exchanged a serious word with his wife as everyone went inside. Willow picked Will out of the crowd and beckoned to him. "So that's the Duke," she said. "That's him," Will said. "Isn't he a fine lord?" "I don't know about that." Her eyes drifted among the various members of the Duke's family. "But he certainly looks to be a fine man." Will saw that Edward was standing close by the Duke's side, and for an uncomfortable moment he could not be certain if Willow had meant father or son. That night, after the excitement had died down, Will sat with Willow in the buttery and took a simple supper with her. "I was hoping to see Master Gwydion among the arrivals," he said glumly. "It must be that he hasn't yet found a way to break the power of the Dragonstone," she said. "How do you know about that?" he asked, shocked to hear her mention it by name. "Sir Edward told me all about it." "Did he now?" She looked at him blithely, her blue eyes unblinking. "Yes, he did." "Anything wrong with that?" "No." She inclined her head. "Why do you think he won't take me to see it?" "Did you ask him to?" he said, fearing the worst now. "I mean, do you want to see it?" She shrugged. "I was hoping he'd offer." He tore off a hunk of bread and dunked it in his stew. "It's best you don't think about that stone." "Why not?" "Maybe you'd like to show it to me. I want to see what all the fuss is about." "Well, you can't. It's locked in a vault under the keep where it's safe, or as safe as anything like that can be." Willow bit her lip. "Is it very dangerous, then?" "Oh, yes. I don't know much about it, but I do know that." and I'm beginning to think the harm inside it has found a way to get out. It's already done something to Edmund. Edmund? You mean Sir Edmund? The son who limps? The one with the crippled arm? He wasn't like that before. And it's not just his arm and leg. He behaves as if he's trapped in a maze and can't find his way out. It's hard to explain, but I met him feeling his way along the wall yesterday like a blind man. What are you doing? I asked him, and he looked at me all kind of hollow and replied, looking for the light. I tell you, Willow, the fates of all of us are getting twisted up and ruined because of that old stone. I hope Master Gwydion comes back soon. Her look seemed oddly cool. Willand, you think too much. What do you mean? You should count yourself fortunate. Yours is a fate most country lads would swap theirs with as soon as blink. All that high living, leather shoes, and riding and shooting and wearing of armor. Living like a lord you are. What have you got to complain about if your Master Gwydion never comes back? If I'm living like a lord, then lords are welcome to it. If I could be anywhere now, I'd be away from here, eating apple pie back in Nether Norton where I belong, bare feet and all. She folded her arms. Oh, that's very nice. Don't you like my being here, Dot? What's that got to do with it? He asked, not realizing what he had said. He sighed. Look, all I'm saying is you mustn't take that stone so lightly. It affects people. And it's not just this one. There are others planted out there, quietly working the downfall of the realm. Very soon now there'll be a tiny little change somewhere in the land, a slaver bridge will fall down or a cartload of stone will be stolen out of the old slaver wall, and that'll be that. Crack. Like the last straw that breaks the mule's back. I don't pretend to understand all that stuff. It sounds like nonsense to me. Well then, don't concern yourself with it. I shan't. Good. Will left the buttery then and went to watch the lords gathering at the entrance to the great hall. Look at them, he told himself. They're excited about something. Maybe the mule's back is closer to breaking than I thought. By the moon and stars, I wish Master Gwydion had come back with them. After a moment hanging back, he decided it would be better to find out than to wonder. He went past the familiar-faced Jacks and slipped into the hall among the many servants and guests who were going in and out. As soon as the moment favored him, he asked Sir Hugh about the nobleman who had arrived. Don't you remember your standards and badges? Sir Hugh asked. Over there, in the red, with the device of the white bear? Earl Warwick, the captain of Collis. Sir Hugh nodded. Lady Cicely's nephew. Mark him well, for he owns more land than any earl in the realm. Your friend the Crowmaster says he pities him, for even a gift of 10,000 marks of money is not enough to make the Lord Warwick smile. To his left, in the red and black coat, that's his father, Earl Sarum. Over there, the badge of the Red Lion signifies Lord Falkenberg, a natural brother of Earl Sarum. And here, in green, is Lord Bergaven, whose badge is the Black and White Bull, a brother also of Earl Sarum. See Lord Scrope de Belton, there? He is their cousin. Are they all such close kinsmen? Of course. And kinsmen of mine. How else could it be, for is not blood thicker than water? It is when shed. Sir Hugh looked hawkishly at him, saying, You're a sharp lad, Willand, but then what should we expect from the prentice of a crow? I meant to offer no insult, sir. Truly. And none was taken from you. The power of the Warwick clan is very great. Of all the earls, Warwick and Sarum are our chiefest allies. And allies are sorely needed now, for you must have marked how the days have darkened. Is the news so bad? Sir Hugh slapped him on the shoulder. What news there might be is not for your ears. That way is the short way to the door. He had been dismissed, but he poured more wine into Sir Hugh's flagon and said, At least tell me what's become of Master Gwydion? That's surely news to concern me. Who can say? The Crowmaster's business is rarely apparent. We do not pretend to understand what he does, unless it be the spinning of spells which push and pull and maintain the realm in a great web of good and evil. State magic it is called, though I have never thought much upon it. It was once explained to me in my younger days as much like the way ropes and poles hold up a tent. Your Master Gwydion has crawled tireless as a spider these last 13 months all over Trinavant, pegging down influence here, propping up persuasions there, tirelessly maneuvering until no one knows which side he really speaks for anymore. Will felt a little put out that Sir Hugh should liken Gwydion to a spider. You scarcely speak of him as a friend. What should I call one who sups with the enemy? Does he do that? He has certainly gnawed upon every bone of contention in Trinavant of late, but now he has made a great mistake. What mistake? He has revealed his true heart. He has made a priceless gift to Queen Mag. He has given her a beautiful blue-white diamond. Planted it upon her forehead publicly when last the lords were assembled together in great council. Everyone knows that she loves jewels above all things, except perhaps the pup she swears is King Hel's. Will was stunned. He recalled quite clearly the precious gem that Gwydion had prized from the clasp of the swan cloak in Lear's tomb. It seemed astonishing that the wizard would have given it away at all, let alone made a gift of it to Queen Mag, but why would he do that? You must ask him yourself, for I do not know the answer. He tells us he seeks to bribe the vixen so that she will tolerate peace, but such a diamond as that? Our good Duke does not see why she must be paid at all before he may have his rightful say in government. And nor does any man here. Will could think of nothing to say to that. Sir Hugh cracked no smile, but remained fierce. He pinched finger against thumb. Beware, young fledgling crow, the Duke has come this close to declaring your wizard an enemy. And when he does, there will no longer be a place for you among his own. You'd drive me out? Will asked. We'd treat you like any other spy in our midst. But I'm no spy. You'd drive out one who had never done you any harm? Drive you out? No. Sir Hugh let a murmur of amusement escape him. Make no mistake, at a word from the Duke, I or any other man you see here would cut your throat from ear to ear. Will looked for some sign that Sir Hugh was joking, and was appalled to find that he was not. But you can trust me, can't you? Trust? I say again, the only true friends are made through blood. Kinship is the only trusty bond. Everything else is movable. The gray-haired knight rested his hand on the hilt of his sword and moved away. Will blinked at him, not knowing quite what to do. For the first time he saw from what a slender thread his life dangled, and he began to understand how it truly was with lords, and how their minds, being already so fixed on fierceness and suspicion, would fall as easy prey to the Battlestone's influence. Will sank into the shadows and gave his attention over to the Duke's sons. He watched how Edmund's distracted twitching went unremarked, and how Edward hung on his father's every word. The reasons for the latter were plain enough. The Duke was a glamorous man. Glamour shone from every pore of him. Despite all that Sir Hugh had said, it was easy on the one hand to regard Duke Richard as a great lord, and on the other to like him as a man. He captured the eye, and Will could see why some men had no choice but to follow certain other men in battle. When the Duke stood up, a hush fell. He said simply, "My mind is made up. This household will commemorate the sacred season of Yule at our stronghold of Ludford." It might have been thought a bland enough thing to say, but when Duke Richard said it, the effect was almost magical. Immediately everyone in the great hall fell to cheering and banging their hands on the tables in approval. Only Will's heart fell, for he too knew what it meant. He turned on his heel and withdrew without being noticed. Then he went to tell Gort. But first he found Willow in the kitchens. "Commemorate?" she said. "Doesn't he mean celebrate?" "Oh, I hate it when lords call a fast and let the sightless ones parade about in their high hats and golden cloaks." "No, you don't understand," he told her. "It's not about Yule, the Duke's moving his family to a stronger castle. Ludford's deep in the western marches and all the lands round about it are loyal to him. It's where he can gather his strength. This really does mean war." "Maybe that's not such a bad thing," Willow said. He frowned at her. "Oh, think what you're saying. I heard they pay soldiers a penny a day. That's good money for sitting around mostly." "Yes, and it's not the fall that kills the man who dives off the top of a tower, but the sudden stop at the bottom. If it's soldiers the Duke wants, then he'll be glad of my father and the other men from Lee. They're all good archers. And who knows, maybe the hogshead'll be killed and the witchwood'll get a new warden and we'll all be able to go home." Will made no reply, thinking at first that she must be taking leave of her senses. But then another, more sinister thought struck him, that whatever was leaking from the Dragonstone must have got inside her head too. The next few days were hectic as preparations for the Duke's move were set in motion. For all that, Will was pleased to be leaving Fotheringham, though he fretted about the Battlestone and what would happen to it when the household had gone and the castle was left in the care of a much smaller garrison. Gort was suddenly hard to find, and when Will did track him down he refused to talk about the Battlestone, and so Will set all his hopes on Gwydion returning before they departed. But Will's hopes were dashed, for the wizard was neither seen nor heard from, and none of the newly arrived nobles seemed to know what might have happened to him. In the event, the move to Ludford was a great undertaking, yet it seemed to Will to be a dreary task. There was much fetching and carrying and making ready to be done before they could set off, and when they did the weather refused to smile on them. For 3 days it rained and rained. The winter roads were turned black with mud, and the horses churned up the way so badly that other folk were forced to take detours. In the valleys there were bogs and on the hilltops driving sleet. Then an icy snap set in and the mud froze into ruts that hardly thawed by day before darkness came down again. A bare 4 leagues a day would have been steady going on that week-long journey westward. Most of the horses walked ponderous and slow alongside a traveling household of 300. Carts and wagons and teams of oxen plowed through cold mud or stumbled over frozen ruts as the stark grey winter misery of the realm took hold. 500 foot soldiers and men-at-arms made the journey with them as they struggled against the grain of the country. The knights and nobles rode on ahead, roaming the country meadows with their lance tips bared. Each morning, hunting parties left camp, and scouts rode out to see how the land lay and to watch for enemies and look for signs of their spies. But the horse soldiers would not leave the household wagons for long, and never all at the same time. At first Will thought it was through fear of outlaws. Bands of lawless men were said to infest some of the remoter parts through which they passed, but no outlaw band would dare attack so well-guarded a train no matter what riches were in prospect, and Will realized that what the Duke feared was an ambush laid by a far greater enemy than Reivers, the Queen herself. Having fallen once to an attack upon the highway, Willow was quietly watchful. The men from Lee had been dressed all in blue and white and equipped with stout yew warbows. When she was not attending the Eber infants, Willow sat beside her father on the ox cart that carried a portion of the Duke's stores. At other times, she would grow tired of sitting and would walk for a while, so long as the mud was not too deep. Will saw how she talked with Workmaster Gort and lent a hand in everything she could. He also noticed that whenever Edward rode by she would look up and smile. Will did not have a horse to ride. Horses were needed for the escort, and he did not qualify. What was worse, a bad cold had come over him, spots had appeared on his face and he ached in every bone. "How much longer are we going to be traveling?" he asked when Edward next galloped up. "The days are too short to get anywhere," Edward said expertly. "And this mud's worse than I've ever seen it." "Then why did we leave Fotheringham so soon? Surely we could have stayed until the weather improved." Edward looked at him as if he had asked a foolish question. The days would only have got shorter. It was a fatuous answer, and Will cut straight to the point. "What I mean is, I suppose your father wants to get to his heartland while he may." Edward's eyes narrowed. "My father fears no man." Will coughed thickly. "War is coming, and when it does it will stamp everyone down, even your father, especially your father. Doesn't that worry you? Don't you want to find a way around if a way is to be had?" "It's nothing to me. Let war come." Edward's chin jutted, then he looked around. "Where's Willow? Why do you want to know?" But Edward made no answer. A camp the size of a small town sprang up each night where they rested. There was an hour of chaos at the appointed site, then a calmer mood settled as tents were raised, smoking fires lit and the daylight died. He would sit with Willow in the gloaming and eat a delicious supper of spitchcock eels and listen to Sten tell stories of happier days in the Witchwood before Lord Strange came. Later, Willow would go to sleep and Will would wander over to the soldiers' camp, or go over to where the painted tents of the nobles stood in a tight circle, luxurious inside with carpets and sheepskins and charcoal braziers and clever pegged furniture that could be taken apart for the journey. The circle was guarded by helmeted jacks whose breath steamed in the freezing air, jacks who leaned on their spears for long, patient hours as quiet conversations droned inside the candle-bright canvas and a wild world stretched out for league upon league on every side in the cold and the dark. On the third night, by chance, Will saw Edward call Willow to his tent. The Duke's heir remained closeted with her for quite a while, and it pained him to know they were together. When they came out he saw Edward take the ring from his little finger and give it to her. That stabbed him through the heart and made him want to go over and show them he had seen it all, but he realized that such an urge, though powerful, was not helpful. It would not be wise to give in to it, and so he fought it down like a man ought to, for why shouldn't Willow and Edward speak if they wanted, even privately? And if Willow preferred Edward's conversation, then whose fault was that? He had hoped that once away from the influence of the Dragonstone, his mood would brighten, but it had guttered lower. Jealousies played on his mind. He drank the powders infused in hot water that Workmaster Gort said would help him throw off his cold, but 3 days of winter misery had already passed, and it was not until the 4th day that he began to breathe a little less tightly. "Ah, Master Misery Guts," Gort said. "So you finally decided to cooperate with the cure, have you? What do you mean by that? Don't you know that's how cures work? You have to help the goodness in the herb along. Give it permission to hear you." That sounded absurd, and he said darkly, "I'll try my best." As they camped late that afternoon Will grew ever more restless. He felt an odd excitement that he had not felt since before coming to Fotheringham. There was something about the land hereabouts, something strange in it. He had learned to recognize that much. A line. A battlestone maybe. A glimmer of light burning on the edge of sight. A whisper in the shadows. An unplaceable stench. The thought came to him to cut a hazel switch and try to scry it out, but the very idea made him shudder, and at once he knew the reason the workmaster's powders had taken so long to work, while at Fotheringham the battlestone's harm had been slowly seeping into him. Now, away from it, his mind and body were gradually expelling the poison as pus wept from a healing wound. He emerged from his tent, coughed and spat, then crept away and went alone beside the muddied road to a place where wildness reigned. He breathed deep, making an effort to shield his heart from the strange power in the earth, but to draw on the strength that Gwydion found. He liked it best when the stars came out and the wind dropped, so that stillness lay over the dewy land. Tonight it was going to be very cold, cold enough to freeze fish ponds so they could be walked across by morning, and quiet enough a little way from camp to make his ears hum. Tonight the blackness of night was frosted away by the light of a full moon and the tautness inside him was tingling. He went out knowing that these hills that hunched their backs all around were in the earldom of Salop, and so quite soon, maybe tomorrow, they would arrive at their destination. For a while at least there would be no more wide open nights like this. If only Gwydion could be here, he thought. If only someone would tell me news of him. I'd give everything to know if he succeeded. A blazing halo of colored light stood out from the high winter moon and Will counted the faint rainbow colors, bands through which the brighter stars shone. There, in the south almost overwhelmed by the moonlight was a line of 3 middling stars. A bright blue spark stood below them and a fiery red one above. This was the star group that Gwydion had said was called by the princes of the north the Elwand, and by the ancients Beletocadros, the horned one, and by later peoples Cernunnos, a hunter whose form rose over the land every winter with his 2 brave dogs to see what prey might stir below. A shiver passed through Will as he stared into the sky. He coughed again, wishing he felt better, less vague in his thoughts, less tired and remote from the world. Gort was right, something heavy was laying upon his heart like a haunting. Nor could solitude heal this ill. He feared to take off his shoes and plant his cold toes in the hoarfrost because that would make the sickly feelings sharper. Memories of scrying for the dragonstone still lingered in the muscles of his arms and chest. But, though little more than a year had passed, his body had changed. Overhead the moon was trampling down the truceless armies of the stars. The sheep in the fields stood motionless. All was colorless. Nearby, a stream gurgled through shingled banks, but here at the crossroads mud trodden by 1,000 hooves had hardened. A journey stone declared this place was called Mort's Crossing and that Trinavant was 7 times 7 leagues distant. Slaver figures cut in the stone swam into Ogham as he squinted at them. They had gone when he looked again. Opposite, in the shadow of the trees, stood a terrible gibbet. It loomed upon him as he staggered over the frozen hummocks of the road. An oaken post, rough-hewn, square and 3 times as tall as a man stood as a reminder. From its high iron arm horror hung suspended, the body of a criminal, condemned to hang in chains, caged at this crossroads for a year and a day as an example, as a warning. By night this sentinel waited still and silent, a lonely shepherd keeping his flocks. Who was he? Will wondered, trapped by the grim need to look up at the frosted head of the corpse. The shock of seeing flesh for what it was reverberated inside him. But who had this stranger been, this man dressed now in his ice-whitened rags? A poacher perhaps? A murderer? A stealer of cattle? Had he been guilty or innocent? Had he ever loved? Had he been loved in return? What error had ruined him and brought him to this? Why had he not been saved? And what brutality had hung him here to be displayed like so much rotten meat? There were no answers in the ghastly smile. The glint of moonlight on teeth revealed under stretched, wind-dried lips gave nothing away. A hand, withered and slim, lay composed against one of the iron bands that enclosed the dead man. And the empty sockets of his eyes, all pecked away by crows, looked down with a knowing sort of assurance. He seemed to Will like a man who had been on a journey, but to a far place of which he could never tell. Unnerved by the stillness, Will reached up and pushed the cage a little. It moved as easily as a sweetheart's swing in a summer garden. War. The figure told him rustily. They hung me high, and I did die. And Will, who had never seen an executed man before, put his hands over his ears to shut out the words. War. Said the cage's hinge. I would not go, and so you see, they made a show of me. For all that they had tried to teach him at Fotheringham, his inner spirit still understood that war was not about bright swords and brighter armor and swallow-tailed flags that floated in the breeze. It was about lordly greed and common suffering, and it was about pain and fear and death. War! Cried the corpse's empty jaw. It's coming! It's coming! It's coming! He closed his eyes to shut out the sight of that horrible, moon-frosted flesh, and in that moment he grasped precisely what Gwydion had sent him to Fotheringham to learn. They made their approach to Ludford late the next afternoon, 2 days before Yuletide. The low sun, dilute and unwarming all day, was now only just clearing the woods that stood out above the furrowed lines of misty fields. Skeletal trees held rooks' nests, and there was the kind of cold in the air that sent wood smoke straight up to fan out flat in a breathless sky. What do you think? Will called out, gesturing at the sad beauty of a watery sunset where the sun slumped into a wispy haze of yellow and red. That? Edward called back, misunderstanding. He was ruddy-cheeked from his ride. Good heavy horse country. And a very strong fortress. I meant the sunset, not the castle. Edward controlled his horse and slapped himself on the chest. Did you know Ludford was mine? Yours? I'm the Earl of the Marches. Didn't you know? The castle of Ludford belongs to me. Let me ride, Will said, suddenly wanting to swap places with Edward. But the Duke's son turned the mare's head and walked her away, saying, not today. She's blown. Such was the day, cheerless and miserable in the dead of the year, despite what the merrier folk of the train said to try to make it otherwise. Will brooded, watched the way Willow picked dainty steps over the ridges and ruts of the frozen road. He saw the way her skirts swished as she lifted them. The way she moved bewitched him. Why had Edward been talking privately with her? Now, then, Will. Sten said, coming up. What ails you? You've had a face as long as a lute for days. Bad cold. Is that all? Double portions for you tonight, then. They say to feed a cold and starve a fever. Will liked the older man, but for all his solid cheeriness he kept a vigilant watch over his daughter. She's the only person I've got in the world, he had said at supper last night, and it had sounded like a warning. Why don't you go see the workmaster? I already did. But he knew the cold was no cause, it was an effect. They went by Wig Moor and then by Lane Hall, where the great family of Mort kept a robust garrison. At the hamlet of Elton, Will saw a tiny fairy palace, gorgeous in all details, yet no taller than his shoulder and fit for folks no more than a foot in height. But it was lived in now only by hens. When he showed his amazement at it, Gort said, oh, but these are the marches of Cambrai. There were once little people hereabouts, though that was long ago and none of their works now remain. Perhaps this small house was built as an encouragement to them, in hopes of a return. Finally they came to Ludford Gate and Will saw it was a lively enough place, with town walls that were thick and well-kept, and a welcoming gatehouse. Here the gatemen were red-cheeked and stout and jolly. Not like Castor used to be in olden times, Gort told him. In that city the great gate had a secret false beggar, haha. Will raised a wry smile. How can a beggar beg in secret, workmaster? And who would bother to impersonate a beggar anyway? Ah, well. You see, it was like this beggar used to call out lustily to those who would come in and alms. He would shout, alms for the needy. But he had been set there by the Lord of Castor himself to see which of the wealthy merchants showed charity, for reports were made on all who came in and then they were treated accordingly. But it was news of the coming of Ludford's own lord that had brought the townsfolk here out into the streets. There were horns calling and bells pealing and a cheering procession that came along with them. Will saw how the Duke had been missed from this place like an absent father. He passed among his people now, at first on horseback but now on foot, enjoying their adoration until he came to his own high walls. The town was neatly planned, with straight streets, many of them finely cobbled, though Will was dismayed to see a large chapter house and cloister dominating the market square with its tall stone spire and monument. As at the chapter house close to Iton, the spire carried the device of a white hart and a weather vane bearing the letters A, E and F. What does that mean on the vane? He asked the workmaster. If you asked them they'd claim it was the names of the four winds in the mystical language of Tibor. That's where the slavers came from. Gort looked about, then spoke from behind his hand. They named the winds after their four cardinal points, north they call Oliake, east is Surui, south Retsue, and west Suanova F. But that's no simple windcock. Oh, no. Watch it long enough and you'll see it stir, though there came not a breath of wind to move it. The letters really stand for Satin Reader F to Teba, it means from and to the fellowship. Those ugly iron masts atop their spires, that's how the chapter houses and cloisters talk with one another across the land. Will shuddered. He imagined the veins moving in magical sympathy with one another, spelling out in some secret cipher dark messages, telling all that the spies of the fellowship could gather, and passing it on swiftly across the realm. The face of the stone monument that stood outside the chapter house was incised with unreadable words and lit up now with votive candles. A hooded fellow stood guard at the entrance. Will's skin prickled as he smelled the greasy stink and heard the solemn dirge that issued from inside. It seemed to him an organization of the most tremendous and malevolent power. The throng followed as far as the castle and gathered at the gate. Edward's Marcher stronghold stood at the top of the town, and Will thought it a testament to the Duke's reputation that he should be so well received by his people. But seeing the gleeful faces all around, he knew there was as yet no understanding of the real reason their lord had come. Nor did they have any inkling of the terrible calamity that was foregathering. What's wrong with me? He wondered, unable to lift his spirits another notch. Why am I seeing things through dead eyes? Is it me, or is it that the world is truly darkening? I don't know, for I've never seen war gather before. The knights won't say much about that for fear of spies, and I cannot get an uncluttered answer about the stones from the workmaster. As they passed beneath the gatehouse, Will chanced to look up at the battlements and fancied he saw the figure of death, waiting there in his black robes. A sudden terror swarmed through him and he gasped at the reek that came sharply up into his nostrils as if from a great chasm. He shied back as a man would from a sudden precipice. A soldier at his elbow bumped him and cursed. But then Willow was beside him and asking him what was the matter, and he shook his head and said he was just a little dizzy and not to fuss. But it had seemed to him as he looked up at the teeth of the portcullis that he had had that same feeling of dread before. And he had done the same thing before, even down to imagining the men hauling hand over hand on the bars of the windlasses above him. When first arriving at Fotheringham, he had feared the gatehouse man would make a mistake and allow the great barrier to fall down on him, and he wondered at why such a feeling might have overwhelmed him a second time. "Come along," Gort said, slapping his back. "Don't block the entrance, hey?" The castle of Ludford, having been forewarned by messengers, was now ready to receive them. Here too there were outer and inner bailies, except that here the guards called them wards. A wall of grey limestone enclosed the outer ward, two of its corners were rounded in one square, while built into the fourth corner was the moated inner ward with its tall, square keep and high walls. Ravens circled the highest tower, and the Duke's standard flew there. When they entered the inner ward, Will saw there was a great hall, a solar which was the Lord's private quarters, and Gort pointed out the magnificent roundhouse, the place from which the Duke administered his affairs. Various other lodgings were built inside the castle walls, and here, as at Fotheringham, a great iron engine of time clanged out the hours from inside its special high tower. "They all come from the castle of Sundials," Gort told him. "That's a great house in the north belonging to the Duke. Bray, the Lord Keeper there, is a loremaster and a watcher of the skies. These machines are of his making, though I wish he'd stuck with Sundials. Then there is an old Father Time, after all," Will said, taking it all in. It was easy to see why a castle had been built here, for this place was a high point from which the land fell away steeply to the north and west, on which sides it was also guarded by the river Theme and its tributary, the Lud. But, once inside, the castle was far from the forbidding fortress that it appeared from outside. There were servants everywhere to welcome them, and the many chimneys of a large kitchen and bakehouse were issuing smoke and delicious smells. Will had spent many an hour studying fortifications, and he passed an expert eye over the keep, judging that its foundations had been laid 10 or more generations before, and that almost every generation had strengthened it or added some new part, as was only right. Gort ushered them into the quarters that had been prepared. Will thought the rooms were cramped but adequate, and after a brief look around he sat down with Willow on a bench and tore off some warm bread for her. They munched as darkness fell, and Gort unpacked his precious bundles on the table or wandered in and out of the rooms with armfuls of mystery. After a while, Edward came into the inner ward and lingered some distance away, and it seemed to Will that he was waiting for someone. Willow's eyes followed him. She interested herself in him as he stood, hands on hips, staring up at the strength of the walls his father had given him. Will knew it was a fool's question, but he could not stop himself from asking it. "Is he handsome? Sir Edward?" "Yes," she said straight away. Her eyes followed Edward again. "But he's got a high opinion of himself." Will felt some of the hollowness leave him, pleased despite himself to hear that Willow disliked some aspect of Edward. "I suppose he has every right to have a high opinion." "What do you mean, Dot?" "Well, this is his castle. It's his by title, and he'll be the Duke of Eber one day. A great man. Most people are impressed by belongings and rank," Willow said with a private smile. "Some girls would walk a long way to marry a miller's son." "Ha! Edward's no miller's son." She laughed at him. "You don't have much idea what girls like in boys, do you? You mean you're not impressed by him?" he asked. He watched the way Edward moved. He had learned to copy much of his father's manner. Something made Will say, noblemen don't often make friends among churls. They have trusted servants, men they trust with their lives. But they're not friends. Not real friends. Edward finds it hard to be close with anyone. Willow looked at Edward with undisguised interest. "Why do you say that? You've seen how he looks up to his father. He secretly thinks the Duke's shoes are going to be too hard for him to fill. He isn't confident he can do it. That's why he doesn't let people get close to him. In case they get to find out about the real Edward." Willow folded her arms. "That's nonsense." "It's true. Sir Edward's confident to a fault. That's just what he wants people to think. He's trying to make something special of himself, but it's all just show. That's how you get to be special, isn't it? By trying?" She tilted her head as she looked at him. "I don't know why you're talking this way. You're not jealous, are you?" He could not stop himself. "I saw him give you his ring. Why did you take it?" She looked at him for a while, then her anger showed. That was his signet, Will. He told me to take it to the scribe, because he needed to seal a letter. He couldn't be bothered to walk through the mud himself. Anyway, what's it got to do with you what he gives me, dot. Now, then. What's this? Hard words? Raised voices? Squabbles, hey? Gort came in and asked Willow if she would take a fresh charm to hang in the wine store. It was a harvest sigil, a token twisted out of ears of wheat and made up in the form of a vine leaf to stop the wine from spoiling. She took it, but Will followed her out into the innermost ward. A terrible feeling, one that he had never felt before, gnawed at him. It was as persistent as hunger, only 1,000 times worse. He looked up at the wellhead and brewhouse and the high walls of the keep that seemed to lean in on him. He trailed Willow through a small door and down to the keep cellars where the wine was stored. A stout, barred entrance led off to the left, and he knew at once it was a solitary cell in which a prisoner could be held in darkness. He heard a cry. An infant. Then a smothering feeling came over him, and he almost choked. This place, he said. There's a baby in there. Straight away she went to look. But there was nothing living in the dank gloom except perhaps a rat. What did you say that for, Willand? There's no child in here. But I heard it crying. I don't know what's ailing you, but I think you ought to see the workmaster about it. And soon. She finished placing the charm over the wine and stood back, hooking a wisp of hair over her ear. Then she made her way up the steps, annoyed that he was shadowing her. Eventually he let her go. He watched moodily as she crossed the dark innermost ward. He was feeling even more unhappy now she had gone than he had before. He made a fist and hammered the wall until the side of his hand hurt. The movement attracted Edward and he came over. What goes? He asked. Do you want to come to the armory? I'll show you what we have here. Go away. Edward stiffened, mystified by Will's sudden unprovoked rage. No one was permitted to speak to the Duke's heir that way, least of all in his own castle. It required an immediate apology, but none was offered and their eyes met in a wordless challenge. Even so, Edward saw what was the better part of valor. He merely looked Will up and down, said, as you wish, then nodded curtly and withdrew. What's happening to me? Will asked the night air when Edward had gone. He put his hands to his temples and stared into the sky, shivering. The Duke's brought it with us, he whispered, shocked by his sudden revelation. By the moon and stars, I know what he's done. He's brought the Dragonstone here. Now then, Master Misery Guts. Workmaster Gort was down on hands and knees, busying himself like a great badger rooting through his disordered belongings in the pale light of dawn. He set down an armful of gear, looked up and said pleasantly. So how are you this fine morning? I didn't sleep much last night, Will said wearily. Do you have a draft for me? One that settles a person down? Oh, yes. Plenty of drafts for anger. Gort broke off the unpacking of a large mortar and pestle to examine his pouches. Drafts for lots of other things too. Melancholy, sloth and falling out of bed and what's this? He sniffed at it. Jealousy, or maybe envy. Hard to say. Both probably. Very popular at this time of year among the boys and girls. He began to crawl under a table. Have you seen Osric? No, but yesterday I saw Death again. The workmaster got up too quickly and bumped his head. Death? You mean, he made a meaningless gesture. The apparition? He's followed you here? Will nodded, unable to meet Gort's eye. It was standing on the gatehouse. And I've been having nightmares again. I need something from your leech garden to calm me down. Please, workmaster. Last night you were jumping around, frisky as a cockatoo hare. Crossed words with Willow too, did you not? What was all that about? Please, workmaster, no more questions, dot. You just go and soak your head in a pail of water then, and perhaps that will dampen your spirits, hey? But I need a draft. I feel terrible. He considered telling Gort his conclusions concerning the Dragonstone. Instead, he said, maybe it's the winter solstice approaching, I can feel something gnawing at my bones. Well, I don't have a draft for gnawed bones or even for solstices. When Gort looked at him his little piggy eyes were unsmiling. And, you know what? If I did have one I wouldn't give it to you. Grumpiness is most often its own cause and its own reward. Now you keep away from other folk in case what you've got is catching. Stubborn old man. Will turned on his heel and slammed the door as he left, but he heeded Gort's advice. He spent the morning pilfering from the kitchens or up on the walls and towers, skulking around the jacks who wished he'd go away so they could get on with their crafty games of dice. In the afternoon a dreary procession of fellows led the marking of Yuletide's Eve. It was no jollier than the Yule that Will had suffered at Fotheringham. 3 sightless ones came to the castle and walked about with lit tapers. There was a vigil and solemn rites, and good wishes expressed for the health of Grand High Warden Isner, but it was a mirthless and numbing occasion. There was no laughing and no dancing, and all the songs were droning, melancholy chants. Afterwards there was a meager breaking of dry bread, and then the ladies began to talk together across the table, and some moved away to plot the marriages of their daughters, while the lords began to gather at the other end of the great hall to sit about the fire with flagons of wine and slices of meat on their dagger points. Will was sent to sit several places away from Edward, who was excluded from none of the lords' councils. He did as he was told, but knew he must guard his feelings with care. His brittleness went unnoticed as the lords debated their great matters above his head. But as he sat among the Duke's blood relatives, Will began to fear for himself. The madness that had blossomed inside his head like a hideous grey flower was growing beyond his power to control. It was a terrible urge to endure, and nothing short of a dagger plunged into his own heart, it seemed, would save him. He sweated, not daring to move. He did not know why, but the idea of stabbing himself had become as attractive as it usually was repugnant. He tried to fight back against the strange manner of thinking that was turning his thoughts against themselves. Was it something to do with the solstice? Or something to do with the solstice happening at new moon? Had the Duke really brought the battlestone secretly out of bondage? Had he been fool enough to fetch it from Fotheringham like some possession, like some prize? Of course he has. The Duke thinks it can be his weapon. He thinks he can use it against his enemies. He doesn't understand that the holding and binding spells that keep the harm from rushing out are geomantic and will only work properly in one place. Without those spells the stone will turn the mind of anyone and everyone. Will felt his defenses slipping. Opening wide. Being opened forcibly, it seemed. He warned himself that he was, even now, being chosen by the battlestone. He was to be its spokesman, its agent, its weapon. His special sensitivity had caused it to choose him. A plague on the wizard for having taken him away, forever having turned on such a talent in his head. But no. This is an honor. He felt a sudden tremendous clarity of mind. The feeling was overpowering, exciting. He felt certainty bathe him like brilliance, and it seemed that he could see truths with crystal sharpness, vivid truths, bright and bold. His new sharpness enabled him to see the evidence that truths carried inside them. For the first time he could determine what was real and what was not. All his previous thoughts were shown to be mere confusion and doubt. They no longer made sense, for now he had seen the real truth. And he knew what he must do. His eyes flickered to left and right. These lords and knights around him, drinking and laughing, they disputed over the smallest trifles, their minds were consumed by petty rivalries and the plotting of fruitless alliances. Things here were just as they had been at Clarendon. Here was Duke Richard, owner of 6 strong castles, and all the lands of the dukedom of Eber. Over there sat the Earl of Sarum, another man of vast wealth, whom 30,000 men called lord. And there, his son, the Earl Warwick, still in his 20s yet richer even than his father if servants' gossip was to be believed, the richest man in the realm, Warwick, captain of the port of Collis across the narrow seas, and possessor of fabulous wealth that had come to him through marriage. Together these great magnates and their allies accounted for fully half the land that made up the realm and 5/9 of its riches, yet here they were arguing over who should have the last leg of roast Yuletide swan, and questioning the quality of the wine. Was it not obvious what must be done? Will reached forward and pulled the long knife from a haunch of mutton on the table before him. The blade seemed to glitter with deadly encouragement as he turned it over in his hand. Light ran along its edge like the moonlight frosting a dead deserter's skull. Sweat seethed in Will's scalp. He watched the noble sons listening avidly as their fathers and uncles fell to debating the parts of the realm that might be added to their estates, how the lands confiscated from Duke Edgar and sundry other allies of the Queen would be divided up among themselves once the power was theirs. They seemed to Will to be no better than a pack of dogs, snatching bones back and forth. It seemed that their lives had been swallowed up into a monstrous game in which the fortunes of lordly families were all that mattered, and in which fellow feeling and the common good had no place at all. Which of them can live in more than one castle at a time? He asked himself, feeling anger boil over inside him. Which of these earls can even stand straight under the weight of all the furs and fine velvets he possesses? They are all as bad as each another, except this duke who is their foremost. He will not rest until he is pronounced king. Such greed as his deserves to be repaid in steel. Duke Richard turned to the windows as the great castle clock began to strike the hour of midnight. The long carving knife with the plain wooden handle invited Will's hand. He saw his fingers close on the handle. "You will die," he shouted, rising. "Die. Die he must in time, but not at your hand, Willand. And Will felt his wrist caught in an invisible grip as a familiar voice resounded in his head. The chimes of the castle clock had ceased at the 6th strike. It was as if time itself had stopped, for all was frozen. Then Gwydion danced elegantly into the hall, his gestures and words of magic crystallizing the air except that which spun and twisted in colors about him. His robes flowed and flew, blurring like flame, then all Will could see was the wizard's unutterably mysterious smile. The knife dropped slowly from his palm. The wizard laid a steadying hand on his shoulder, then everything came alive at once. Chapter 17, In the Hall of King Lud. The moment the Duke saw Gwydion he rose to his feet and drew back like one who has seen a ghost. The other lords stared and muttered oaths, offended that their privacy had been so rudely invaded. Gasps and gestures of surprise came from the ladies at the far end of the hall, then a threatening quiet fell. Master Gwydion, Duke Richard said, cutting the silence at last. He glanced from face to face before returning his gaze to the wizard. You gave no warning that you would come among us. May I ask how long you have been skulking here? And why you have seen fit to enter this place by magic when a simple knock at the door would have won you your usual welcome? Gwydion's expression was uncompromising. I did not come here seeking a welcome, friend Richard. And you will forgive me if I have disturbed your conversation. Tell us how long have you been sitting among us unannounced? The Lord Warwick demanded angrily. Long enough to hear what you mean to do. Gwydion raised his arms but then let them fall like one who was much wearied. After all the warnings I have given you, Richard, I find you here preparing for war. The Duke's fists balled and the golden signet ring on his little finger glittered. War is our business. I was appointed Lord Protector of this realm, not you. How dare you tell me what I may and may not do? The wizard drew a blazing forefinger through the air and left behind a hanging hoop of fire. Then he spoke to Edward. Lad, tell me, what is the best way to fight fire? With fire, Edward said straight away, though there was mistrust and perhaps even a little fear in his voice. Gwydion spread his hands. Do you see? Do you see how this favorite firstborn son betrays his father's style? Now the wizard's arm made the motion of a serpent reaching forward to strike. Tongues of orange flame spewed from his palm. Fire engulfed the burning circle, which drew strength from the new flame and burned up all the brighter. The lords flinched back as the fire billowed out towards them. The fiery circle gave off a crackling noise now, a palpable heat, and thin black smoke that curled up into the dark timbers of the roof. These were not the paltry sorcerer's powder fireworks that Will remembered the conjurer Jared producing in the hall at Clarendon. These were great, colored tongues of flame, fires that seemed to make the shapes of living things, vital flames that writhed and fed upon themselves with a roaring intensity. Gwydion held the hall spellbound with his flamecraft. Mighty as these lords were, they had no answer to his accusing finger as it wavered fire over them, nor to his compelling voice. I ask again, what is the best way to fight fire? The eyes of the lords were fast upon the flaming circle, and none dared to give an answer. Then you had better tell them, Willand. Will found himself standing up and saying, with a pail of water, Master Gwydion. Indeed, lad. All at once a pail appeared in Gwydion's hands, and as the water was dashed from it the circle of fire was quenched. Indeed so. With a pail of water. The circle turned to vapor as water and pail both vanished away. The rich carpets that were laid over the flagged floor had not been wetted at all. Gwydion moved to stand beside Will and put a hand on his shoulder. You see, my friends? This lad knows. He turned to the Duke. Tread softly and go lightly upon the earth, friend Richard. Be honest in your dealings. Conduct yourself nobly and champion justice. Do not lose sight of your chivalric promises, for if you do all your loyalty to one another, all your prowess in battle, all your indomitable courage will avail you nothing. He turned. Come with me, Willand. We must take our leave, we have something important to attend to. And shall fata huget to you all. The guards opened the doors as if falling back from a terrible curse, though Gwydion had merely wished a long life on those in the hall. Then they were out in the cold darkness and Will was exhilarated. He could feel Edward staring at him as if he had been betrayed by Will's leaving with the wizard. But it did not matter. It seemed as if a great weight had been lifted, for the madness had gone from him and his mind was clear again. Now tell me what has been ailing you, Gwydion said as they crossed the inner ward. It's the dragon stone, Master Gwydion. It's been freed. I knew nothing about their plans to move it here, I swear. And I couldn't have stopped them even if I had. Gwydion turned on his heel. You are talking nonsense, lad. The dragon stone is safe in its coffin at Fotheringham. I have just come from there. But I felt its power last night. And again just now. That's what made me want to. He looked around and lowered his voice. Want to kill the Duke, but it was not the dragon stone that made you want to do that. Well, stop, stock still. Then what? A part of you wants it. But I like the Duke. And I respect him. Ah. Do you? Do you really? Gwydion turned a dark eye on him, then he placed a hand on each shoulder. Plainly, Willand, there must be another battlestone buried near here. One that is working on your unrealized weaknesses. Will felt the blood drain from him. Another battlestone. I can see no other explanation. Can you? But, Will's eyes danced wildly from tower to tower and across the battlements. What about the journey? All the way here I felt something gnawing at me. If it wasn't the dragon stone hidden in one of the carts, where did that feeling come from? Gwydion smiled a secret smile. A most important rite of magic is this: first, know thyself. What the wizard said seemed to make little sense. Will pushed the conundrum away impatiently. I do know myself. Ha! You have been doing a lot of changing since last we met, Willand. For 2 shakes of a lamb's tail you have inhabited a man's body and already you are an expert on how it is with men, is that it? The wizard waited but Will made no argument. He could think of nothing to say. And what would be the point? It was a hopeless task arguing with wizards at the best of times, and this was far from being the best of times. When Gwydion spoke again, he was more kindly, and in the subtle way he often showed he crept upon Will's concerns almost as if he had read his mind. You are stronger than you think. Let me tell you so for the sake of all our futures. Far stronger. You must begin to believe that. He forced a smile. Do you think so? Oh, Willand. You'll may be the darkest night, but it is also the most promising of times. Come. We should make merry. We have seen 6 months of the dying of the light, but tonight the light begins to return. Can you feel the sleeping spring? It is waiting green and furious inside every seed sand root that lies cold in the earth. From this night the sun begins his journey back. Now isn't he worth a small celebration? A celebration. Sudden joy leapt up inside Will. It was good to be back in the wizard's company once more, so strange and powerful was he. He stretched like a cat. Master Gwydion, I feel as if a great pain has been taken away. Of course you do. The moment of solstice is past and the power subsides. The sun and the moon have now begun to move away from one another. Yule is come. But how can we celebrate? They don't know what Yule is among the Duke's household. Last year, at Fotheringham, for all their wealth there was no dancing and no feasting. It was as dead as a door-nail. The lives these lords lead are killing them from the inside, and they are too blinkered to see it. They strive and connive, they rend and contend, but have you ever seen one of them dance? Ack! They cannot dance to save their lives. Will shuddered, thinking of Edward's narrowness of spirit. He reflected that a lord's wealth and power were all that he possessed. In their way they were as crippled as the sightless ones, and as impoverished as the poorest peasant. How foolish he felt now for having envied Edward his lot. You haven't changed a bit, Master Gwydion. The wizard gave him a penetrating look. But you have. He blushed at that, though he did not know why. I thought you'd put me among them so I could learn their ways, he stammered. I thought you wanted me to become like them. The wizard snorted. You? When does any of them feel the good earth between his toes? They ride often and walk seldom. And when they do walk it is on stone-laid paths with their feet cased in great spurred boots. They look for the harm in others before they look for kindnesses. They enslave with chains of silver and gold just as binding as the manacles of iron that the slavers of old used. And they try to chop time into pieces with their foolish machines. You cannot measure all there is in the world against gold when the veriest fool knows in his heart that anything worth the having cannot be so measured. I hoped you would learn a lesson or two of this kind at the lordly hearth, Willand. Perhaps you have. Will's head was in a whirl now. But doesn't a lord have to behave that way? Someone has to impose order. Gwydion spread his hands. Does order come from men imposing their wills upon others? Every time a man surrenders his true self, Will, there is born a new problem into the world. I would that the hearts of our great men may one day be renewed with a saner sort of courage than they possess at present, but until that time comes I fear that talking to lords is like talking to tree stumps. As they reached Will's quarters a shrouded figure moved in the shadows, shocking him as it emerged. He started, and a gasp escaped him. Gwydion gripped his arm. What is it you fear, lad? Evil. Evil? But this is your best friend. Gwydion mustered a magical light on his fingertip and raised it. It burned with a pale and vivid glow that picked out a tress of pale hair and cast a bluish luminance onto a face that was as pretty as a March marigold but one that was full of concern. "Will? Are you all right?" Relief flooded through him as he heard the kindness in the question. "Master Gwydion," he said. "This is Willow. It seems you startled my young friend. Well met. I have heard Willand speak nobly of you." Willow was beautiful in the elfin light. "Well met, Master Gwydion," she murmured. "If you are truly a wizard, and if you love your apprentice, then I ask you to heal his mind, for he's been unwell of late, and I fear he may do himself a mischief if he's not helped soon." Gwydion turned to Will. "I see you still have one friend left to you despite your efforts to upset all those around you. I have already spoken with Gort, and he has told me much about you that I had not noticed. I am happy to say there is no need for healing, but a warning or two may well be heeded with profit. In the meantime I see two spirits in need of winter sunshine, and since this should be a time of renewal and there are too many fellows infesting this place for my liking, I shall show you how the Yule ought to be celebrated." But first, he strode briskly to the door and struck it wide with his staff. "We must leave this bleak fortress if we would see a real Yuletide, for only the churlish folk are still so much themselves in this land that they can fully feel what is there to be felt and clearly see what is there to be seen. It's a blessed truth that while the people's spirit remains hale and untrammeled there can be no final victory for those who would take away all freedom." They went out of the castle and down into the town. Will wanted to tell Gwydion much and to ask him countless questions, but the wizard strode on out of the castle. They passed a cage of lions at the gate. For real, live lions pacing like sentinels, caged near the town well, so that all in Ludford who came to draw water might see them. Will stared at them, wondering how he had missed seeing them when he had first arrived. "They were a gift to the Duke," Gwydion said. "They came from an eastern merchant who traded across the narrow seas at Collis. Friend Richard meant to give these beasts to the king to put in his menagerie at Trinavant, but somehow the gesture was never made." "You mean because lions are a royal symbol?" Will asked. "Because such a gift would be taken by some as an acceptance of King Hal's kingship, and a sign that Duke Richard was denying his own claim? That is very perceptive of you, Willand. You have come on nicely since last we met." "I've been attentive to my lessons, Master Gwydion." Willow sighed. "Don't those cats look unhappy? Poor creatures, locked up in a cage in this cold weather." Gwydion put his mouth close to Will's ear. "You have often asked what evil is. Look at your friend, Willow, and see what it is not." "I know she's a gentle person, and kind," he whispered back. "Though she's also strong, if you see my meaning. The closest description of evil I have ever found is that it is a lack of fellow feeling. No more, no less." "Fellow feeling?" Will asked. "What's that, Dot?" "The ability of one spirit to sing with another, be it man's or beast's." The wizard looked at his perplexity and laughed. "Fear not, lad, for though you say you do not know the words for it, your spirit sings as well as any I have heard. Come, we shall let it sing out loud tonight." They hurried on, down past the monument of the sightless ones. It was dusted with new-fallen snow and seemed somehow less immovable than it had been before. The night air was very cold and the ground iron-hard underfoot. Candles burned in niches just inside the entrance of the chapter house. The smell that came from it was greasy and thick. A hooded, sandaled fellow guarded the door. He seemed neither to feel the cold nor to heed their passing, though breath steamed from his cowl. "He is the spider ready to welcome flies into the web," Gwydion said. "The bereaved, the needy, those of troubled mind, all such he seeks, for when the spirits of folk burn low and they are overcome by the three weaknesses, it is then that they are most easily persuaded to surrender themselves to the mind-slavery of the great lie. But tonight, I think, this spider will not gather a single fly from Ludford town." They crossed the dark and icy square. Snow swirled as it fell, and when Will turned to look again he saw the lights that had earlier burned around the monument of the chapter house had all blown out. Yule, when the sun begins her return. Yule, the day of Alban Ardine. See the snow on yonder holly wreaths. The green, the red, and the white. Those are the true colors of Yule. Once the folk hereabouts roasted a pig in memory of Arduina's boar, and the warriors sang. Sacrifice the Yule boar. Pour his blood to east and west. Roast him by the fire of the Yule log. Serve him whole with an apple in his mouth. That doesn't rhyme, Willow said, grinning. It doesn't sound right at all. Gwydion looked askance. Of course, it's a translation. And it was written by warriors. So, what if it was? Gwydion raised an eyebrow. Well, have you ever seen how poets fight? Tonight, all the houses were deep in darkness, but in the Burgesses' hall there shone a golden light. As they approached, they heard the sound of merriment, drums, and the bleating of pipes. There were long benches and plenty of good things to eat and drink, and hundreds of people of all ages and sizes dancing about in a frenzy. The whole gathering was bathed in a glorious firelight of rich, buttery yellow. But when they stepped inside, the music stopped and the dancers turned to see who was letting in the cold night air. "Call forth the ushers," went the cry. Men came forward to inquire who had entered uninvited, and to see if they expected a welcome. "Friend or foe?" they called. "We three come to share your feast," cried Gwydion. "Will you let us in, though we be empty-handed?" "Take them to Mother Brigg," came the cry. "Let Mother Brigg decide." Folk gathered round to stare at the newcomers, then without another word an aisle opened for them to walk down. Nothing moved except the flames of the great rejoicing fire at the end of the hall, and, running in a wheel-shaped cage, a dog, its tongue lolling, driving round a shaft on which a pig was spitted. A boy wearing a tall hat and a ladle stood ready to baste the pig in its own juices. The ushermen marched Gwydion and his companions to an ancient crone who was sitting in a corner away from the bagpipers. A large black raven stood on the left of her chair back. Beside the crone were two young girls in festive dress sitting by a spinning wheel. Will rubbed his eyes in wonder, for they were identical in every way. He watched how they looked Willow up and down with interest. The centers of the crone's eyes were as pale as milk, and Will thought that maybe tonight the girls were the crone's eyes. "The boar, the tree, the wheel, and the raven," Gwydion said. "Ah, all is well here. TWRCHTRYWTH, said the raven. "Ah, TWRCHTRYWTH, repeated the crone, who some called Twark the king who was turned into a boar. He who was chased by great Arthur and plunged into the sea rather than be taken. How good it is to hear your voice again, Master Gwydion. Friend or foe? Friend or foe?" the ushers shouted out. "He's as true a friend as ever I've had need of," the crone scolded them. "Then he's welcome," said the ushermen, leaving them. "Come sit by me in the place of honor," the crone said. "Rufus, bring wine and bread." The chief of the ushers, a hunchback dressed in black, clapped his hands 3 times. A beardless lad brought out horn cups for them and knives that they might have what they wished at the board. Stools were brought, then drums and brisk pipes struck up and wild dancing began again. The crone reached out faltering hands to touch the face of the wizard, and to grasp the charms she found on a cord about his throat. She began reading the design embossed there with her fingertips. "The tall elm is hard to find these days, Master Fantark." "That is so, good lady, but his fire is true. And you are as beautiful as ever you were." "To some, Master Fantark." She smiled a coy, toothless smile. "Only to some. Answer me this before you eat, would you rather have half a loaf with my blessing, or the whole of it with my curse?" "Dear Brighead," said Gwydion, laughing. "Why do you ask? You know I would not have your curse if all the world came with it." "Then eat what you will at Lud's board with 1,000 blessings of my own upon you. And perhaps later you will favor me with the presence of the one who must hear his fate." "Ah, Brighead, seer you were, and seer you remain. But we must interfere only with care. I know little of the part he is to play in coming events, except that pitiful portion which was revealed by the book. Take care therefore that the words you utter do not influence his choices unduly. You should know, Master Fantark, that the words of a seer are only ever offered whole. Others do the taking and the choosing. Advice is your business." "What are they talking about?" Willow whispered, awed by the strangeness of it all. "I don't know," Will said. "But whatever it is, you can be sure there are more meanings than one in it. That's always the way when Gwydion speaks." "Workmaster Gort told me that Ailm is the old, secret name for the silver fir," Willow whispered. "He said it's the tree that traps winter sunshine. That's why it's best to make into a Yule log, because it yields the truest Yule flame." Will pointed to the corner. "See how the top of the Yule tree has been lopped off. It stands there like a little tree of its own." Will hoped that, as at home, chippings of the Yule log would be kept by the village girls. In the Vale the girls guarded them the year round, so that next year's Yule log could be lit from them. It was the task of the village boys to scatter the ashes of the Yule fire around the houses as charms against their burning down. Tonight, everyone would try not to look at the shadows cast on the walls by the Yule log, for it was well known that if the light of it threw up a headless shadow, that person was doomed to die in the coming year. Thinking of the Vale maid will remember Eldmer and Brianna and the good times they had always enjoyed at Yuletide. But then he thought of what they would be doing now, and he knew they would be thinking of him. That linked all three with a bond as strong as any magic that Gwydion could make, as strong as that linking any other family. He took out the leaping salmon talisman that had always hung about his neck. The red eye seemed to look at him approvingly, and he squeezed the little fish in his hand and felt himself flood with good feeling. Tonight all the folk of Ludford who still followed the old ways had come together to eat and drink and be wrapped in music and happiness. It felt like a great privilege to have been welcomed among them. "Who is this?" the crone said, her fingers reaching out to Will. Her eyes, milky as pearls, still sparkled, and for a moment he saw her as once she must have been, a rare beauty, for she looked much like the two sisters who stood with her. So strong a resemblance did they bear that he knew they must be her great-grandkin. "But you are not the one who must hear his fate tonight," she said, sitting back. "What's that you say?" Gwydion stroked his beard, thinking her oddly in error. "This time your second sight has failed, for this one is surely the maker of fate." "Ha!" The crone threw her hands wide as if basking in the radiance of a warm fire. The twin girls who stood to each side gazed at him. "Let him approach, then." "My name is Willand, my lady," he said, bowing. "Ah, a respectful lad. And respect to you likewise, Willand." She cackled, then swayed and said, "I like his manners, but he wrestles with the viper of jealousy. That is the way of young men when young women are worthy. Will the dark? Will the light? Will his brother left and right? Will take cover? Will take fright? Will his brother stand and fight?" Will listened politely and wanted to ask if the ditty might be an omen, but he decided not to, for some omens were better not looked into. Instead the moment passed, and though he looked for Gwydion he could not for the time being find any sign of him. Then he and Willow were invited to join the dance, and that they did with gusto, laughing and whirling around the hall with all the others. When the midnight hour came it was unmarked by any strike of the curfew bell. On the people danced, faster and faster, until Will was fit to drop. But then the crone gave a sign to her barker, a big man with a musical voice who called for silence and sang out, "Enter now, Lord of the Dark Year." And in came the Holly King, an old man decked about with prickly leaves and a great ball of mistletoe tied before him. He carried with him in one hand a rusty sickle and in the other a small birdcage, in which a tiny bird was kept. A wren, the king of all birds, on King Strephon's day flying, was caught in the furs. The crone gave her sign and the barker shouted, "Enter now, the Lord of the Year of Light." And now the Oak King, a beardless youth, came forth, girt in dark green with a wreath of twigs and dried oak leaves. He carried a golden sickle, which Will saw was no more than a thatcher's hook painted yellow. The twin girls accompanied him, throwing acorns all about and sang, "By rush and reed, by lead and by tar, I'll break the knuckles of the Kellogvar." Two sickles clashed, clang, clang, and two kings danced face to face, then back to back, around and around. Will understood it all, for the tussle of the years was much the same in Nether Norton, though the words were different and the dances not at all the same. At last the Holly King called out, "Oh! Oh! Oh! Now I am done to death." And hunchbacked Rufus, to whom the greatest honor fell, cut off the mistletoe. It was caught in a white cloth by the two young girls who now stood to either side. They carried it carefully, making sure that no part of it touched the ground. And after that there was the splendid entry of King Lud into the hall. And what a king he was, dressed as a great warrior of olden times with a golden torque and a bronze helm with a fearsome mask, a round shield and a coat of many rings. He lifted a sword shaped like a long leaf that looked like the one that had lain beside the figure of Lear. "See, Willand," the crone whispered. "He has come from the city, down from the great gate of Trinavant, where still he watches over all who dwell in that city. He has come from the place where he lies all year round to be among those who are yet true to his memory." "Is it really him?" Will marveled. "Do you doubt it?" And it seemed to Will for a moment that this was no townsman done up to look like a king of old, but the king himself. But when Will looked to Gwydion to see how seriously he should take the kingly figure, the wizard was nowhere to be seen. Then the door burst open and there was a commotion. A cry of astonishment went up and the townsfolk fell back. Those around Will got to their feet, staring in disbelief, for Gwydion had entered the hall anew. Nor was he alone, for he came forward, leading another, and Will saw with equal amazement that it was Duke Richard. The lord was barefoot and dressed only in a plain nightgown, his hands tied before him with rope and a halter loose about his neck. The duke stared around him like a man lost in a trance, and the gathering fell silent as he was led before them. "Good Mother Brigg," Gwydion said, his long face stern, "here is the one of which I spoke. He has come from his bed to be among us. Will you give him entry?" "TWRCHTRYWTH," said the raven. "So here is the one who must hear his fate." Everyone caught their breath. Such a thing was unheard of, and many thought it an intrusion and a great error to have brought any lord here, especially this one. They all looked to King Lud, but the great figure made no royal pronouncement. He merely stood with his huge arms folded across his chest, and so the crone proceeded. She waited for the whisperings to die down, and for Gwydion to cause the Duke to kneel before her. Then the twin girls spoke eerily. "Are ye of good faith, Richard of Eber?" they asked in unison. The Duke's eyes rolled unseeingly in his skull, and he murmured to the rafters, "I am as honest a man as I may be." "Then tell me what you see before you?" His eyes opened. "I see 3 young sisters, speaking as one." Then the twins said, "3 sisters," says he. "And what of the middle sister? Is she beautiful to your eye?" "She is the fairest of them all." There was a gasp of approval among those who watched, and a rumor went round as if great consequence was to be expected of this answer. "That is enough," the crone said, raising her hand. "Now mark my words, Richard of Eber, for I do declare that I am sovereignty. Regarding the matter of the enchanted chair, you will die in the first fight that follows should ever you dare to lay your hand upon it. Do you take what I have told you as a truth? I have heard you. If you would know the future, then look to your shadow upon the wall. But be warned. Not all prophecies comfort those who seek after them." The Duke's eyes rolled in dream again, but this time he seemed to see the several shadows dancing across the white plaster. "Mine," he said haltingly, "is the right. Then go from here with all your strength and 1,000 blessings upon you." Mother Brig's voice echoed from the girls' mouths. "But you had better hope with all your might and main that understanding comes to you before death does." Will sat quietly with Willow as Gwydion, grim-faced now, led the Duke out of the hall. Will wished he had understood even a 7th part of what had happened tonight, for it seemed greatly important. But then the doors banged shut, and Gwydion and Duke Richard were gone. Slowly the people fell to talking, and then the music struck up again, and soon there was dancing and laughing again as if the Duke's visit had never been. Will looked at Willow and he saw how fair she was of face, and the more he looked the fairer she seemed to him. She looked long at him likewise, and though a glow burned in her cheeks she would not turn away from his gaze. At last he took her hands, then drew her to him. He put his arms around her and kissed her on the lips, and her taste was far sweeter than any wine. After that the dancing took them again, and they danced all night, for it seemed that a spell was upon them and they could not sit down while it held sway over them. Will awoke the next day with a heavy head but a light heart. The terrible mood that had been affecting him had vanished away with the Yuletide. The day dawned cold, and sunrise blazed in the sky as the world came reluctantly alive again. When he looked outside he saw that everything lay under a thick blanket of snow. In the outer ward the horses that usually watched the comings and goings with interest had retired inside their stalls, and the poultry looked around, amazed at the deep whiteness that had appeared. Will trod a path through the virgin whiteness. The snow was knee-deep and dangerous on the battlements, but he climbed up to see what wonderful view would be revealed. And wonderful it was. The fields were quilted in white, stitched together by black lines of hedgerows. All the lanes were filled and drifts had piled up, burying fences and ditches and gates and making the whole land seem as if it had been wrapped in white fur. He pitied any army that tried to march in the next few days, and he wondered if Gwydion might not have gone out upon a peak somewhere in the small hours and tampered with the night airs to make time for the Duke to think again. Out there like an ominous shoulder loomed the dark forest of Mort rising to the southwest. A broad, flat vista spread away to the southeast. Fields made another patchwork to the north, and a solitary high peak called the Giant's Chair dominated the east. In the opposite direction, sunk in the western darkness where many rivers rose, there stretched a land of frosty hills, a wild, unconquerable land that could swallow up whole armies in its mists. The castle of Ludford had been raised here by the heirs of the Conqueror to guard against the ancient magics that even now prowled the princedoms of Cambrai. That was why Ludford's lords had always been called marcher lords, for they protected the marches, or borders, of what was a still dangerous land. Will took a moment to breath deeply and take in the beauty that had come into the world, but then hunger got the better of him and he went down and breakfasted on fried leftovers before Gwydion found him. Together they went to the Round House, a freestanding tower in the inner ward that served as the Duke's place of work, and where visitors were received. Guards flanked the entrance, which was a beautifully carved and pillared arch. Inside the chamber was richly decorated and bed-raped. The heads of the 12 austere queens looked down as if in judgment on the business transacted here. The Duke was sitting at his offices, courteous and cool of manner, but looking like a man who lacked sleep. He dismissed his secretary and scribes with a gesture, and when the door was closed he said, "I've told you, Master Gwydion, that I'm happy to leave matters of magic to you. But you must leave matters of state to me. Your gift to the Queen, and what it may signify, remains at the root of my displeasure with you. That is not what you imagine, but it was a bribe. Offered without my sanction. Intended to win for me the protectorship of the realm. You may have meant well by it, but it was unwarranted interference." Gwydion faced the Duke's anger calmly. "Friend Richard, see how the eyes of the 12 austere queens look down upon you. Have you forgotten why your father, Richard de Conyberg, set these dozen effigies here in his roundhouse? It was to remind those who make important choices to consider 12 times, as a woman does. Do you not have the courage to change your mind even once? The Duke sighed, tense, curbing his annoyance. He began to toy with an ivory rod that Will recognized. I thank you for your counsel, but I regret that my decision has been made and cannot now be unmade. How then if I tell you that there is already a prophecy on the head of Duke Edgar? The Duke's eyes came alive, and his grip on the ivory rod tightened. Edgar of Mells? What prophecy, a dot? I told him that he must beware castles on pain of death. Dot. Duke Richard stared hard at the wizard. He put down the rod and instead began twisting his signet ring on his finger. And what is the meaning of it? Folk must make of prophecies what they will. The Duke's shortness of temper showed again, though this time it seemed more prompted by worry. I tell you, I care not for prophecies. So many of them are falsehoods, deliberately invented to confound good decisions. Neither do I set store by rumors or prophetic dreams. Dreams? Gwydion leaned close in on the Duke. Did you, by any chance, dream last night? Will recalled Mother Briggs' curious words about Duke Richard dying if he touched an enchanted chair. Had the old woman sworn a destiny upon him? He looked at the way the Duke's hands gripped the carved lions' heads of his seat, and wondered again about the ivory rod. It was undoubtedly the unicorn horn that Edward had once purloined. The Duke broke away from Gwydion's stare, and made an attempt to sound reasonable. Master Gwydion, I do not want you to tell the meaning of my dreams. I called you here to try to make you understand that my decision is made fast, that you must not interfere anymore, or our friendship will reach an unsatisfactory conclusion. How like your great-grandfather you can be, Gwydion said softly, but he continued to look hard at the Duke, and then he nodded slowly. If your decision is made, then so be it. But regarding my quest, a grant of men and silver and a ship to carry a stone from the Blessed Isle. Men and silver to help in the guarding of the other battlestones that must be found and lifted. Will you afford me such help as I may need? A pale smile passed over the Duke's face. It was a pretty trick of fire you played before us all last night. With such magic at your command, what need have you of ships and companies of men? And it is strange to hear you speak of purses of silver. Gwydion gestured the remark away testily. It is a rede of magic that magic helpeth those who have already sought to help themselves. Others will speak of the importance of free will, the impulse of charity, the origination and offering of ideas, that which may be offered in openness and honesty. But it is in the nature of magic that giving is receiving. Do you see? The Duke rolled his eyes. All this is high in arcane science, your concern and not mine. I am a practical man. Now, you see my reluctance to tread in your domain, Crowmaster, so why not do as I do, and leave statecraft to me? Richard, there are some tasks for which my own skills may not easily serve. I do not ask favors lightly, I cannot sail stones across the Grey Sea without help. A small gift from you would aid me in secret work that may yet avert disaster. Oh, this is naught but beggary, and tiresome beggary at that. I have told you I must root up the stones before it is too late. You are reported to be a wise man, Master Gwydion, the Duke said distantly. Perhaps that's why your request seems so strange to ordinary men. But I sometimes wonder if, in memory of the friendship you had with my father, I don't indulge you rather too much. You warn that war is coming, but in that event I too will be hard-pressed for men and silver. His fingers drummed on the arm of his chair. However, if you were to offer some compensating protection to me. Richard, do not try to bargain with magic. Surely one favor deserveth another, does it not? And do not quote the reeds wryly at me. Magic is never for sale, and never for negotiation, you know that. You cannot buy advantage with it. Magic must always be requested, never summoned, always respected, and never treated with disdain. Ask openly, ask honestly, for honest men alone have the right to speak words of power. The Duke's face froze. Now you are being unreasonable. Am I? Because I see so easily through your wiles? But battlestones, Master Gwydion? The Duke shook his head. How can I tell a common soldier that he must follow me unto death because the comrades who should have been protecting our flank were, by my order, sent off to grub up magic stones in some far distant part of the realm? Your soldiers will follow you anywhere. Of that I am quite sure. The Duke accepted the compliment graciously. But if there were to be a general spell of protection set upon the arms of Eber. Richard! Think what you are saying. You are asking for sorcery. And woe shall betide those, even in the greatest distress, who look to a sorcerer's embrace for advantage. They shall find only misery there. Will saw the difference between wizard and Duke widen. Gwydion came forward and seized the other's hand, but the Duke stubbornly took his hand away. Master Gwydion, you have received my answer thrice already. Do not press me. Gwydion rose, stepped back, gathered himself with formal dignity. His face betrayed no wrath at the foolish ways of men. Richard, my old friend, I must take my leave of you. The tide has today begun to turn against your cause. As for the Dragonstone, I will arrange to have it removed from Fotheringham as soon as may be. Meanwhile examine every motive that invites you to battle, for such invitations will not be all they may seem. Shale fata huget to you. Will followed as Gwydion turned to leave. When they emerged from the roundhouse, the whiteness of the snow brought a sudden hurt to Will's eyes. Mention of the Dragonstone had set old fears a-jangling, and he wondered if he should try to tell Gwydion about what had happened on the night that Edmund's hand had been burned, but now did not seem to be exactly the right moment. I was appointed Lord Protector of this realm, not you, Gwydion said, wearily repeating the words Duke Richard had used. And now he resents having been put into the protectorship by me. What's to be done with him? Did you see what the Duke had in his hand? Will asked. What? The Duke, he had a piece of unicorn's horn. Gwydion turned, reluctant to be jogged from his thoughts by Will's unconnected concerns. Not so. I would have felt it if there had been a piece of unicorn horn present. But the Duke had it in his hand. It was, he broke off, seeing the trap he was setting for himself. This was not the best time to begin making admissions. He decided to leave Gwydion's ill humor to settle. Instead he asked, did you really give King Lear's diamond to the Queen? Lear's diamond? The wizard turned, suddenly interested, suddenly intense. Oh, that was never Lear's. It was only buried with him. Did I not tell you about it, that diamond of great Arthur's? Yes, you did, Will said, unable for the moment to untangle quite what he knew from what he might have imagined. You said it was long ago brought out by great Arthur from the realm below. You said the star came from a chamber that lies deep under the earth. A place called Annuin where all the Hallows lay until Arthur stormed the fortress of Caerrigger. He and Taliesin and his heroes sailed there aboard the ship, Prydwen, and fetched the Hallows away, though only 7 returned alive. A curious half-smile was on the wizard's mouth. Did I tell you all that? You must have, Will said, his shoulders falling. Or how else could I have known it? How indeed? The wizard stirred. Perhaps you learned it from one of those twisted tales they tell down at the Green Man. Yes, he muttered. That must be it. But to answer your question about the Star of Annuin, I gave it to the Queen, for I know very well that she covets large and pretty jewels for their own sake. She knows not what it truly signifies, nor why I have made a gift of it to her. But why did you give it to such a calculating vixen? That's what Duke Richard can't understand, and neither can I. Oh, spoken like a true son of the tribe of Eber. Be careful, Willand. Be careful what you're turning into. Don't say that, Master Gwydion. I'm not one of them, really I'm not. And while we're about it, you still haven't answered my question. The wizard sniffed at Will's insistence. You are growing up quicker than I thought. I gave the diamond for a reason that cannot yet be spoken about, and most weakening to me it was to give, I might tell you, but... And how do you expect Duke Richard to understand your schemes, if you won't speak of them? I dare not speak of some matters. A little faith is all I ask of friend Richard. Long and patient has been my diplomacy on his behalf, but because he does not understand the whole of my purpose, nor the reasons behind what I do for him, he takes easy umbrage. Maybe there's more to Duke Richard's troubles than you allow, Will said, going after the wizard. Gwydion's cloak swirled as he turned. Indeed? It's just that I saw the figure of death walking in the garden of the White Rose on 2 occasions while you were away, Master Gwydion. And I've seen it again here. What do you think it portends? Gort told me you had been seeing apparitions. The wizard's eyes showed concern as he examined Will carefully. Gort puts what you saw at Fotheringham down to leakage from the Dragonstone, and whatever you may see here down to that which lies in the ground hereabouts. I am not so sure he is wholly right. I might say that matters concerning you have begun to make a deal more sense to me of late. The old fear seized him. Matters, Master Gwydion? The wizard's breath steamed in the cold air. His face was frozen as he looked into Will's eyes. Gort tells me many things. Do you know what premonitions are, Yes. They're portents of the future. Indeed they are. Warnings. Do you know why it is that you fear a portcullis will fall on you and kill you? The unexpected question floored him. No. Did you never think that perhaps one day such a thing would actually happen to you? That your fear of portcullises comes of a special kind of knowledge of happenings received by you ahead of time? You mean, foreknowledge? Something of the sort. It is thought that this is the main cause of premonitions, your future self is speaking a warning to you back across the barriers of time. Is that how I'm to die? Will asked, horrified. Chopped in 2 by a portcullis? Chopped in 2? Gwydion raised his eyebrows, then said lightly. What more would you have me say to you about it? It is your premonition. The knowledge maid will stare at the slushy ground. But I can't believe that. Oh, no. Why can't you believe it? Have you perhaps planned a more glorious end for yourself? Gwydion seized his shoulder. You may think Gord is an old fool, Willand, but he is not. Quite the opposite. I came here because he told me you had to be taken away. There is something here at Ludford that you cannot abide and you must go from here. Do you mean the battlestone that's buried nearby? That perhaps, but more. You saw my diplomacy with Richard fail. All my strategies for peace are collapsing. Ludford is not fruitful ground for us. Something is weakening my influence here, something I do not yet fully understand, but I do know that it involves you mightily. And what if I don't want it to involve me? The wizard's eyes were suddenly glowing coals. It hardly matters what you want. Here your sanity has been fluttering like silk in a gale. All your failings are magnified as by a glass. You have been carried along by the dread currents that are blowing through the house of Eber, and it is now too dangerous for you to remain among them. Mother Brigg can read little enough of your future, but she says that one day you will return here, and the knowledge you have gained of the powers that collide in this place will change the way the past is chosen and fixed from all the manifold futures. He swallowed, unnerved now. Master Gwydion, who is Mother Brigg? What did she say about me? Brigid, the High Queen of Imbued. Called by the slavers, Brigantia. She is a seer. That did not satisfy. But she's surely more than just a seer. Gwydion looked at him suddenly as a man regards a dog that had learned a clever new trick. More than just a seer, he says. You heard her speak it out plainly what she is. If I did, then I don't remember. Then you should have attended more closely, for she declared herself in an important way. She is sovereignty. She is seen by one and all as an aged crone, except by the man who would be king, and he sees her as a fair young maiden. But as for you, Willand, she says that one day history will turn on your actions here in this place, but that for the moment you should leave Ludford and leave it right away. They had reached the gates that led to the outer ward and will halted as they opened. Leave? What? Right now? But I can't just leave, he said numbly. Gwydion's expression was dark and haunted. War is a terrible business, Willand. Every battlestone unearthed and dealt with will be a calamity averted. Many thousands of lives can still be saved. Come with me and we shall look for them together. Will swallowed dryly. His head swam. But I can't come with you just like that. What about Willow? Gwydion's eyes flickered. You must make your choice. But don't you see? Willow's part of he true path, the destiny you're always talking about. It couldn't have been a coincidence that she just turned up at Fodderingham. She must be part of the greater pattern. We're meant to be together. Don't you see that? The wizard shook his head. You speak of destiny as if you understand it, but you do not. One day you will grasp its coils and they will grasp you, but not for a while yet. He stiffened. Master Gwydion, I'm not coming with you this time. Are you certain about that? The wizard directed his glance upward. Will followed his glance, saw the iron-shod teeth of the portcullis hanging above him, and as he stepped smartly out from under them he felt his resolve waver. But I can't leave Willow. The wizard's words resumed their understanding tone. With Edward showing such an interest in her? Will bowed his head, feeling nothing but agony now. Duty warred with desire inside him. He had not promised himself to any wild goose chase this time. The desire he felt for Willow was real, and thwarting it was painful. I'm sorry, Master Gwydion. I can't come with you. So be it. The wizard turned and walked away, looking to Will like nothing so much as a stubborn old man trudging through the winter white and bent on a fool's mission. What am I supposed to do? He asked Gwydion silently. Wander around barefoot in the tracks of a madman? May the frozen ground break asunder and swallow you up, Master Gwydion, he whispered bitterly. But it was no good. The more he watched the wizard's back, the more his decision rang hollow. By choosing selfishness he would allow fear and desire to shape his destiny instead of taking command of himself in the way he knew he ought. If you truly believe it'll save one life, he shouted. Gwydion stopped. He turned and let his staff fall and held out his hand so that he could clasp Will when he ran to him. There was nothing but gratitude now in the wizard's face. I knew I was right about you. We may triumph yet in our perilous quest, you and I, Willand. But though he cried with the wizard's joy, he also felt the pain of his own sacrifice. You must give me a moment to be alone with Willow, he said, tearing off his shoes in readiness to go barefoot once more. She deserves to know. Part 4, Will's Test. Chapter 18, The Plaguestone. Winter slowly released the realm from its icy claw as Will and Gwydion went in search of the battlestones. The crocuses came, opening saffron yellow, then the buds of the trees, swollen to bursting, began to unfold delicate green leaves, and it seemed to Will that the world lay before him like a land of dreams. In the afternoons the sun and rain together made sky bows of brilliant iridescence that overspread their wanderings. The yelping of vixens made the nights eerie and the smell of fox laced the moist woods, but the rainy days lengthened and grew warmer, and soon the night frost stopped altogether. Will put 2 braids in his hair once more, made himself a wayfarer's staff out of an oak sapling and tried to feel pleased to be free of the world of heavy crowns and high castles. Here he was again, walking the land in the company of a wizard, and that was something very few folk ever got to do. Yet for all his enthusiasm, he had to admit that he had come to enjoy many of the comforts of the Duke of Eber's household, and one overriding regret continued to gnaw at him. Willow had accepted his decision with an understanding that made him want to hug her and never let her go. Instead they had exchanged a promise, he had clutched her to him in one last forlorn embrace, then she had watched him leave with tears in her eyes. He had turned back many times, had seen her waving from the walls until they passed out of sight. And there had been little to compare with how that had made his heart feel. Even the memory of it had the power to plunge him into a sighing mood. Now, after many sleepless nights setting his body against the cold, he had begun to learn how to mend his ragged feelings and to understand the power of wild ways. Gwydion showed him how to send a comforting warmth coursing through his flesh, so that even when a gale of sleet was blowing his body could roar with a dry heat within the tent of his cloak like an owl inside its jacket of feathers. Thawing the ice in his heart had been a harder matter though, and only passing time and training up his powers of forgetting were able to lessen the ache. One evening, when the light was dying, Will looked away from the fire and said, "I sometimes think about what happened at Preston Mantles. I feel bad about it, like it's my fault." There was no comfort in the wizard's reply. "If Maskull could find you he would do the same to you. Or worse." "Is there a worse?" Fear turned his stomach over. "What does he want with me?" "Quite simply, you are blocking his progress." "But how? What is he trying to do?" "I could understand if you told me he wanted to gain the overlordship of the world or something. In a way, he does. I think it's about time you told me what would happen if Maskull won." "You have been a long time in asking that question," Gwydion said, his eyes in complete darkness now. "And now that you have asked, I must answer you." He shifted closer and propped himself on one arm against the crane bag. The fire kindled, spat and crackled and red sparks flew up. Will had the sense of a lull before a storm. If Maskull triumphed, then all that is fine in the world would start to fade from it. The spirits of men and women would yearn for peace, but they would know only war, even unto the 13th generation. The inner spirits of men would be dimmed. In such a world no satisfactions could endure long. Neither love nor delight would be felt. There would be only impoverishment and fear. It seemed too immense to comprehend. But how could such things come about through the actions of one man, Master Gwydion? Even a sorcerer like Maskull who was once of the Ogdoad? How could he change everything like that? And why would anyone want to? Gwydion's form shifted, and for the first time Will thought the wizard appeared tired beyond endurance. "Once there were 9 of us, 8 guardians and 1 betrayer. Now the Ogdoad is no more, and I am all that is left. The end of another age is coming. The times are soon to change again. And who can say what will follow in the after times? Remember, Willand, it is never beyond the power of a single convinced man, sorcerer or not, to degrade the lives of everyone in the world, if he is allowed to rise and do what he will and remain unopposed by those who have it in their power to stop him." "Convinced man? Convinced about what?" he asked, alarmed. "Convinced about what, Master Gwydion?" But the wizard had decided that he should say no more. The next day they dined in a manner fit for kings, fresh mutton given to them in the last village and truffles that Gwydion had found in a beechwood. Will took out the 2 succulent chops, and set them over the fire that Gwydion whispered up. It was not long before they were ready to eat. "But I feel guilty having both chops," he said when Gwydion refused his portion. "Guilty? Then eat only one. Or none at all." "But that would be a waste, and wizards don't like waste. Besides, I'm hungry." "Then eat them both." He deliberated for a moment, then tucked in. "Do you never eat meat, Master Gwydion?" "I have no need of flesh, fish or fowl." Will chewed the meat from the bone. "It's very good." "So I see." Will frowned and rubbed the grease from his chin onto his sleeve. "Is it that a wizard may not eat meat?" Gwydion sighed and sat back, his fingers motionless on his knee. I do not eat meat because I have no need of it. And because I have no need of it, it is not to my taste. Do eagles pluck up grass stalks, or doves dine upon leg of lamb? Gwydion told him then about ages past and the days he had spent in the wilderness that were long and cold and lonely. He spoke of rigors and toughness of mind. How sometimes a man's body deceived him, desiring sleep when sleep would only kill him. Such are the journeys in the far north and over the high mountains where snow ghosts swirl and a man may easily be caught by a sudden change in the weather. Many have been taken and lie frozen still in those high passes, their bodies trapped in ice that never melts. Will shifted uneasily. Why are you telling me about this? You, who chooses what he speaks about with great care. Because wisdom is often underlain by a tissue of small unregarded things. Perhaps in coming time it may be useful to you to know what lies in the far north. And it may be that you can develop habits of mind that will help you. Habits of mind? Mental disciplines, let us call them, like opening your mind. How do you do that? In time I believe I can teach you how to do it. Will wiped the last of the grease from his hands. If you have no need of meat, then I shall have no need of it either. Gwydion smiled. Brave heart. Now it remains only for you to conquer your taste for it. Will thought about that, then he scratched a hole and buried the bones, saying a short formula of thanks over them. It had been Gwydion's habit to sing the Breen histories. He committed a part of each day to it, usually just after Will had eaten, when his scrying talent had waned into slothfulness. But no sooner had he begun today than Will interrupted him. You've already told me about Helly and Lud. Don't you remember? It was just after you brought me away from Lord Strange's tower. You wanted then to know about how the slavers first came into the Isles. Shall I tell you now how they left? Will brightened. I was taught by Tutor Espal that Caswallon was succeeded by his brother, Turvan, and Turvan by his son, Cunobeline, who was 81st king of Brea's line, which being 9 times 9 was a fortunate number, and... You were given much sound history, Gwydion cut him short. But I am about to tell you much that Tutor Espal could not teach about the slavers, for I was there and he was not. Will marveled at the casualness of that remark. It set him wondering again why one of the names Gwydion had been known by was Master Merlin. Merlin was the wizard who had appeared in all the stories about great Arthur, and not for the first time Will was inclined to ask himself if Master Merlin and Master Gwydion might not have been one and the same person. But Gwydion was now telling of other histories, of a tumultuous time when the slavers' deadly grip on the Isles began to falter. Will tuned his mind to the flow of wisdom and bathed in it willingly. For many years the Breen kings became the slavers' willing puppets, ruling always in subservience to them until a great calamity befell Tibor and the slaver armies were at last withdrawn. Nor could the realm return to its former glory when the slavers left, because by now the lork had been broken. And so, in the years that followed the slavers' going, invasion followed invasion. Cineas's time as Fantarch was not an easy one, for though the slavers had gone, they left behind them something far more destructive. The thing that broke them, Will ventured. The Great Lie. Gwydion nodded. The Great Lie. In the latter days of the slavers, blank-eyed men came from the east with but a single song on their lips. One of them was called Swithin, the first of the sightless ones to recruit in these isles. He, and those who came after, were a part of that vile fellowship of sorcery that had eaten the slaver empire from within. It interposed itself between the people and their rulers and so gained power over the one and influence over the other. And it grew ever richer by driving folk toward insanity. How? Will breathed. By telling them the Great Lie. Did I not already tell you that whereas slaver soldiers enslaved the body with shackles and chains, these teachers of untruth imprisoned minds? The fellowship built in mournful stone many desolate palaces, temples with roofs like skulls, wherein echoed a hatred of the old ways. They sought ever to dupe and delude folk away from true knowledge, and to rule them by the lashes of fear and falsehood. When the empire of the slavers devoured itself, new invaders came as a fresh torment to the now defenseless land. Northlings they were, fierce men, land-hungry hewers of trees and stealers of cattle, men who lived in a land where there grows a giant, brooding tree. Across the darkling seas they came in ships, each year a different tribe of them, every spring a new invasion. With swords and axes they came, and because each battlestone brooded now in solitary malice and could no longer do its work in concert with its brothers, these warlike invaders were victorious and satisfied their lust for blood without disturbance from the lork. For many years, the rivers ran red. Famine and pestilence stole over the land, and in every place where once the writ of the slaver empire had run, there now reigned the lawless Northling. Thus was the blood of these isles mixed for 1,000 years. The 100th king reigned at the start of those times, and his name was Uther. Do you recall that name? Will was uncertain. I don't think I know it. Did not Tutor Espal ever speak to you of Uther Pendragon? Or of his magical union with Igerna? Or the one who was born of that union? No. Or if he did, he didn't dwell over long on it. The child was called Arthur, Gwydion said, looking hard at him. Great Arthur, Will repeated enthralled. None knew it at first, but this was his second coming, and one that had been long awaited, for Arthur had lived another life ages ago, in the days of the first men when he sailed upon the ship Pridwen and brought out the spoils from Annuin. This latter coming, however, was his second incarnation, and I was ready to receive him. Then you are Master Merlin, Will said, hardly daring to breath it. I was your advisor then, as I am your advisor now. My advisor? Will felt as if all the blood had been drained from him. He took a deep breath to fill the hollowness that had grown inside. You still might be wrong about me, Master Gwydion. I might, for in many ways I am fallible. But the prophecies of the Black Book have never been known to fail, and you fit them like a glove. You are the third incarnation that was prophesied, of that there is no doubt. But I'm no king. Look at me. Gwydion looked and laughed. Do you know, that is exactly what the wart said to me, Who's the wart? Just a nickname. It was what I used to call Arthur when he was a child. As the bracing winds of the month of March finally blew themselves out in refreshing April rains, they wandered into the southwest to survey the high moorlands, but found the lands there too clean and too sweet to help them in their task. Will was unable to find the least sign of a line beyond a cake he felt in the village of Norton Fitzwarren. And even that, Gwydion said, might have come from the bones of a great dragon that were buried under the gardens there. At any rate, well before they came to the borders of the dukedom of Corrie they turned their backs on the sunset and went away east and north instead into the levels. Before they left the wetlands Gwydion pointed out the sacred torrid Gallistenberg and it made Will shiver, for there brooding hard upon the top was the dark mass of a chapter house, and so terrible a thing as that he had not ever thought to see in so sacred a place. Why does it pain me so to see that sight? He asked solemnly. Because you are well used to seeing it how it was. You see what the sightless ones have done, how their promises to you were all of them broken. After that, they went north along by the Vale of Malmsberg, and rested 2 wet days in a barn in Hook Lydiad while Gwydion sang more of the histories and then interpreted them until Will's understanding of the context of his life was made good. On the 3rd day the sun came out and they went on again. By midday a west wind had dried the ground considerably. Gwydion whispered up a fire and made them a warm meal, and Will ate gratefully. As he finished he stirred and stretched and said, But you haven't spoken of the times that lie between the leaving of the slavers and the coming of Gillen the Conqueror. What happened in those days? Gwydion let his eyes settle again on Will's own. 1,000 years and more lie between great Arthur's days and the conquest, but little of that concerns us now. Suffice to say that in the bloody wars that followed the withdrawal of the slavers, the Lork continued in its ruptured state and gave no protection to the land. The realm was fractured into many small territories. More shipborne invaders came from across the sea, until they struggled one with another, and so more blood flowed. I had seen the realm broken into parts before. It happened after the reigns of Ferex and Porrex, the quarreling sons of Gorboduc. Back then, the realm was reunited under one strong king, King Pinner by name, but in the Northlings' time the 6 kingdoms emerged from the fighting. Westset, Marset, Umberland, Esselby, Kennet and Lindisay, Will recited, remembering well the lessons given by Tutor Espal. Indeed so. And it was my friend Semias's greatest achievement to manage the diplomacy whereby the 6 were made one again. And later, when Gillen the Conqueror came here 12 generations of men ago, Semias made what compact he could with him, which was little enough, for Semias's strength was by that time already failing, and his grip on affairs loosening. The Conqueror's allies attacked in the north. There was a great fight at Stenford, and another at Sunlack Ridge, when King Hardy was shot in the eye and fell under the hooves of Gillen's horsemen. Still, much bloodshed was averted by Semias's interventions, and the wilder excesses of Gillen's harriers were discouraged. An agreement was made that if Gillen would be king and his 90 barons would deign to become tenants-in-chief of the realm, then they should regard themselves not as owners, but as stewards whose duty was to care for what was a venerable land. And this was the pact that was solemnly sworn to. But Gillen was ambitious and overweening and his knowledge of occult powers was great. He had brought a great army here, promising riches to all who would fight alongside him. And now, in victory, he was true to his word. He built, first in wood, but later in stone. This was a land of many parts, all of which Gillen accounted carefully in his great book of the realm, which every king since has kept. Gillen made a crown for himself, dispossessed the thanes and earls of the Northling folk, and gave the realm piece by piece into the keeping of his friends. Those who had ruled formerly were made Gillen's slaves in one way or another. The earls and thanes were made into overseers and the churlish folk put to the hard labor of heaping up the earth to make mounds and moats for Gillen's lieutenants to raise their towers upon. Thus, in harshness and in cruelty did these new barons seize a grip on the land which they had lately won. In time, they fashioned all the great castles and bastions that stand today, and the sons of their sons dwell in them even now. But At least there's been a sort of peace for the last few hundred years, Will said. Peace? Gwydion said sharply. I would not call it that. The power of the Lork has been warped too much. There has been bloodshed of some kind in every generation. Always a new war has come, sometimes in the north, sometimes in the west, and between times there have been sundry risings of the common folk against the tyranny of their masters. But there has been no true peace such as once reigned in these isles. And all this without the battle stones. Quite so. The battle stones are still in the ground. And each one remains a hub of darkness from which misfortune leaches. And that is why the coming war will be nastier than all the fights that have been before. Matters are now worse than in the days of the slaver legions, for the heirs of the conqueror have built no new stone roads to keep the now corrupted flows of the Lork in check. They have let the slaver wall decay in the north so that the poison is spread even into Albany, and they have allowed the great dike of King Offa in the west to be filled and flattened, so tainting Cambrai. The highways of the slaver empire are now falling fast into their final decay, though they have outlasted the great boast of their makers, which was 1,000 years. Now there are gaps here and holes there, for never in all that time has any real repair been made to them. The looking glasses are cracking, Willand. The dams are holed. You saw the Akemain, the road that cuts through Witchwood. Lengths have sunk under mud or been swept away by flood, torn up by the roots of trees or undermined on purpose and taken away in carts to make the fillings for castle walls. Now I see what you were talking about, Will said, feeling that his understanding had been suddenly broadened. Gwydion smiled and poked a twig among the ashes of the fire. Rest assured that you have a lot more yet to learn. Will said. I have one last question. If Maskell was an Ogdoad wizard like you, then how has he remained ignorant of the Lork all this time? He is not ignorant of it, and we must hope that he knows no more about it than I do. The wizards of the Ogdoad learned much about the world, but we did not come to know everything, nor in the latter ages did we necessarily share what we knew with one another. There was a good reason for this. Will rubbed his nose. You mean, the betrayer who was among you? We did not know who he was, not even, it seems, the traitor himself. We knew only that he never left us as the ages declined, and therefore as we diminished in number his share of influence grew ever the greater. When I discovered Gritch's treacheries, which I did after finding fragments of the Black Book in his possession, I told Semias about it, but not Maskell. Why? Because by that time it had become clear to me that Maskell must be the betrayer, for Semias was Fantark, and therefore fated to go into the far north in time. That left only Maskell. But didn't Semias try to help you against Maskell? Gwydion sighed. How could he? How could he choose between us? Will watched the lights of the grove shifting for a while, but then he got up and helped Gwydion prepare to move on. Master Gwydion, why did we not scry for the stone that you said lies near Ludford? Because it is far more urgent that we find another stone, the one to which the dragon's stone points. What do you mean by points? And Gwydion said, while you were at Fodderingham I travelled far, and consulted with many knowledgeable folk, but I heard little concerning the Lork, and what I did glean was usually far-fetched. Even so, some tales had, I think, seeds of truth in them. In the same way there are verses tying each sister stone to its brother, so also are the battle stones tied one to the next by their inscriptions. That is why they carry two distinct readings. It may be a relic of some magical mechanism. A safeguard perhaps. A way to dismantle the array. I do not know. But each stone we find will lead us to others so long as we have the wit to understand what the clues mean. Furthermore, I believe there is a set sequence in which the stones are meant to awaken. Do you know which is meant to be the first? Gwydion stroked his beard ruefully. It would seem to be the one called the Doomstone. But even that is not wholly certain. Do you know how many are there? There may be 9, or there may be 19. The wizard sighed, and decided to say it plainly. If I were given to gambling I would stake my wager on 39. 39? Will shut his eyes and open them again. Thrice 13. It is as likely a number as any, and far more likely than some. Will blew out a heavy breath. One for each of the earldoms of the realm? That many, do you think? Let us not burden ourselves with numbers. But I was right to think there are two kinds of battlestone, the greater and the lesser, and that only the greater stones call battle down. What then, you may ask, do the lesser ones do? Nothing in themselves, it seems. They are merely guide stones, but it is my surmise that these lesser stones must be present for the Lork to draw earth power and effectively direct the harm. That'll make our task all the harder, Will said. Because we might discover lesser stones when we're looking for the greater kind. More than likely. But do not gallop too far ahead. To discover just one more battlestone would be a fine thing. Our task appears daunting. First we must go where the dragon stone points, then find the next stone, then the next after that, and so on until we arrive at the doomstone. But if there are as many battlestones as you said, then the search could take years. I do not see any other way. At least, by then you will be properly grown up and will have come fully into your powers. By then, the war will be over and done with. Come here then, and let me try to instruct you again in how to open your mind. As the spring days continued to lengthen and the noonday sun rose ever higher, Gwydion tried to teach Will the knack of opening his mind. Our senses are limited. No man sees, hears, or feels the world in all its glory. You must learn to let fall the barriers you have built up against knowing the world as it truly is. But how, Master Gwydion? First consider the difference between seeing and watching, or that between hearing and listening, and you will begin to grasp what your mind must do. You have been through enough lessons to know what it means to concentrate. The first step in opening your mind is almost the opposite of that. But Will found it harder in practice than Gwydion had made it seem. Though they scried the land to north and south and to east and west, it was all to no avail, until one afternoon they came by the hamlet of Aston Audingley. For most of a wet, spring morning Gwydion had been steering them away from the farms and manors they saw, and now he drew Will off the road and into hiding while they took their lunch. As you know, some places welcome my arrival, the wizard explained as they made themselves scarce. Others do not. The landowner here is Baron Clifton, whom you may remember from Clarendon. He wore his colors of 6 gold rings upon red and his badge was the red wyvern. Will nodded. A clipped black beard and a sly scowl? Then you do remember him. I guess we're unwelcome here, then. You guess well. He has warned his people against me, so it would be unsafe for us to pass undisguised among them, or even to show ourselves to any of the local folk. The only succor we would receive now would be hard words and harder steel. They rested under a hedge that Gwydion had covered with his cloak, sitting by a small, smokeless fire of twigs, warming themselves as a fine rain fell. Minute drops misted the surface of Will's woolen coat like tiny diamonds. The rain showed no sign of letting up as the sky shredded itself in slants of grey. Will made an effort to feel the moment just as Gwydion had taught him, and when he did he found there was an unspeakable beauty to what his usual mind had dismissed as no more than grey and miserable. So, Gwydion said, a twinkle in his eye. You still have not told me how you enjoyed life at Fotheringham. Will laughed. It was no hardship compared to living in hedges. I had hoped that castle life would teach you some harder lessons, I learned how to hunt wild boar and how to stalk a henmule, which I later found out to my disappointment is nothing more than a roe deer in its 3rd year. They showed me the different sorts of hounds that verdeerers keep, and the way to use hawks to catch fat pigeons, what vervels and jesses are, how to tell different hawks apart, and that the first point of hawking is to hold fast, and plenty more besides. Was there no fighting? When I'd been living at Fotheringham for a few months, they began to teach me how to use a sword and buckler, and then a long sword called a hand and a half. How to swing the blade in attack and to parry in defense. I told them I preferred the quarterstaff, but Edward always laughed at me for that. He used to call me Willy Wagstaff, so I gave it up. Then he is a fool and so are you. The well-wielded stave is the most effective of all weapons, Gwydion said, patting his own staff. Though few noblemen know its secrets, I told Sir John you never carried metal about you, except a little blade of star iron. He called that willful stupidity. He made me recite the names of all the different pieces of armor so I knew them by heart, and then he had me learn how to put them all on in the right order. I had to wear mail and steel until they felt as easy upon me as a silk shirt. Then he taught me how to write to arms and how to tilt at a quinton, which is not a poem of 5 lines as once I thought, but a brutish wooden thing that turns about as you pass and tries to knock you off your horse. When Will fell silent, Gwydion asked, and did you enjoy those lessons? It was exciting, but, he shrugged again, it was always about killing. Killing animals, or killing birds or killing people, or trying not to get killed yourself. I know that so much of a lord's life has to be about death, even about killing, but it seems to me they hardly think about anything else. They're so proud, Master Gwydion, and yet so frightened inside. I've seen a kestrel fall upon a mouse and tear it to pieces often enough, but somehow what a kestrel does is different, for it's done out of hunger or for its young sake. When men kill they kill out of hatred, or Gwydion's eyes rested, smiling, on the western horizon. The 7 failings arise out of the 3 weaknesses. Hatred is one of those weaknesses. And that gets into men mostly through lies. Lies told to the young and supped with mother's milk, or later when weak men have learned how to believe whatever they want. That is how they fall for the great lie that the fellowship peddles. With few exceptions it is only jealousy, hatred, or fear that makes folk hurt or kill one another. These 3, magic tells us, are to be avoided by the wise man at all costs. Jealousy, hatred, and fear, like those stirred up by the lies that seep out of the battlestones. Gwydion nodded. Quite so. I am pleased that you seem to have sloughed off most of the dead layers of hide that grew over you while you were at Fotheringham. Yet Will saw in that another opportunity to unburden himself. So you see, Master Gwydion, why you must be wrong about me. I can't be the third incarnation of Arthur because I don't have the makings of a warrior king. That is by the by. In Arthur's first incarnation he was an adventurer, in his second a warrior king. Who knows how he will return in his third and final form? Perhaps it is as a stubborn young ass. My point exactly. He said, reveling in the idea. There'd be no point in him coming back as a nobody. Especially one like me. He wouldn't do that, would he? Because how would that help him in saving the realm? He laughed and lay back, closing his eyes. Then he let himself slide into that state of mind he had been trying to cultivate for days. Almost at once he sat bolt upright. By the moon and stars, Master Gwydion, ... What is it, lad? There's a stone near here. Gwydion looked at him closely. Are you sure? I felt something. Just then, when I tried to open my mind. It felt as if I was sleepwalking in a mist and the ground beneath me was rocky and sharp, then down came the mist. Show me the quarter in which the stone lies. I can't rightly say. Will closed his eyes, put out his arms and began to spin slowly back and forth like a scarecrow in the wind. When he opened his eyes again he said, Master Gwydion, what happens if the place where a battlestone is buried has been built upon? How would we be able to raise it if the owner didn't allow us entry? Why do you ask that? Because I fear that this battlestone lies down there, under the manor of Lord Clifton. Gwydion seized him. Do you know that for sure? It's just a feeling. Gwydion stood behind him and asked, is this stone greater or lesser in power than the Dragonstone? Will answered straight away. Lesser. Lesser than the Dragonstone, but only a little less. Perhaps 1/8 part less. The wizard's eyes narrowed and he shook his head, marveling. Can you be that exact? Will closed his eyes for a moment and felt for the stone. It's as exact as seeing who's the taller of two men. I can tell it's quite a small stone, small in weight and size, I mean. As tall as a child of 4 years and as far around as a man might just about clasp his arms. As for weight, I could, I think, just about lift it up by myself, though I couldn't raise it far. The wizard began to pace back and forth exceededly. How can you know this, when the stone is buried in 2 furlongs away? I don't know, but the line is showing up very strongly. Maybe it's the sun and moon. I've never felt anything so clearly. Maybe it's to do with where I happen to choose to rest. We're on a line here. Remarkable. Gwydion began prodding the ground, shaking his head. After a while he called Will along after him, but not in the direction that led towards the manor. Come, Willand, we must be on our way. Where are you going? I think that, after all, we should not approach the stone, even though it may be one of the greater sort. Will was amazed at the wizard's decision. Not approach it? After all these weeks we've spent trying to find one? We must return here at a later season, of course, Gwydion said, beckoning Will onward again. But from what you have already told me this cannot be the particular stone for which we seek. How do you know that for certain? I do not. Certainties are hard to find where battlestones are concerned. But the Doomstone must be greater in power than the Dragonstone, and the Black Book says of it that the last which was planted shall foremost be in slaughter. I have taken this to mean that the first great battle will rage in the place where the Doomstone now dwells. We must seek for it elsewhere. But this one's powerful enough, and probably no guidestone, Will protested. A battle will be fought here eventually. This stone may not grow troublesome for years yet, and much may pass in half a year that might make the eventual solution easier. I would rather use the time while the line remains strong to try to follow it. Will glanced back towards the manor and a sharp pain made him clutch his arm and call out. What is it? Nothing, Master Gwydion. Just a cramp. But it was not cramp and he knew it. He rubbed at his arm and the agony seemed to run to earth and leave him. When it did he shuddered. As he caught up with the wizard he said, I know one thing, if I was Duke Edgar I'd rather fetch an army here to fight than take it to many another place. Why do you say that? Because there's no castle here, and you yourself once told him to beware castles on pain of death. Gwydion nodded, then smiled. So I did, Willand. So I did. And you're right, that is another clue for us to think on. They found that the line upon which the battlestone of Aston Audingley stood ran broadly west to east. For the next few days it swelled strongly, and they were able to follow it westward. Then they lost it and wandered aimlessly northward for 10 leagues, but as they crossed a great river called the Trennet and so entered the earldom of Staff, the moon rose and Will began to feel something stirring again. He knew at once what it was, and that this line was different to the one they had been following previously. That was hard to explain. They're not as different as the tastes of cider and ale, but still quite different, sort of like the scents of two different flowers, if you see what I mean. If I could see what you meant, Gwydion said, I would be a far wiser man. Well, he said, grinning, just as you wanted Duke Richard to have faith in you, so you'll have to have faith in me. And Gwydion laughed at that. Well said. At last, with the help of the full moon, they came upon what Will said was sure to be another battlestone. It was half buried in the ground near a bend in the river Churnet. The folk of the earldoms of Staff and Warwick were, so Gwydion said, among the wisest people in the realm. The local people of Chettle would not go near the place where the stone stood, which was on the far side of a leek field. They called it the plague stone, and said there was a story that whomsoever touched it would fall ill and die before the next full moon. I have been to this spot many times, and I have known of this stone for many generations, Gwydion said. But there are tens of thousands of sarsens scattered throughout the realm, and a large proportion of them are either of ill repute or actually show a malign nature. So this one was a battlestone, eh? How fortunate you are here this time to show me. Something about the wizard's words sounded sarcastic, even sinister. The scent of wild garlic was on the air. Will's skin crawled at the sight of the stone. When Gwydion set him descrying the land about, he found 4 paths of influence, 2 flowing inwards and 2 out. Again, he could sense differences between them. Ah, Gwydion said, bending to examine the small wildflowers that grew nearby. It must be because 2 lines cross here. The one that passes northwest to southeast is the stronger, Will said as the hazel wand twitched suddenly. There. That must be the line that was called in the Black Book Mullert, after the elder tree. The other will be Beta, named for the birch. The lines have names? Will muttered. You didn't tell me. You keep too much from me. Gwydion's chin jutted. Do I, indeed? Then let me tell you now. The Lork consists of 9 great lines. They were called of old, Iburos, Caorthan, Indinen, Tan, Cullen, Sealan, Mullert, Helligan, and Beta. Is that enough for your ill temper to bite on for the time being? If you know so much, why can't you find them yourself? I have told you before, the knowledge of where each line runs has long been lost. Pay attention. We must approach the stone. I don't want to go near it, Will said. A sudden obstinate loathing filled his mind. I think you've secretly found the Black Book and don't want to tell me about it. When the wizard turned to him, he was smiling and pointing like a mischievous demon. You're betrayed, he said, crooking a sorcerer's finger. One shall be made too. You're going to die. A vivid picture leapt into Will's mind of a portcullis running down and cutting him in 2. His fragile courage snapped and he bolted. When Gwydion caught up with him, he was sitting on the grass with his head in his hands. Willand. He was shaking. Go away. Speak to me. Why did you do that? What did I do? Say that I was betrayed. That one would be made 2 and I would die, I never said you were betrayed, or that you would die. You must have imagined it. Will looked up, angry. I thought you were Mascal. Mascal? He's a sorcerer, isn't he? He might have taken your place last night while you slept. It's all right for you, you're a wizard. Your spirit is in an egg in the far north. Nothing can harm you. If you think I am immune from harm, then think again. I have told you more than once that the power within a battlestone is easily sufficient to destroy me. I do not approach these stones lightly, and neither should Gwydion. Stopped suddenly and threw up his hands. Oh, listen to the pair of us. We are at each other's throats like nag and blackguard. Now, why do you think that is? Will made a tremendous effort to clear his mind. It's the stone. Shall we start again, from the beginning? Will dragged himself to his feet, forced his mind to open a crack. A tiny sliver of dread entered and sparkled inside his skull, but he ruthlessly snuffed it out and forced his feet onward. As they neared the brooding stone, the sun went behind a cloud and the ache in his belly deepened. The stone was not very big, 2 strong men might just be able to lift it once it was dug out. But it was lying at a sickening angle to the ground, like a broken leg, like a ship sinking in the sea, like the tower of a slighted castle. Perhaps someone had tried to pull it up before, but had been beaten back. Will gritted his teeth and forced another forward pace out of his unwilling legs. Do not touch it. Then, against his own advice, the wizard advanced upon the stone and laid a palm flat against the side. The words he muttered were in the true tongue, Asel na Dorkais in Gilak Agish Green. Gwydion was demanding an answer and listening for the reply. Then he said, Willand, what do you make of it? Will stared at the warty surface. As he opened his mind a little more, his nostrils filled with the stench of infection, and his belly writhed as if it was full of worms. The horror of the exposure made him retch. Near the stone, the taste of the two lines was powerfully combined into a cloying bitterness that filled his mouth and made him spit. "It's not a stone of the kind we seek," he said, wiping his mouth. "This is one of the lesser sort." "Are you sure?" "Yes." "And there's no verse?" Will gasped as another sick wave rose inside him. "Only a letter carved into its end." "Which letter?" Gwydion said, then he looked for himself. "Duir, oak." "So? No verse. No clue." While filled with malice, these stones give only such clues as please them. Perhaps a draining is needed to force more out. Will's eyes began to sting. He blinked and bloody tears came. Gwydion seized him and led him away. He limped for 101 crippled paces, then fell down. "It's over," the wizard said. "You've done all that was asked. Rest now." Slowly, the revulsion ebbed and Will began to recover his senses. He sat on the damp grass, feeling his heart beating out a stumbling rhythm. After a while it slipped back into its usual regularity. This plague stone appears to be one that is spoken of in the Black Book as the second most powerful of the lesser-ranking stones. Important but not, alas, what I had hoped to find. Will lay propped on his elbow. He did not want to consider the Doomstone. This lesser stone seemed vile enough. He said with foreboding, "The question is, now we've found it, what do you want to do with it? This time we must raise it." Will groaned. "It's been here as long as any of them. Why raise this one and not the other? Surely another year or two. I think we should not leave this stone here." "You can't mean you want to try draining it?" "Oh, that would be far too dangerous. And unnecessary. But we should move it. If the Lork is becoming active, the good folk of Chettle and all the other towns and villages nearby might be drawn here and hurt. Now tell me the real reason." Gwydion threw down his staff. "I have reason to believe that taking a guidestone out of the Lork might delay the awakening of the rest." "And where will you take it? Where would it be safe?" "You bound the dragon stone with spells, but it has seeped a lot of harm." The wizard looked sharply to him, then bit a knuckle. "There may be a place. Stay here while I go to spellbind the stone." After Gwydion had danced out his magic, they went to borrow a cart and ropes and other tools of work. They lifted the plague stone just as they had the dragon stone, and set about driving it northwards. Will spat again, unable to rid his mouth of a foul taste, unable either to shake from his mind the image of the blemished, toad-like skin of the stone. "Would it really have killed me if I'd touched it? Perhaps not right away," Gwydion said with a wry smile. "But you can always try it and see." He asked what kind of castle they were going to this time, and what guardian might have the strength to resist the stone's whisperings. But Gwydion would not say. Instead, he distracted Will with tales about what life was like at Trinavant. He spoke of the great spire in the White Hall, and the White Tower where the kings of the realm kept a menagerie, and how there was a huge ice bear kept on a long chain that walked out every summer day into the river Iasis to catch trout and salmon fish for its dinner. At length they came into a wild and unkempt land, and Will knew they must be nearing their destination. They had come many leagues and he felt far away and under threat again. He supposed that was the stone's defenses eating at him, but still he could not avoid looking round at the wasteland and suppressing a shudder. "Where are we?" "Be cheerful," Gwydion said encouragingly. "You are quite safe in this place. No one dares to come here." Will looked around all the more. "Why not?" "Because a leper lives here." "A leper? Don't look so ill at ease. He is a leper no more. He is a man well known to me, for it was I who halted the Serpigo that ruined his flesh. Once he was a most accomplished mason. What did he build? All his life he worked on raising new towers and soaring spires for the sightless ones. But in his 40th year he began to lose the feeling in his fingers. One day he dropped his hammer and it narrowly missed hitting one of the chapter house elders. After that, the fellowship found him out and expelled him from their works. He was too proud to beg for charity through the bars of a lazar house. Instead, he was brought to a quiet place to dwell alone, a place close to the village of his birth. "Here?" Gwydion indicated the rocky cliff they were nearing. "Anston the leper lives alone in yonder cave." I halted his ailment, but no spell of mine could restore the damage that had already destroyed much of his hands and face. I could do nothing about that, for it had come to him during the days of his service to the sightless ones and had arisen out of Anston's own troubled heart. Will stared around at the bleakness of the heath with its wide tracts of heather and scrub, and, here and there, rocky outcrops. "How does he live out here? This is a disused quarry." Anston's trade tools are fitted to leathers which are bound to his stumps. He ekes out a living sculpting figures from the stone that lies around him. A sister leaves food and drink close by this spot every week and takes away what finished work he leaves for her, but she never looks upon him. That's sad. I think there is no better place for the plaguestone to rest than in Anston's cave, for he will not touch it himself, and no one else dares to come here. The remedy is not perfect, but it will have to serve until I can find its sister stone and bring it here. But you haven't even brought the dragonstone's sister yet, Will said, looking sidelong. I thought that was one of the things you were supposed to do when you went away from Fotheringham. There were many matters more urgent than the dragonstone, which is, despite your fears, far safer in its bindings than it was while at liberty. Will cast another glance at the plaguestone, wondering if the wizard's unwillingness to entertain obvious measures was any of its malicious doing. What would happen if you tried to pair the wrong stones? I fear that would be my final mistake. The creaking cart came to a halt and Will began to hear the slow clinking of a mason's chisel. A faint smell of corrupted flesh lay on the air. It caused Will to turn suddenly and look at the plaguestone again. Gwydion said, "It would be better if you climbed down and waited here." He stood by the entrance to the quarry as Gwydion took the cart inside. The clinking that came from the wounded earth stopped. He sat down on a rock, brooding over what the wizard had said, standing guard over his thoughts as they turned to Anston. It was a sad life that Gwydion had revealed, and Will wondered how many other private sadnesses were being silently suffered throughout the realm, sadnesses that need never have been. If I was king, he thought, I'd proclaim a day of sadness when all such wounded folk would be able to walk together and let their hearts sing as one. That would be real kingship and better than all the greed and quarreling. He steeled himself to look into the quarry and catch a glimpse of the form that no one dared look upon, but as he rounded the corner he was stopped by a sight so unexpected that his hands fell loosely to his sides, for flanking a cave mouth were two perfect naked human forms, both life-sized and carved with such grace and beauty that the breath caught in Will's throat and tears came to his eyes. "A leopard did that?" he said. Then he remembered the reed that said, "True beauty most often has a spotted rind, yet is delicious fruit." He replaited his braids as he waited, thinking about Willow and missing her more than ever. Then Gwydion came out and led the cart into the quarry to unload the stone. 7 flashes of blue light lit the rocks, lightning intense but soundless, then a more mellow feeling began to settle through the air and the sound of sobbing. When Gwydion reappeared they got back on the cart and they started out on the long journey back to Chettle. The wizard said nothing about what had passed in Anston's cave, nor did Will have the courage to ask about it. Chapter 19, At the Navel of the World. After returning the cart to Chettle, Gwydion urged Will to pick up either the Beta or Mullard lines once more, but that was easier said than done. "Our lifting of the plaguestone seems to have lessened the flows," Will told the wizard. "I may have forestalled the Lork," Gwydion said. "But I may also have made a rod for our backs. It surely feels as if we've sent the power deeper underground." Will found that the strength of a given line was never constant. It varied with the weather and with the quality and aspect of the ground. It also broadly rose and fell according to a daily rhythm and also a monthly one, and when all had been taken into consideration the hardest task remained to disentangle it from Will's own varying moods. But whatever his mood, he searched endlessly, going sometimes northward and at other times to the south, and though he did notice a faint tingling in his arms or legs once or twice, following the feeling for more than a few dozen paces was always too difficult. One day as they reached the northern village of Stony Fold, Gwydion's patience ran thin. His staff went tock-tock-tock as he strode the woodland path. A pair of magpies sported in the branches ahead of them, showing great curiosity as to who might be passing through their wood. Spring was here and the days were growing lighter and warmer, and longer. The weather would soon be pleasant enough to let men fight a war. The wizard's manor had been losing its cool disguise for some days, and after a difficult morning with Will showing more than his usual indecision, Gwydion tried to hurry him along with too sharp a remark. "Master Gwydion, I'm doing my best," Will said, stopping. "With all that tapping of your staff I can't concentrate. And I can't get that maddening verse out of my head." "What verse?" "Not a poetic word has passed my lips today. The verse on the dragonstone, I mean. It has a long striding rhythm, 16 beats, just as you walk, and it's plaguing me." "You have an ear for song. That is good, but I would rather you attended to the matter in hand." "I can't attend to anything. That rhythm just goes on, round and round inside my head until I'm dizzy from it. The music of the true tongue is powerful, I grant you. It sticks ideas inside the head better than the debased tongues of latter days. Though in translation the Battlestone verses keep barely a shred of their original power." And then he sang. "Northern king's bewitched son. Queen of the moon in her father's field. Dragon of darkness, awaken and slay. Lonely stone take war away." What can it mean? Will asked again, wearied and frustrated. He spoke aloud the cross reading. "King and queen with dragonstone. Bewitched by the moon, in darkness alone. In northern field shall wake no more. Son and father, killed by war. That reading would seem to foretell the deaths in battle of King Hal and his son, Master Gwydion. But that surely cannot be for some years yet, for the child is only just grown from being a suckling infant. On the other hand, the wizard said, it could refer to another king. What other king? Not the one who was crowned, but the one who by the strict laws of blood should have been. Will gasped, for he had not anticipated the possibility. You mean, Richard of Eber, and Edward. They left the larger woodland path for a smaller, deeper way, passing through a scene that was dappled many shades of green by the sun. When they came out it was onto a lane that was hedged with hawthorn. A wild cherry tree blazed in pink, shedding its blossom in the breeze. It was so beautiful to see the petals falling in the wind that Will was amazed he had never noticed such delicate magnificence in quite the same way before. In that place of good aspect he opened his mind wider than ever he had dared. We must go south, he said, hardly knowing why he said it. The Dragonstone verse mentions a northern king and a northern field, Gwydion reminded him. Still, I feel we must go south. The wizard nodded slowly, his face betraying the message that, this time, Will had better be right. They celebrated Beltane in Aston Gravel, one of the pretty little villages along the River Ray. Gwydion said nothing to the villagers about Will turning 15 that day, wanting no doubt to spare his blushes. On Will's whim they headed 5 leagues to the northwest, and at Gwydion's suggestion they visited Atherstone, then went on to Bilstone and lingered at Cungeston. Then they moved up to Shackerstone and wandered away over to Snarestone and even up to Swepstone before coming down again by Nailstone and Barlstone to Oddstone. There is not a place in this realm so confoundedly afflicted by places named after stones. The wizard said. Are you sure you can feel the lork here? Yes. Well, no. I mean, I'm not sure. But there's something. It's like a background hum. Or a smell, if you take my meaning. It could be coming this way, or it could be drifting over that way. But that is exactly the opposite direction. Oh, confound you, Willand. This is maddening. Not half as maddening as it is to me. Don't shout at me. Well, don't shout at me, then. Will's finger stabbed out. Master Gwydion, you just don't understand what it's like. I feel as if I'm somebody who's been blind from birth who suddenly gets the power to see. He wouldn't know what he was looking at any more than I know what I'm feeling. Oh, why don't you just leave me alone, Dot? He stumped off in a rage and went to sit by himself and to attack a spot that had come up on his chin. It felt good to burst it and make it bleed. Nobody understood. Nobody could. Nobody. When he had sulked himself out, they tracked westward to a place called No Man's Heath, and there he declared that he had had just about enough of scrying and wanted to eat. They made camp and broke bread, but Will sat sullenly throughout, and infuriatingly, just as he lay down to sleep, he felt the line. This time, despite all the confusions in his head, it was strong enough to identify, it was definitely Mullert. The next day he tried to pick up the line again. Gwydion gave him a freshly cut hazel switch and asked him to do whatever he had done last night. Last night, more than anything else I was wishing that Willow could be here with us, he said, opening out the hazel wand ready to scry. I realize you are very fond of her. Will came to a halt and smiled. You know, I liked her from the first moment I saw her. I suppose she's my best friend. Not. Edward? Edward? No. He gave Gwydion a sideways look. Willow and I, we sort of think alike because we're so different, if you see what I mean. He searched fruitlessly for what he was trying to say, knowing he was not saying anything particularly well. Edward, though, he's. Perhaps what you mean is that Edward is too much like you. Will shook his head, feeling uncomfortable now and out of his depth. Edward's not like me at all. He wants to be a great man and a worthy heir to his father. He's impetuous and full of brash show. I don't think we're alike at all. Do you think we are? Underneath, perhaps you and he are more similar than either of you would care to admit. Gwydion shifted his weight from one foot to the other. Let me tell you, Willand, the reed of magical converses says simply, opposites attract. It is often so with people. Perhaps that is why you like Willow, and perhaps also why you and Edward do not get along as easily as you might. Will scratched his head. I do hope that no harm comes to her, Master Gwydion. And a moment later he said, Master Gwydion, are you sure you didn't do anything to bring Willow to Fotheringham? Anything, magical? I did nothing. You may rely on that. He felt glad to hear that, but it opened up a greater question, one that he could not ask Gwydion about. If no one had magically steered Willow towards Fotheringham, then how had such an unlikely thing happened? Had the dragon stone brought them together so that it could inflict a greater suffering upon them later? Or maybe Willow was right, maybe it had been his own magic after all. Could he have worked his desire without even knowing it? Did he have that kind of power? Old Gort had seemed to think so. Maybe that was what Gwydion had meant by calling him a child of destiny. And maybe, if he was the third incarnation of Arthur, and if Gwydion was right that Arthur need not necessarily turn out to be a king this time, then maybe he was destined to become some kind of magician. That thought was even more unsettling than thinking that one day he might have to win the throne of the realm, because as a magician he would surely have to go up against Maskell. As they wandered on, Will decided it was high time he concentrated more closely on his task. He noticed the soil changing again, heavy clays alternated with crumbly brown loam, and the plants growing all around had changed too. The workmaster had said that it took hundreds of years for a wild meadow to settle down properly to itself after crops had been grown on it, and so they avoided tilled fields so that Will could let his feet feel the texture of the natural carpet that lay under his toes. His eyes delighted in the tiny multicolored flowers that clothed the verges of the chalky brown fields. He let the land guide him until their path became not at all the path that would have been chosen by a traveler, or even by a wizard. Though Gwydion's feet knew the best way forward and were able to find perfect paths of least resistance, they could not locate a line. But, then, neither could Will's today. The middle shires through which they now passed became rich farmland, green and fertile, with well-fed folk, but increasingly they found a shadow hanging over the towns and villages. Wherever they went they heard news that the Earl Marshal and the King's Commissioners of Array had visited and had taken men from their homes. In the towns, numerous levies had already been raised, and on the estates of the great landowners camps had sprung up in which men were being trained in the arts of war. When they came to Wootton Wyvern in the district of Arden, Will looked around anxiously, remembering Lord Strange's book of animals and the man-eating beasts of the air that had been described against the picture of a wyvern. But Gwydion only called in at the sign of the bull's head, and there he learned from the innkeeper a piece of news that was far more dangerous than any ravening beast. King Hal had suddenly shaken off his illness, and the Queen and Duke Edgar had used Hal's surprise recovery as the pretext to oust Duke Richard and his followers from every office they held. For now the king's sanity was restored, there was no longer any place for a Lord Protector, though the king's capacity seemed not to go far beyond the work of stripping the Eber faction from their livings and replacing them with all the queen's cronies. Already the Earl Sarum had lost his chancellor's chain, and Lord Warwick had been deprived of his captaincy of Collis. There could now be only one outcome. Rumor has it that two great armies are forming ready to clash, the innkeeper told them. Can't be long before events are brought to a reckoning. Gwydion's grip tightened on his staff as he spoke softly but fiercely to Will in a private aside. Maskell has bided his time well, and now he has released his spell from the king's head, so that all I have worked for has been brought to ruin. Is it that bad? It dashes your hope that war might come later rather than sooner. But it does not surprise me, for every measure I put in place to restore the fortunes of the realm has been used by friend Richard to enrich the House of Eber and its allies. I warned that such greed would in the end bring him low. There's one benefit to us, Will said, anxious to rescue a little hope. The wizard cast him a withering look. What benefit could possibly come of this news? Well, it's just that as war comes closer I expect it'll be easier for me to feel the emanations, And Gwydion stared at him, then threw back his head and laughed fit to burst, before clapping him on the back and saying, "Oh, you are a diamond among men, Willand. Truly, truly, you are." The next day they crossed the river Arfin and then the Stour, and on the night of the new moon Will cut himself a fresh hazel wand and began to feel something moving in the earth. Might this not be the Caorthan line? Gwydion asked anxiously as they bent down to examine the ground. We are no more than a dozen leagues from Aston Audingley. I can feel something, Will said, still unsure. But it's confused. All I know is that my feet want to go this way. You wish to head south still? Gwydion asked doubtfully. Surely, the line runs more or less west to east. But I feel something drawing me the other way, Will said. He sensed the wizard's frustration. Does it seem wrong to you? It is you who must be certain. Open your mind. Are you reading the land as you should? Or are you listening to the desires of your heart? They're one and the same, Master Gwydion. But perhaps they are not. Will felt the wizard's words cut like an accusation. Don't you trust me? Don't you believe I'm trying to lead you the right way? Do not take it amiss. Perhaps there is a battlestone nearby. No. No, I don't think so. This time I'm just angry with you. Face it, Willand. There is something else in your mind that is interfering with our task. Well, I don't see it that way, Master Gwydion. For 3 days now you have been homing like a dove on a dovecot. A dove? Gwydion put his hands together and said with a despairing smile, you have been heading straight towards the Vale. Oh, Will's shoulders sagged. I see. He looked inside himself. Of course it was true that he wanted to return home. And nothing would have been nicer than to have seen his mother and father again. His hand went to the leaping fish talisman that hung around his neck, the one that Brianna had given him with her love. Despite all he had learned, the words on it remained stubbornly beyond his skill to read. He showed it to Gwydion again. Brianna said this token was with me when you found me. Can't you read it? It is written in no script that I recognize. Nor can I guess at what the sigil means. Gwydion gave it back. 3 triangles nested inside one another. It's a riddle, wrapped in a mystery, inside an enigma? Yes. An enigma. He stretched and yawned. I could certainly eat a piece of apple pie tonight, but I really don't think I'm forgetting about our task. The wizard nodded, satisfied. I believe you. But what I would like to know now is what else might have been drawing you this way. I don't know. Will fell silent, but then he sat up and cried. Master Gwydion. What is it? I've been thinking a lot about the dragon stone. 3 times now in dreams I've thought myself its master only to find the key to it had slipped away on waking. But now I think I know what the second reading means. I wondered where I'd heard the like of it before, and now I think I know. Northern King's bewitched son. Queen of the Moon in her father's field. Dragon of darkness, awaken and slay. Lonely stone take war away. Do you remember you once said you brought me into the vale because of its nearness to the tops and to the giant's ring? The wizard's eyes were as unwavering as an eagle's. That is so, I did. You also said you thought the ring might be near a line, and that a form of protection flowed from it. Gwydion nodded. The true name of the giant's ring is Bethan Fili Imblion, or the navel of the world. This is where one of your history lessons pays back your efforts, Master Gwydion, for when we were in Dimmet Snug you told me the story of the giant's ring back in the time of the first men. You told me about the tomb of Orba that stands nearby. You said she was the wife of Finglas, and called Queen of the Summer Moon. Gwydion became thoughtful. By all that lives and breathes, so I did. You also said that Finglas came from the North Country. So we have Northern King's bewitched son, that could be Finglas, and Queen of the Moon in her father's field. Finglas came south to take her as his wife, so this must have been the land of her people, and not his. That is so. She was later buried in the heart of her father's domain, which later still was ravaged by the black dragon, Fumi. So, dragon of darkness, awaken and slay. And then the dragon stone itself, lonely stone take war away. Gwydion walked in a circle, but for once his thoughts flew straight as an arrow. It all fits, snug as a bud. And here is the clinch, Finglas quarreled with those Druida who came twice a year to Bethan Fili Imblion to acknowledge the power of the Lork. He feared that it would involve him in war, and so he had a magical stone of his own fashioned and erected close to the ring. It was called after him, Lyrix Finglas, or as folk now say, the King's Stone. If I had to make a guess where the next battle stone is to be found, I would say it lies close by the King's Stone. Most likely it lies within the shadow made at the moment of midsummer sunrise, for that is said to be the time of year when all the ancient stone rings of the realm are most flooded with power. Then maybe we have a helper. Will cried. Maybe the Lyrix has been doing part of our work for us. What better place for a battlestone than under the shadow of a guardian stone all these years? But consider this, it could be that the failing of the Lyrix is one of the reasons the Lork has sprung so suddenly back to life. The giant's ring was always a place of great power. I suspect that it is the navel through which influence is fed into the Lork. That is what is understood by all land-feeling folk who have ever passed it by. In our age, shepherds are rarely men of great book learning, yet few mortal men appreciate the land as they do. And it is the shepherds who have always said that a piece of the Lyrix gives them good luck as they drive their flocks to market over the tops. In all these centuries they have chipped away many small pieces, so that now much of the Lyrix is missing, and with it no doubt a portion of its blissful strength. Come, Will. We must visit the giant's ring, for there I think we shall find our next clue. They pressed on southward until sunset, and Will began to feel by the mood of the ground that they were coming very close to the vale. Homesickness seized him as he remembered the day he had left. Cookutide at home had always been a happy time, old valesmen sitting on the benches in the sun outside the Green Man, lifting their cider flagons and telling tales of the olden days. Then the raising up of the maypole, and the racing round the tarry stone. He thought of Eldmer and Brianna then, and the stinging that came at the corners of his eyes told him he was about to weep. And when Gwydion called a halt, he was caught by surprise. He tried to laugh off his tears, and protested that there was no need to stop and that he could easily walk another league or two. But the wizard said softly, "Little enough remains of our day's journey, and perhaps it would be better if we reached the giant's ring tomorrow, in morning light and fully refreshed. So let us rest here and prepare for supper." Will did not argue. He was grateful for the chance to stretch out on the grass and to breathe the balmy air of a late spring evening. All day the ground underfoot had been changing color to a more familiar brown, and now the very air tasted like it did at home. He realized they were closer to the vale than he had at first supposed, for they were now on the tops. While Gwydion went to find woodland food for their supper, Will stared into the flames that licked from under their simmering water pot. He felt greatly pleased to have solved the verse at last and guided Gwydion towards another battlestone, but he knew that finding it would only lead to another and then another, and all that would take him further from home. A powerful longing seized him. He imagined what Eldmer and Brianna would be doing now in the cottage that he had not visited for 2 years. They would be preparing for bed, most likely. Brianna saying goodnight to the neighbors, or going inside to lean over and kiss Eldmer on the forehead as she so often did. Or perhaps his father was coming in from the horse or finishing off an hour or two of tall tales and jolly songs down at the Green Man. Will could see nothing of the green cleft in which Nether Norton nestled, yet surely he could not be more than a league from the place he had always called home. If only he could steal back there for a moment and take a look at it. But how? The veil was under a cloak of concealing magic, and even if it had been spread below him as plain as a pikestaff, he would not have thought it right to go there until his duty was done. Yet he was filled with a powerful desire to speak with the folk he thought of as his mother and father, to hug them and to be with them just for a little while, and so be a wandering orphan no longer. He took the little green fish out of his shirt and rubbed it between finger and thumb. He felt the comfort it usually brought him, but then an eerie feeling came over him and he got to his feet and moved away from the fire. The night was clear and the moon a thin crescent, no more than a fingernail paring that was falling into the afterglow of the west. He thought of that strange cuckoo-tide when everything had changed, and of the fateful wish he had made to go up onto the tops. So much had passed since then. So much had changed. But home never changed. The veil would always be the same. He looked at his hands and forearms held up against the dusk sky. They were broader, a man's hands and arms that had often scried the land, hands that, if Gort were to be believed, had more than once projected great magic. Will recalled the curious book of spells he had once played with, and that memory sapped away some of his lightness of spirit. Then he remembered the terrible moment he had seen the yew tree of Preston Mantle split open, and the skeleton of young Whale flashed before his eyes, sending a thrill of horror through him. "Why am I thinking all this?" he asked, suddenly wary. "It's the Battlestone. It must be closer than I thought." He tried to get control of himself. Even so, a cold dread continued to creep over his mind, and he shivered. "It feels as if somebody just stepped on my grave," he thought. That's what Gwydion says when someone shivers for no good reason. The moon had not yet come to first quarter and there was something unusual about the way the earth stream was rising in the hollows of his bones. Its strength surprised him. He looked around for Gwydion to tell him that something seemed to be going amiss, but the wizard had gone in search of water herbs and had wandered down into a fold in the land where the Swear Brook ran. A faint feeling of despair floated upon the air, a mustiness, unmistakable like a characteristic but half-forgotten reek. What was it? He had noticed it at Clarendon, faintly at Preston Mantles, then again at the Dead Pond. Now he knew what he had smelled at Fotheringham in the middle of the night, and once more as they entered Ludford. It was not death he had smelled, it was Maskull. He jumped up, looking round, alert and on his guard. But there was nothing to see. He pulled his cloak tighter about him, then directed his thoughts inwardly and tried to open his mind to see if he could detect the reek. But it was gone. Slowly he relaxed. He had imagined it. It was another phantom inspired by the nearness of the Battlestone. But the impact of the revelation remained and the idea continued to tingle bleakly through him like shock. Does Gwydion have any idea how close his enemy came to finding me? And how often? The feeling that overcame me in the great hall at Ludford was enormously powerful, so powerful that I wanted to kill, or to die. Could that have been Maskull's doing too? Could there be a clever game being played by him? One that Gwydion knows nothing about? He looked up at the sky. It was at least an hour after sunset now, and there was a lingering light in the west, but an undue darkness lay upon the moon's yellow crescent. He took a few steps towards it, then halted. The land still did not feel good under his feet. He went back to the small fire and sat down to warm himself, but as the slender moon sank ever towards the skyline he began to feel the insistence of the line. It ran close by, there under the dark mass of a wood to the south, visible now to his eyes as a faint greenish glow. He turned his back on the fire, allowing his sight to adjust to the faintness. There was no wind. Instead, a deep silence lay over the land like a blanket, and Louvain, the milky pale tether of the sky, blazed overhead, echoing the faintness of the line. Will could smell stinkhorns in the nearby wood, strange fungi that burst out of witches' eggs. They filled the woods wherever they were found with the smell of rotten meat, drawing flies to them in the day and black beetles by night. It must have been their cold scent that he had mistaken for the presence of the sorcerer. On the far side of the copse he could see the line emerging. According to Gwydion, the line they might expect to find here was Iburos, the line of the yew tree, the greatest of the 9 green lanes to have been flung across the isles. He walked a few paces towards it, groping over uneven ground, then he saw against the skyline what looked like a group of people, and a little way from them stood a tall, angular stone. He wanted to shout out, "Master Gwydion!" But his words strangled away in a whisper. He stumbled towards the tall stone, seeing how the pale glowing line passed very near to it. When he looked back, neither Gwydion nor the little fire that he had lit were to be seen. This was the very crest of the tops, the highest land for many leagues in any direction. He saw now that what he had taken for figures was a collection of standing stones. So this, after all, was the giant's ring. But it was not as he had imagined it. Instead of a circle of huge, oblong slabs many times the height of a man, these stones were small, hunched and shapeless, like a group of beggars standing at the round table of their beggar king. But there was no table, just a circle of grass 40 or 50 paces across. By starlight and the eerie glow of the line, he could just make out the chief stone, the largest of them, standing to the north. He approached boldly and, as if he had been invited, laid both hands upon its gnarled and pockmarked surface. He did not know why he had done so, it just felt like the respectful thing to do. He felt no fear or sickness as he had while approaching the battle stones. Strangely, the line did not pass through the circle as he had supposed it would, but ran instead some way to the north, nearer to where the king's stone brooded. The touch of the stone was cold on his palms. Its surface was rough, covered with dry, scaly growths and deeply pitted as if eaten into by stone-devouring worms. It seemed to him vastly ancient and connected to some enormous mystical structure that brooded under the ground. Had Gwydion been close by, he would have called out to tell him what he had found, to say that although the feeling was strong it was unlike the horrible feelings he had felt before. The giant's ring felt sweet and warm and caring, as if it truly was the navel of the world. But Gwydion was not in sight and Will did not break his silence. Instead he walked into the middle of the ring and put out his arms, turning about so that the sky and all the stars whirled about above his head. Then he noticed the flickering in the earth. He steadied himself, a little dizzy now, planting his feet more firmly for balance in the turf. The ground was pulsing with an almost imperceptible lilac-colored light. He saw sparkles here and there in the stones. Bands of purple were revealed in the earth under his feet, making a great spiral pattern, and there were faint tremors shaking the ground. Then a great spike of blue light flashed from the top of the lyrics, reaching like a blade upward into the sky. "Whoa!" Will cried as the tremors grew and almost threw him off his feet. He lifted his eyes and saw overhead what looked like a purple shooting star, only this was coming down straight on top of him, faster and faster and there was a whooshing that grew quickly into a deafening roar. Then the purple light from above struck and he felt himself blown into dust. The next thing he knew he had been raised high in the air above the giant's ring and was looking down on a carpet of spreading light. Colors and patterns blasted out from the ground. A repetitive humming, a fourfold thumping music, seemed to come from all around. He saw the blue glow on the lyrics and the green line stretching far to east and west and running by the dark hollow he knew must be the Vale. But all this was gone in an instant from his mind, for the pain hit him and he heard himself screaming out. He began writhing and turning helplessly in the air like a hanged man, his flesh burning in a mass of purple flame. He screamed, but his agony rose higher. It seemed to last forever as he hung there, twisting, roasting in a demonic flame. His braids crackled, thrashed against his cheek like burning serpents. He flailed his arms and screamed again, but then he was hurled violently from the flame and slammed down into the ground with bone-snapping force. He rolled over and over in the damp turf, just grateful that the fire had stopped and that he was still alive. He could smell wet earth and the pork stench of singed hair. He was outside the giant's ring now, lying in the dark where he had fallen. The immense, head-filling music had gone, and only his own gasps resounded in his ears. But still the flickering purple played all around, eerie and grotesque and indomitable. And Gwydion was there. He stood tall, glowing within a faint blue aura, sparks sputtering from the silver-white brilliance at the end of his staff. He had brought Will down alive, and bones unbroken, but now he was himself being tested. A figure stepped out from behind the king's stone and faced the wizard. He gleamed and spangled in brilliant purple light. He was a sorcerer, young and handsome, elegant and self-assured. He wore no mantle, but weeds of midnight black set about with silver signs. His hands were gloved and his iron-shod feet bespurred like a knight's. He also held a staff, except it seemed to Will to be a rod of iron, for when he struck it against the lyrics it rang, and the ray that swept from it burned an ice-searing violet line across the night. He swept his cloak from where it lay on the ground to reveal the fallen battlestone. It was half buried and glowed dull red as the sorcerer stepped up onto it. "Is this what you seek, my brother?" His face, when he spoke, shimmered, turned momentarily to a death's head. Gwydion made no reply. Will watched from the darkness, utterly unable to turn away. Even in his pain and confusion he felt the intense power that resided within the one who wielded the cruel, purple light. A violet ray leapt out from the sorcerer's staff, but before it could reach Gwydion it burst as if against a wall, spreading out like dragon's breath into a sheet of orange flame. Will dived down in terror and hid his face as a great gust of scorching air passed over him. It sucked all the breath from his lungs, then roared on. He expected the ray to lance out and finish him. He wanted to rise up like a hare and bolt into the darkness. But an immovable instinct kept him pressed hard to the earth. He had to call up all his courage just to open his eyes. The sorcerer walked along the rise of a weathered barrow. "Much have I traveled, since last we met, Gwydion," he called out. His voice was deep and affecting. "Much have I tried, and much have I tested the powers of this world. You should have walked with me, or walked with Senias when your time came." 2 blue thunderbolts hurtled from Gwydion's hands, but were dashed to pieces before they could cross half the distance. Then the violet fire blazed up like anger, roaring all around the sorcerer, enfolding him harmlessly in cold flame. "Do you hear me, Gwydion? Senias was wrong. In the end he was no more than a dreamer who thought the world could remain as it always had been. His meddling brought us to this. You were always the meddler, not he. I was interested to learn. That is why I grew more powerful than Senias. All the power of the Ogdoad resides in me now. Look at the flame, Gwydion. It does not hurt me. It cannot, for I have bathed in the spring of Selamon." Gwydion's blue aura was burning less brightly now. "You were always the more foolhardy, Maskull. You are greatly skilled, of that there is no question. But to what use have you put your skills? There is in you, and ever was, the fatal defect." Will marveled at the wizard's courage, yet here was one who had lived through all the ages, and who was now facing his most formidable foe. The flame that engulfed the sorcerer stopped and he raised his arms. "You may say what you will, for you are mine now. Vainglory, Maskull. The worst of the failings is stamped right through you. I see that now. Selfishness always writhed in your heart like a maggot, but even that could have been cut out had it not been for your overweening pride." The sorcerer laughed. "Listen to yourself. You dare speak of failings. What is this but envy? You can know nothing of what passes in a mind greater than your own. How could you? Great thinker you may be, but what good is a thinker who knows nothing of compassion? Again you presume to judge me. Measure your own arrogance before you lay blame upon others. Oh, it is plain enough where the arrogance lies, Maskull. You think the world can be as you want it to be, that it should be so, that it must become so for its own good." The purple light flared again. "You were ever a coward, Gwydion. You and Gortamnabrax together. What a pretty pair of cravens you make. You are scared to change. You have never tried to understand the true nature of what must be. And you have not the faintest idea what the true path means." Gwydion raised his staff in accusation. "If only you had once been able to see yourself as Senias eventually came to see you. That is all it would have taken. We knew how your pride drove you to hide your faults from the rest of us. But instead of asking for our help as you were sworn to do, you secretly went your own way. Senias, in his profound wisdom, understood your hidden heart. But he did nothing to stop me. You are as weak as Senias was, and just as ignorant. There is a whole new world out there, one greater than ours, and I have found it. Long ago I anchored our 2 destinies together, set us on a collision path, and we have been drawing steadily closer through all the ages of this world. This was ever my plan, Gwydion, ever my ambition, to bring 2 worlds together." Pain pulsed in Will's face and hands. He could not properly focus his mind on what Maskull was saying, but neither could he turn away, for the sorcerer's voice rose now, sharp and ice-clear. "There will be war, just as I have planned it. War. And with it there will come change. There must be change, Gwydion, for the 2 worlds to collide. Only afterwards can there be peace. But then there will dawn a true peace, an endless peace, a peace such as neither this world nor the other has known. It will be the peace of the grave. You are deceived by your own insane dreams, Maskull. You must listen to me, while there is still time." The sorcerer spat back. "It's over, Gwydion. Soon we shall stand at the crossroads. And when we do we must take the right track. We must, or else our world will circle endlessly forever in the same rut." The great violet flame roared out again, to be stopped again just a few paces short of the place where the wizard stood. "Maskull, when the lore-makers become lore-breakers, then there is no lore." Will crouched lower, shocked to his very core by the hideous exchange. Maskull's every thought seemed turned to the furtherance of a vast and unknowable plan. Don't let him win, Master Gwydion, he whispered. Don't let him kill you. You are a tiresome fellow, Gwydion. The Ogdoad is no more, and you yourself are failing. You should have taken the long walk north with Simius when you could. You have clung on too long to the old ways, but a new world is coming, and that is why the power is deserting you. But a new purple flame blasted out, this time with much greater vigor than before. It dissolved just short of Gwydion, and set fire to a small hawthorn bush from which flames licked and crackled. Maskel's voice rang out again, as the blade is forged in fire, so must the future be reborn in the pain of war. It is time for the old ways to die. Prepare yourself, for your last moment in earthly form is upon you. And with that there lashed forth a storm of purple flame that enveloped the wizard. It wrapped his stark figure in a blast of white heat. A roaring fire raged around him. Smoke rose up. Grass burned. Gwydion had resisted as well and as long as he could, but Maskel had triumphed. Fear gripped Will by the heart and by the guts, and he believed there was nothing he could do. He saw the wizard sink down to his knees at last in the center of the patch of smoking grass. He was burning. Flames flared then died all around him. Then Maskel prepared himself for a final blow. He raised a semblance of Gwydion out of the black, smoking skeleton, up from the ground and cast it into the gnarled grasp of an elder tree. The wizard's form was impressed upon the tree, trunk upon trunk, arms against branches, limbs caught, melting and melding now so that skin became bark and the figure of the wizard faded from mortal view. Will could not tear his eyes away from the ghastly sight as the tree consumed the flesh of his friend. Thoughts of the yew tree at Preston Mantles assailed him. Tears coursed down his face as he tried to hold back the horror that was bursting inside him. Maskel staggered, dizzied it seemed by the tremendous effort he had made. A visible weakness overcame him, though he mastered it, and finally he stumbled wearily down from the barrow until he stood before the tree. In a voice slurred with exhaustion, he said, "In the end it was the simplest of traps that caught you. I knew you would never be able to resist the urge to save your apprentice. What a fool you were to take a boy into your service at such a time, for the last thing you needed was a hostage to fortune. The Ogdoad is finished. Lore masters are done with. The new world is almost here and we will have no need of any of you. I must leave now, for I have a war to watch over, so fare thee well, Gwydion Eldertree. Stand sentinel, and keep vigil over my victory stone. And when the armies come as they must to this place, may they cut you down with their war axes and feed you piece by piece into their campfires." Will was lost to terror. He could do no more than push his face into the earth in an effort to stifle his sobs. Any moment now, he knew, a gust of violet white heat would come to sear the flesh from his bones, but he hardly cared, for Gwydion was gone, and the fight was over, and nothing mattered anymore. Chapter 20, The Night Ride to Hui. At last the moon set and the pale light that showed the track of the line began to fade. For some time purple flames danced like King Elman's fire above the tips of the stones, but then all guttered low and the night returned to its customary darkness. Will lay in the dew-damp grass, shivering, feeling nothing but the hollowness that echoed inside him. His clothes stank of smoke, and the burning in his face and hands sank bone deep. Strange, he thought, how fate had delivered him back home in the end. There was not far to go now. If he could only find the veil, then Brianna would fuss over him and cover his burns with a cool compress and soothe his hands with goose grease, and inside a week the skin would start to heal and all his cares would fade away. He would be an ordinary lad again, living an ordinary life, in an ordinary place, and everything would be as it should have been, as it would have been had not this desperate duty come upon him. Well, now it was over. But as he watched the uncaring stars wheeling in their courses overhead, he knew that he was dreaming a hopeless dream. Things could never be again as they once had been. Maskel had won, and the world would turn sour. In utter wretchedness he lifted himself up. His body trembled so much he could hardly stand. His hair was singed, scorched away all down one side where his braids had burned like candle wicks. He limped across the swathe of charred grass until he reached the elder tree. How he wished now that he had had the courage to rush forward and fling himself at the sorcerer in a last act of brave defiance. But he had been far too afraid. But what was worse than everything was knowing that he had been the lure that had drawn Gwydion to his doom. "You shouldn't have chosen me," he accused the tree. "You said I was a child of destiny, but I knew I wasn't. You ought to have left me at home and living my happy little life, but you didn't. And now look where all your wisdom's got you." He half expected the tree to answer him, but it did not. Instead a cool breeze sprang up and the smell of green came in from the west, taking away some of the stink of charred grass, and the old tree rustled where its leaves were caught by currents of air. Will looked miserably up at it, and in a voice cracked by anguish, he began to argue. "I know I shouldn't just go home, Master Gwydion, but what else can I do? I can't go wandering round the realm looking for stones while there's a war raging. Not on my own. What would I do with them? Cart them all up to Anston's cave? How long do you think it would be before Maskell found me and turned me into a pile of ashes too? The tree creaked, but otherwise stood in silent judgment on him. In the faint starlight, the grass was singing, and he recalled something that Gort had once said about the Fae and the Green Man, that they were always remembered by the trees and by the grass. He felt a salt tear roll down his cheek. I suppose they're all lying abed down there in the vale looking up at the tops and telling one another there's a thunderstorm been blowing up. Poor folk. They don't even know there's a war coming. They don't know anything at all about the world. He searched for the glow of his campfire. He wanted to find the crane bag. There was a shirt inside that he could use to bind up his hands. But when he got there his fingers were too burned to untie the thongs and he had to tear at them instead with his teeth. Something shiny fell out, and he stared at it. It was the silver horn he had won so long ago. He had forgotten all about it and now it made him cry out in fresh agony because in the crucial battle he had not given it a single thought, and so Gwydion had died. It was my fault after all, he wailed, thinking how things might have been if the Green Man and all his elfin warriors had heard the summons. He let the horn lie among the ashes and started back toward the tree, but something else caught his eye in the darkness, and he went to where it lay. It was close by the huddle of smoking rags that was all that remained of Gwydion's brave last stand. It was the wizard's staff, lying half hidden in the grass where it had been thrown clear of the burning. He reached down to pick it up, and as he did a movement at his back made him turn. There was a white shape curling there, vaporous and indistinct. Terror spasmed in him, but then a cat meowed. Pangurban, he whispered, too drained to feel anything other than gratitude that a friend had come to him in his hour of need. He propped Gwydion's staff alongside the gnarled trunk of the elder and sat down, his back against the tree, and took the cat in his arms. When he closed his eyes the burning roared in his hands and face and his head seemed filled with red noise. But the cat rubbed himself against Will's chest and purred, until the pain thinned and Will wept. He did not know how long had passed, but by the time the chill of night had entered his bones he knew what he must do. Workmaster Gort, he murmured through blistered lips. He'll know how to help. I must find him, but first. With a concentrated effort, he put the cat aside and got to his feet, then he climbed the barrow on which the now darkened lyric stood. Waves of pain flashed through him. He groped across the scorched grass, and would not stop until he had come to the disturbed earth where the battlestone lay in the dirt. Pangurban would not go near the exposed stone, but stayed close by the elder tree. In the darkness, Will almost fell into the pit, but he felt his way slowly around the edge with outstretched hands until he came to the ink-dark place where Maskell had lain in wait. When his fingers touched the stone a fresh torrent of pain flowed in him. He took his hand away and screamed, but then slammed his hand back against the stone and tried to feel through the pain for the inscription. It was like thrusting his hand into molten lead, but even though the pain blotted almost everything from his mind, still it seemed to his tormented fingers that the surface was as smooth as slate. The agony was so great that he could feel the shutters of his mind closing. He knew he must not fall into unconsciousness, and drew back. Instantly the magnified pain lessened. He fell to his knees to draw breath, his eyes streaming. When he had gathered his wits he saw that anything he got from the battlestone would have to be taken by magic. Perhaps it had never borne any mark. Perhaps Maskell had read and erased whatever there had been. So even this was a dead end. With no Ogham to read, all ways forward were blocked. He got up and came back to where Pangurban waited. I tried, he told the cat, holding up his hands. I'm just not cut out to be a hero. It is a great read of magic that only he who seeks can eventually find. Will's eyes opened wide and for a moment he thought he must be hearing things because cats do not talk and the voice was unmistakable. Gwydion? Maskell may have pillaged the darkness from every hidden corner of the world with the intent to undo all the work of the Ogdoad, but he is still not as great as you and I when we stand together. Gwydion. And what happened to Master Gwydion, may I ask? Are you always so quick to lose your manners? He stared around but saw no sign of the wizard. Where are you? Inside the tree. Trees seem to be Maskell's favorite trick these days, but. Will felt his stomach churn and tears came to his eyes. I thought you were dead, he said. Like the lad at Preston Mantles. Whale was not a wizard, alas. But even I will be trapped in here until the tree dies, unless you can find a way to release me. Will wiped at his stinging eyes. I'll get an axe and chop it down. What? And torture me? The voice cried. I would feel it keenly, for my consciousness is now one with the tree. If this old witch elder should die I would not soon be able to return to the world. But you told me your spirit was inside a philosopher's stone, buried in a secret place in the far north. So it is. And I have hidden it well, you would never find it. Then, what should I do? The only way I can be restored is by the use of great magic, the kind that only Ogdoad wizards can accomplish. But who shall I bring? There are no other Ogdoad wizards left in the world, except. I do not think you can very well ask Mascul. Then who? Will's heart was thumping. I thought I would go and fetch the work master. There is no time for that. And in any case, this work goes far beyond anything my good friend Gort has ever dealt with. Mascul's spells often employ the power of night. It's likely that if I do not find release by dawn, I will have to stay here. But what can be done in just a few hours? Will asked. Master Gwydion, tell me what to do and I'll do it. It will require great magic. It will be both delicate and dangerous. Are you ready to try it? Every fiber of Will's being recoiled from the idea, but he nodded. I'll do it. First you must open your mind as I have taught you. Then you must allow me to borrow your body for a little while. Will blinked. Borrow my body? I need to, how shall I put this? I need to use it for a little while. But what about my own spirit? Where shall I go in the meanwhile? Your consciousness will have to come in here, but. You mean, I'm to go into the tree? And you'll be standing out here, inside me? That is more or less the gist of it. Only when I am free to move will I be able to work the magic needed to release you. There was a pause. I shall not pretend that the procedure is without danger. Let us hope your understanding of the true tongue is by now as deep as it needs to be. For the invocation you must appreciate the shades of meaning in the words that I shall ask you to speak, for intention counts for much in the uttering of spells. Master Gwydion, I'm not sure I can do this. What he meant to say was that he was sure he could not. Heroes do not know they are heroes until the moment of proof comes. Will closed his eyes and looked inside himself. He was trembling. There was only fear there, but what had Gwydion said about the three weaknesses? Hatred, jealousy, and fear. In his own way he had triumphed over hatred and conquered jealousy. Now it was time to banish fear. Though he felt almost ready to faint, but he drew a deep breath and said in his strongest voice, Master Gwydion, I'm ready. Then lie down close to the foot of the tree. Hold the foot of my staff in your left hand. Make sure the head of it touches the trunk. Open your mind and I will do the rest. Now, say after me. Will did as he was told. He composed himself and closed his eyes. His face and hands raged maddeningly, but he tried to clear his mind of pain, then opened it and repeated the ancient words. It was not difficult, because the true tongue was beautiful, and what he had learned of it made it even more so. Gwydion's staff began to tremble, and even though his eyes were tightly shut, Will saw a blinding light that seemed to come from the head of the staff. A strange sensation began to pass through him. It felt as if he was floating, but it soon became like falling, endlessly as if into a bottomless void. Yet almost before he had time to grow fearful, the feeling was gone and he began to feel a wind caressing his skin, blowing through his hair and across his face. A profound sense of place came to him, as if he had been here for all eternity. The seasons and cycles seemed to wheel overhead endlessly. The stars and the clouds were his friends, the moon was his lover, and the sun both mother and father. He fed on sunlight and drank in the rain and gloried in the spring and slept through the winter and felt the earth streams rising and falling in the ground all around. Yet when he tried to open his eyes he found he could not. He could not move at all. He realized that he was no longer breathing, and that no pulse was stirring his heart. I'm trapped, he thought. He tried to struggle, but there was nothing to struggle against and nothing to struggle with. It was how he had imagined being buried alive must feel. He thought again of the Preston Mantle skeleton and his mind reeled at the lonely, terrifying death Will must have suffered. It was a death he knew he too would soon suffer, if Gwydion made a mistake. Why is nothing happening? His mind screamed. Why doesn't Gwydion do something? But then a cooler, calmer part of him replied that all his struggles were against nothing more than his own fear. He could hear Gwydion's voice now, faint, as if coming from far away. He could not understand what it said, though he strained to hear. Then there came 3 taps against the tree, and he felt them like touches against his own flesh. He tried to call back, but he was mute. He could do nothing. The floating, falling sensation took hold of him once again, and this time he recognized it for what it was. The time had come to let go and allow himself to leave the tree, or he would be as stuck as Gwydion had been. All at once he felt the bonds that held him begin to slacken. He opened his mind and trusted to his deliverance. This time the blind fall stretched out endlessly. What had felt like a terrifying plunge before now seemed more like flying. A pure sense of freedom took him, as if his spirit had been released to go where it would. It seemed to him that he was very high up and looking down over all the sleeping world. But then a terrific jolt hit him, and the sense that he was hurtling down from a great height came back. He gasped, gulped air, and the stinging returned with a rush into his face and hands. The next moment he was lying crumpled, his face pressed into the ground and the dewy turf cooling his forehead. It was miraculous. When he tried to turn over, his body did exactly as he told it. When he tried to breathe, a great lungful of fresh air plunged into him. He opened his eyes. The dark of this now moonless night was brilliant compared to the darkness he had just known. Stars spangled the sky, but there was a dark patch among them. "Who's there?" he cried. Gwydion leant heavily on his staff. He was exhausted, barely able to speak, but he murmured, "Who do you think?" He tried to jump up and hug the wizard. "Oh, Master Gwydion." He staggered. "I tried to read the stone, Master Gwydion, but it has no verse on it." "Steady! You have been out of your mind. Your thoughts were smashed up by the clash. Magic does that sometimes." Will gasped, caught hold of Gwydion's staff and clung to it. When its head began to glow with a weird light, the wizard braced his feet and quietly helped him take a long draught of restoring power from the earth. With refreshment came renewed pain. It throbbed in Will's face and hands. He blew softly on the backs of his hands in turn, but found little relief. Gwydion urged him to approach the battlestone. He saw that despite its great strength, its emanations did not spread far, for they were pent up by the lyrics. Even so, Will could feel its power surging eastward along the line. "Be careful, Master Gwydion. The Lork is in spate tonight." When the wizard reached the pit, he bent down to look in. The battlestone was smooth, and in the blue glow of the wizard's staff it looked as if the dirt had been whirled out from around it by a vortex. "What has the fool done with his magic?" Gwydion said, laying his blackened hands on the stone. He made words, then stood up. "As I feared. Maskull's skills were ever showy and incomplete. He was always more concerned with appearance than substance, which is a true sign of knavery. Nor has he used much care in his magic this time. Hasty casts have been made, and one has been used to hide the inscription. Can't you take the spell off again? Perhaps, if I knew what it was. But magic is not an endless resource to be raised at need. After the struggles of tonight, my strength needs a little while longer to recover." He looked around as if seeking for something in the darkness. "And a guard spell has been mounted that will work at least until sunrise. As I suspected, Maskull has used the powers of the night. No doubt he is gambling that dawn will come and trap me forever in yonder tree. He is a difficult adversary, for he knows me well, but not half so well as he thinks. Why did he not kill me, Master Gwydion?" "Because he still thinks you are no more than a wizard's bag carrier, an upstart fledgling crow, for that is how I have represented you all along. But he came to Fotheringham and then to Ludford. I saw him, thinking I saw death. It was not to find you that he went to Fotheringham, but to look for the dragon stone. And later, he went to Ludford in anticipation of my arrival there, for it was ever the habit of the Audiobook to draw nigh to the meeting places of temporal power, and it has lately been his way to watch for what I might have left unguarded so that he may lay down traps for me." Gwydion speared his staff into the displaced earth. "Maskull knows me of old, but equally well do I know him. He is a beetle who will fly over many a sweet flower to land in a cowshard. Remind me sometime to school you in the reed of friendship, which lies close to the heart of magic." What did he mean by all that talk of worlds colliding? Vanity. Vain dreams of supremacy and domination. He thinks there is freedom in that. And he supposes there must be war to bring about this collision of worlds that he craves. Whatever it is, he thinks he is bringing it upon us by his own efforts. He does not see just how much he has become a slave to the power of the Lork. Well, look down at the baleful slab that was greedily supping strength in the whirlight. "I know one thing," he said, and made Gwydion look up. "This must be the Doomstone." The wizard's glance was so penetrating that it scared him. "Do your talents tell you that?" "I don't feel it, but I think it must be so." "Tell me why, Edot." "Because Maskull said so while he was gloating over his victory. He said something like, 'Stand here, Gwydion Eldertree, and keep watch over my victory stone. When the armies come as they must, they'll cut you down and feed you into their fires.' I think it must mean the first battle will be fought here." Gwydion placed his hands on Will's shoulders. "Do not think, Willand. Feel." He opened his mind and new fears overwhelmed him. "What do you mean to do?" "I want you to look and listen." Gwydion straightened, his face grim in the dull blue glow of his staff. He hissed at the stone like an angry cat and then stretched out his left arm. A moment later a silent white shape flashed into the whirlight. It was a barn owl and it perched lightly on the wizard's outstretched sleeve. Will was amazed at the bird, and at the way it looked at Gwydion. It seemed to understand when he spoke. "Mare Cowini, quer foras hn cormicti, dot." Then the owl departed as quickly and as silently as it had come. What did you say to it, Master Gwydion? I was making arrangements. When I have finished my work, there will be no difficulty in moving the stone. I will send it safe over the seas into the keeping of my friend Cormac the Strong. He is lord of the clan MacCarthick, builder and master of the stronghold of Inblarna. Don't look so stricken, lad. If I am successful, the husk of this monster will confer on him and his guests forever afterwards not a plague but a special boon. Will's heart was beating like a drum. You're going to drain it, aren't you? I am. He half turned to look over his shoulder towards the veil. But you said that was too dangerous. Gwydion turned his face skyward. It is our only chance. Two great armies are marching to war. Their first encounter is at hand. I am going to do what I must. You told me that to drain a battlestone would be slow, painstaking work. You said the harm had to be let out a drop at a time, and each drop dealt with piecemeal before the next could be allowed out. He crowded the wizard. You said that if all the harm escaped at once it would. Then give me room to work. The Plaguestone taught me much that I did not know when we raised the Dragonstone. I shall move with speed, but also with caution, for Maskel's crude binding spells will surely complicate my task. Will's eyes rolled. Gwydion's plan struck horror through him, but what else was there? He let himself be turned aside as the wizard planted his feet in the earth and drew inside himself a second great draught of power. Then Gwydion began to dance, stepping out the complex bodily movements that gave form and strength to his incantations. At last he addressed the stone. His fingers crept over its surface as he began to interrogate it, searching out as far as he could the magical snares that had been laid for him. Will calmed his own tumbling thoughts, then dared to open his mind. He felt the churning, evasive darkness contained within the stone. After a while he began to fear for the wizard, for Gwydion seemed to fall into a trance, and when he climbed out of the pit and wandered into the giant's ring he began to mouth words in a language that Will did not know, speaking in a voice that was not his own. Tyrok araprok in I otnuft mekav te. Tynev en I sarbif irenlub enis setnats idiger sinumlup. Saludem Ataturks otel sadaleg. At length he came back to himself and spoke again in simple fashion without opening his eyes. I have had words with the Morrigan. She is the hag who portends war. She says she walks now in the east, and looks forward to her feast of flesh. What does that mean? Will breathed. It means that the armies are not heading this way after all. Gwydion's face looked worn and grey in the warlight. It means that we have been deceived, this stone is not the Doomstone. Will felt the realization jolt him. But it must be. It's far more powerful than the Dragonstone. It is not the Doomstone. You are confused by its nearness to the ring and by the spells that Maskel has applied. We have been wrong-footed by my clever foe. Yet one detail still favors us, Maskel's spells have been made cheaply tonight. I shall draw aside his night veil and reveal the clue beneath, for the verse is now our only hope of finding the real Doomstone in time. Wouldn't it be better to wait until daylight? Gwydion smiled a humorless smile. The bloodbath is now less than half a night away. That soon? Do you not feel it? He nodded grimly. The Lork is brimful. And the Doomstone, wherever it is, has been set a-wailing. It is calling men to their deaths even as we debate. The Morrigan has said that the next sunset will be stained red with blood. Stand back. For I must make a start, and in this you cannot help me. Will sat by the elder tree. 30 paces was not enough for safety, but it allowed Gwydion to gather calm undisturbed. Wanting comfort, Will looked for Pangor Ban, but the cat had wisely gone. Back on the shallow rise, on the far side of the lyrics, the weird light of Gwydion's staff waxed brighter and spread a luster over that somber graveside as he laid out his materials. He blew powders from his pouch over the stone, then poured silvery drops from a phial. Ersiliumas Bredhar, he told the stone gently. Fosklig te creed hemo. The first mass of harm drawn from the stone glowed with a fearsome blackness. It sucked the wizard's magelight into itself hungrily as it rose from the stone, then tightened into a spinning ball and hovered above the battlestone, making the light of the staff turn drear and brown. Gwydion danced. He played the globe like a beach armor plays a swarm, singing out to it in different tongues and voices, his movements and gestures enmeshing it in spells, persuading it, containing it, while all the time he coaxed it ever higher above the stone. He steered the spinning mass with care, veering and backing his steps this way and that in front of the battlestone. Each time he withdrew a pace, the black globe fell, trying, or so it seemed, to re-establish itself upon the stone. But every time Gwydion moved in again to drive it upward. Though it circled and spat back at him, it could not find a way to pull itself down. He worked it further and further into the air, and finally, when it was high above the ground and could be seen only by the way it crimped and dulled the starlight, Gwydion sent a burning bolt soaring against it. Brilliant blue fire shot straight to the heart of the globe, and penetrated it. It bellied out, growing hideously bigger for a moment. Will feared it had absorbed the bolt, but as it bloated it also grew grayer and thinner, so that finally it ruptured and blew itself to pieces. A shell of exploded substance rained down. As it passed through Will, he felt pains in his teeth and the joints of his bones. Pains gripped his stomach and head, coming to a terrifying peak, but then dying away to leave a profound weariness behind. He understood then that each battlestone has its own quality of harm. That each of them would be different, not like so many arrowheads and billhooks forged alike in Grendon Mill, but everyone possessing a particular character. So far, so good, Gwydion said. He examined the stone's stubborn surface for marks. Stay back. We have a long way to go yet. But the wizard stood still and stared into space. Will called out anxiously, What are you waiting for, Master Gwydion? I must replenish myself and find my center. It is hard to remember humility when the words of great magic are forming in the mouth, for often they make a man feel as if all the world is his own to play with. In this lies the great pitfall for those who try to employ magic that is too powerful for them. Stay with me in spirit, Willand, and try to feel what I feel. I will, Master Gwydion. He watched, patiently trying to maintain hope. Each release of harmful spirit from the stone must be wholly dispersed. But how many times would Gwydion have to repeat the drawing before the stone was forced to show its verse? And if, by some mischance, he underestimated the battlestone's strength or overrated his own? Will tried to push these corrosive thoughts away, knowing that through fellow feeling he must add his own strength to the wizard's. He must become his fountain of hope. But still the stone was getting to a part of him, for he could not but wonder at the many hurts that must surely befall the world now that such a mass of malignity had been set loose. Would there now surface a rash of ills and losses, unexpected injuries and setbacks, unlooked for infidelities and betrayals? According to Gwydion, that was how the world worked. But already, the wizard was dancing and applying his magic to the stone once more. Ni diarmheda, lirin, taran garbade saekiaratin, aries araki gundabhain. The next goblet keened like a banshee. It differed from the first, being larger and in shape more irregular. It was also faster moving, like a gigantic flock of starlings gathering to roost. The wizard had used a different, more powerful, spell to extract the harm, and it pulsed and moved in the air, reminding Will of the round jelly creatures he had seen floating in the ocean. He clenched his fists and stood up, wishing he could help, but knowing he must not interfere. A deadly struggle was developing above the stone. He saw shapes like fists and human faces forming in the cloud. 3 times it gathered itself and lunged forward in an attempt to overbear and seize the one who tormented it, but each time Gwydion's resolve held. And at last it was the wizard's turn to inflict and to punish. He mouthed a great spell in the true tongue that found a weakness in his adversary. As the black motes gathered angrily above him, his magic squeezed them together and they began burning up as red as fire sparks. Most were confined by the spell, but some lunged down in violent bursts or swung out as if trying to claw the wizard away. But Gwydion had clothed himself in protections, and any mote that came too close burned out in a trail of orange fire. He stood fast until the vigor of the cloud was spent, then the second mass of harm blew asunder and was cast outward to the 4 winds. This time Will was thrown to the ground. He winced in pain and all the seams of his shirt tore in tatters, but then he jumped up and cheered at the smuts and cinders that floated down all around. You did it, Master Gwydion. I told you to lie low. Gwydion snapped. His face had paled with the effort. He showed irritation that the skin of the stone had again refused to yield up its message. This is sore and thirsty work, he called. And now I must engage again. Without pause he plunged back into the fight. The third draft of darkness pulled from the stone took on the indistinct shape of a great winged thing. It rose, terrible and threatening. It hovered over Gwydion, a beast woven of shadows, a carrion feeder that stank of death. Will felt the gust of its wing beats and smelled the stench of all the fears that he had ever known. It roared and flapped like a rising phoenix, burning in dark flame, but despite its efforts it could not quite take to the air. Gwydion danced forward boldly and struck it with his staff. He overcame its menace and it slid apart into the grey smoke of nothingness, and when that smoke passed over Will he felt his stomach clench as if he had fallen into a chasm. He reeled and passed for a moment into unconsciousness. When he woke up he saw Gwydion staggering and ran to help him. The wizard was trembling. His body felt wiry and insubstantial, like a man who has not eaten for too long. His cheeks were sunken and his eyes rimmed red. He looked up at Will. You should take greater care, he said wanly. Your nose is bleeding. Stop now, Master Gwydion. Stop now, I beg you. At least rest a while. I cannot, the wizard said, taking his arm. But I must tread with greater care. I should not have used my staff so quickly, for the stone is getting wiser to my ways. The last release almost gained earthly form, and woe betide us if that should happen. How many more times must you do it? Rest a while first. And drink. Will offered him water. Gwydion looked up at the sky and emptied the flask over his head. It was now only a month short of the solstice, and the first purples of dawn were already beginning to creep along the rim of the sky. Soon long fingers of light would reach out of the east. This stone is not yet half drained. Not until the night's work is done, and wholly done, shall I rest. Oh, no! Will cried, pointing at the battlestone. Look! Master Gwydion, what's happening? They approached the stone together, warily yet with grim fascination. Its surface was seething and bubbling like a cauldron of boiling blood. I know you for false dissembling villainy. Gwydion cried, stepping quickly up to the stone. He entangled the emanation in a counterspell. At last. Now I can unbind the foul casts that Maskell has put in here. Until that is done, we cannot trust the truth of any verse that we may stir out of the stone. As he hauled the illusion out, it writhed and roared on the end of the wizard's staff until it was extinguished with a flourish. What was left on the stone was a mass of half-bestial faces that screamed and pleaded for mercy as they too were drawn out. Gwydion paid them no heed as he destroyed them. When they had gone, what remained was the stone's true appearance. It was not smooth at all now, but deeply scored with ogham all along its exposed edges. Fay Friss! Gwydion shouted in delight. A flood of blue brilliance lit the craggy stone. Now we'll see what was hidden. Quickly! It must be raised and read. Will jumped down, forced his fingers under the stone, heaved and strained, helping to lift it onto its end. Then Gwydion made him stand back and he circled to read out each of the faces in turn. The Queen of the East shall spill blood. On the slave road, by Werlame's flood. The king, in his kingdom, a martyr shall lie. And never gain the victory. A worthy translation, the wizard told him, but then he turned, leaning on his staff as if deep in thought or fighting with some unspoken doubt. I believe I now know where we shall find the Doomstone. Will marveled. You've solved the verse? So soon? Gwydion's haggard face brightened in the magelight. The meaning is unmistakable. When the Queen of the East rose up against the invaders of the Slaver Empire, her armies put 3 cities to the torch. One, and only one, stands upon a river named in honor of Werlame. It is even now called Verlamian by all save the sightless ones who have their own name for it. What do they call it? He asked. Swithin. The Red Hands raised one of the greatest of their chapter houses upon Werlame's hill because the first recruits in the realm were gathered here. Swithin is the one they call the martyr, for he was killed for his trouble by the slavers and has lain entombed upon the hill for 1,000 years. Does what this stone says have to come true at Verlamian? Must King Hal fall a martyr to his kingdom in that place? Gwydion ran his fingers over the stone. So we have been told by ancient magic. Whatever happens, King Hal is not fated to win the coming battle, it seems. But if King Hal is fated to lose, that means Duke Richard must win. So you might suppose. Despite himself, the prospect of a victory for the Duke gave Will a secret feeling of satisfaction. If Gwydion had not returned to claim him, he would more than likely have been riding to war now alongside Edward. He said, so, now it's our task to deprive Duke Richard of his victory, I suppose. Gwydion met his eye like a mind reader. It is our task to prevent a bloody slaughter. Will straightened. How far is Verlamian? But Gwydion made no answer. Instead, he began circling the stone, staff in hand, calling out the alternate reading. When a queen shall enslave a king. Travel at sunrise a realm to gain. Werlame's martyr shall lose the victory. And lie where blood never flows. Will tried hard to commit the lines to memory, but even before he could consider their meaning, a great pore opened up on top of the stone and black slime began to vomit forth. Straightaway Gwydion reached out with his staff and tried to cauterize the hole with blue fire, but no matter what spell he tried, he could not shut the hole. The stench that came from it made Will gag and drove him back. Then a humming sound rose, filling his head until he felt as if he was being hit with a hammer. I warned you that too much harm remained within the stone. Gwydion shouted as they staggered back. Maskell's magic must be emptying it. His last spell was not a binding spell as I thought, but one designed to release the harm in a rush. If you had not made me pause when you did, if I had kept on dancing out my own opening magic, it would have killed us both. Will backed away, his eyes fast on the top of the stone. It bubbled and dripped now as if with molten tar, but this was no illusion, no trick of Maskell's as before. This was all the harm left in the stone, fully half of all there had been, pure harm, emerging now uncontrolled. This time no unformed mass moved up into the air at Gwydion's command, no shapeless thing quite unable to become itself that danced upon a spell. This was a fully formed nightmare. It struggled forth, wriggling out into the world through a hole that now seemed much too small to give it birth, and a curse was already burning in the air around it. Anate Ishabake not slafimmer Werlamich. Deed Fordhagen arg fader fwill. Dithwi Yamada Oigishan gin. Kane Gorfen Bodby Ta Gach Peirut. Did Ditayad but Deluct not Trinobhend. Bud Ditayad Ban Dau Kukter Nai. Bed Tayad but Dorlan Abash Leah. Run! Gwydion shouted. Will needed no second telling. He turned and bolted as the dread words boomed out over the fields. He could hardly follow the meaning, but he knew that the insane laughing voice spoke of blood and of death. At that moment, nothing could have persuaded Will to leave the wizard's side, and they fled together. Gwydion raised his arms and shouted spells and threw up a crackling lightning bolt, but that served only to excite pursuit. They made for the ruined tomb of Orba. For great weathered stones were all that remained of it, huddled together, heaped in the field. By now the harm had grown to a size greater than the lyrics. And as Will watched, it changed its appearance, having the power to fascinate the eye. It did not look the same two blinks together, but grew more terrible each time. This way! Gwydion cried. Over here! What are you doing? Will called out, astounded that the wizard should be bent on attracting the monster. We must draw it away. If it takes power from the ring, it will be impossible to stop. You go that way, and I will go this. Willand, do what you can to make it come to you, for I must replenish my strength. Then the wizard climbed up onto the stones of Orba's tomb. He planted his feet wide, his eyes rolled back in his head, and he fell into a muttering trance as he tried to draw power from the earth. In that desperate pass it seemed to Will that he had been left to face the danger alone. He stared at the harm that writhed and boiled like a dark flame above the red glow of the battlestone. Master Gwydion! He cried, shaking the wizard. Master Gwydion! Be quick, dot. The harm struggled one more time and kicked itself free, bursting the battlestone into a dozen fragments. It looked about itself and gave voice to a blood-chilling cry, and when it began to head their way, Will felt pure terror. He knew he must try to draw it off. He waved his arms and shouted, and when the beast advanced upon him, he ran. The harm's roar was deafening, its footfalls shook the earth. Will drew it away from the wizard, heading neither towards the ring nor back towards the misshapen finger of the lyrics. He stopped again and again to throw clarts of earth at it and make sure that he was enraging it and tempting it onward. He ran until his knees gave way, got up and ran again, but then he burst through a hedge and crashed down hard amid a mess of half-burned branches. The ground was full of ashes here and still warm. It was the remains of his own campfire, the place where just a few hours ago he had dreamed of home. Under him was something hard, the crane bag. He remembered the silver-bound horn and what was engraved on it in the true tongue. Ca Ialia Nar Oin Bagelran. Ar Ciatemni Niwar Narlan. Aln Tabir Aaron Deal Gone. Should you stand in time of need? Blow me, and you shall have speed. He pulled it out, put it to his lips and winded it with all his might. Nothing. The air went straight through. And now the harm was coming towards him, bellowing and steaming. Will blew again, harder, spluttering and spittling, but still he could raise no sound. He was about to run on when he remembered how the jacks on Fotheringham's walls blew up their trumpets to give warning of approach. He pressed his lips together, and this time the note rang out, clear and high and wavering. He blew upon the horn 3 times, but there appeared no green man, no retinue of elfin warriors as he had hoped. Instead the harm roared and bore down, closing on him as surely as the darkness of night closed upon the twilight world. Then, just as he thought his last chance had gone, there came an answer to his call. A huge, white mare galloped out of the gloom, and Gwydion was on her back. Behold a Rondeal! Gwydion said, riding up swiftly from his place below the stones of Orba's tomb. A Rondeal, steed of the Lady Epona of old. Fleetest of horses. You have called her out from the hill above Dumacan Nadir, for though I missed it at first, her name was hidden upon the horn. Will mounted up and bent over the horse's mane and they rode for their lives. Run swift into the east, my sure-footed friend. Gwydion shouted. Run fleet and run fair. Race the harm to Verlanian. Speed us into the sunrise, for in the east lies our only hope. And they went like the wind, and harm came in pursuit, its roar shaking the leaves from the trees, its shadow overspreading the sleeping world. It came after them as fast as any earthly horse might gallop, but Will lay forward along Arondeal's mane, fistfuls of silver gripped in his fists, his face pressed against the side of the horse's neck, and they sped onward. Gwydion hung on behind, casting pitfalls into their wake. Will heard the power of the wizard's spells, but nothing availed them and the harm drew ever closer. Master Gwydion, why doesn't it heed your magic? He cried fearfully. Because I do not know the name that would give me power over it. Then, are we lost? Not while I breathe. Blue fire burned and spun in Gwydion's hands, then was let fly. Back, fierce one. Or I shall sting you with a blinding fire. Though every bolt delivered into the gloom struck their pursuer, nothing could halt it. Each ball of fire exploded in earth-shuddering booms and shocks of livid light. In those flashes Will saw fields and woods burst into being, then vanish again. Over shallow brooks and rivers wide they rose. Past hedgerow elms and hillocks green, galloping at last between two aged oaks that Gwydion webbed with fleeting strands of magic. And all the while he whispered up more spells as Arondiel's hooves hammered onward. The brave mare flew over gates and across brooks, by wood and wold, by heath and hedgerow, but always eastward, as if she knew the swiftest road to glory. But behind them the harm continued undaunted. Each rushing stride that Arondiel took, it made up a little more ground. Up hill and down dale they dashed, through thicket and glade, across open meadow and iris marsh. But no matter which way their path led them, the harm followed, and nothing that Gwydion threw down could make it stumble or turn aside. Will hung on, sure not to lose his grip, for he saw that to fall from so fleet a steed as Arondiel would mean certain death. They had soon ridden twice as far and twice as fast as any natural horse could have carried them. They travelled the sleeping land, thundering through dark hundreds, past the villages of Thring, Wing and Ivangum, then they slowed as they left the slaver road called the Ickenold. At last there rose up a great chalky scarp that stood like a bulwark across their path. Will was sure the beast would catch them now, but though it closed, Gwydion cast up a coruscation of fire before it and Arondiel flew headlong away, taking them up and higher up, towards the ridge above. Beyond lay the plains of Hui, but Will saw they would never reach it. "Hide us!" he cried through gritted teeth. "Vanish us away as once you did before. We cannot hide. I have been unable to prepare a vanishing spell. Nor would it or any lesser magic deceive this terror. Wherever we go it will follow us, for we have released it and it is set on our destruction. But if we can't outpace it, and we cannot hide from it, then there's no escape. We must turn and fight it now. Then take courage while you may, Willand. For I fear matters will come to that here upon Beacon Hill." But Arondiel was not exhausted yet. She raced up the winding path that led up towards the ridge, while the verse the harm had screamed as it had emerged from the stone rang loud in Will's head. In the true tongue the words had the power to drive men to dread, and their meaning was clear. As the armies approach Verulam, gore shall redden the spears. Young men shall slaughter. The crow of death shall be heard in the isles. Blood fall upon the folk of Trinavant. Blood fall down upon them all. Blood upon each and every one. Arondiel must run no more. Will called back. "We must turn here and make our stand. If we do, we shall surely perish. We must stand, Master Gwydion, for we've come to this hill and we must go no further." The wizard looked at where they stood and shook his head. "What certainty brings you here?" Will begged to be heard. "Better that we two fight and die here, than go to a place where the harm can feast on the blood of two armies." Arondiel reared and set them down. And Will blew a second blast on the silver-bound horn and vanished the horse away as if she had never been. "Farewell, old Thunderfoot!" Gwydion cried out as the mare's form dissolved before them. "Our thanks go with you," Will called into the night. "If I do no more in this life I can fairly claim to have ridden the finest horse that ever there was, or ever will be." But there was no more time for thanks and farewells. "We are unarmed and there is little left of my stock of magic," Gwydion warned. "But you know there is one yet who would fight the harm on our behalf. He will come wherever and whenever I might request him." "Then request him here and now." Gwydion turned. He looked down the hill and saw the shadow emerge from the woods below. It slowed and stopped, suspecting treachery. Then, thinking them at bay, it let out another air-shattering roar and came on. "Stand firm, Willand. It will not take us without a fight." Gwydion shouted, then the words of emanation came to his lips. The ground began to shake and break, and as large as the shadow was, that which now emerged at the wizard's request was larger still. "Alba!" Will cried. So he was real, after all. "Arise, Earth Giant!" Gwydion commanded. Once summoned, Alba will not suffer such harm as this to roam his realm with impunity. And it was true, for in the grey foredawn light the giant Alba emerged once more from the dewy earth, as huge-shouldered and mighty as he had been on a day long ago. Again his anger was plain. He grew as he rose, throwing off clods, and when he had stood up he turned his warty face to confront the malign power that stalked the land. The wrestling was fierce, as first one huge form and then the other seized the advantage. Will looked on, astonished as the harm ripped into Alba's flesh, yet each time he sent his tormentor reeling. Full-fisted blows rained down as the harm coiled, serpent-like, around one of Alba's great limbs and spat venom into his eyes. Alba throttled the harm and threw it down heavily, Then the giant took his adversary in a grip of steel. Sinews strained to squeeze the strength from it. Alba gave his all, but just as it seemed he had won, the shadow of war dissolved away. Now a mirage of black smoke was wreathed all around him. It moved, taunting the giant, showing how easy it was to escape his hold. Alba tried time and again to seize the harm once more, but he lost himself at last in the grey mists. Then the air around him began to spark with hurts each more painful than a knife slash. Alba was by now blind with rage. He roared and staggered and cast about again for his enemy, but no enemy could he find. The harm had vanished from sight, yet he was racked by so many maddening pains that he cried out. At last he twirled and flung up his arms, calling out to his enemy to do battle with him. Roaring and stamping furiously upon the ground, he sought in vain that vile serpent head to smite, and had it not been such a fearsome sight, Will might have thought it tragic to see Alba's great guardian strength so easily deceived by malice. But there was more, for now, having thrown the giant into a bewildered passion, the harm drew itself together again and grew up at Alba's back. Once more it assumed solid substance, a clawed limb that ripped at the giant's shoulders and tore his neck. In this way the harm bore Alba down. Will saw at once that the giant was sorely hurt, for when Alba threw the harm off he groaned like one who knew his fate was sealed, and when the harm came at him again it was clear that Alba's huge strength was spent. "He's broken!" Will cried. The stand was brave, but against such a foe neat bravery could never be enough. "Then we are lost." Will watched Alba's brown blood flow. He heard the woeful sound as the power left him and he sank to his knees. He fell and began to melt back into the cold clay from which he had arisen. A last groan escaped him and then Alba was gone forever, leaving behind only a hump in the earth like the tomb of an ancient king to show his final resting place. With Alba's downfall came the vanquishing of their last hopes. Gwydion said, "It will take one greater even than an earth giant to save us now." "Who?" Will asked. "Who but great Arthur could face down such a foe?" He stared at the harm that gathered itself among the shadows below. It melted and merged with itself again, becoming huge and hideous, and taking on something of the shape of the adversary it had defeated. Swirling mists crossed and recrossed and drew themselves up into giant form for the onslaught. Gwydion raised his fire-blackened hands imploringly. His voice roared out, "Did I not tell you there would come a day when you were no longer afraid of giants?" Will smiled grimly. "I wish I had a worthy weapon in my hand. That wish at least may be granted, for see what place Arundel has brought us to. Now they call it Beacon Hill, yet this was a great battlefield of old." And something in Will stirred and he said, "Is its name not Badon Hill?" "The very same. Now ask for your sword and it shall be granted to you." And Will went to a knoll below the road and stared down it, enthralled now, and lifting up his arms, he called out, "On far Buaden! And Gur Buadhain!" And this time as the words came to his lips, he knew that he had once exhorted a great army to victory with the same formula. But now it was Gwydion's turn to make subtle words. He stooped down, for there, shimmering before Will in the grass, there had appeared a sword hilt. As Will took it in his right hand, a great power seemed to flow in him. He drew the blade from the earth as easily as if he had been sliding it from a scabbard. It was not unlike the sword that had lain at Lear's side, a blade forged long ago. He raised it and saw that it was bright, nimble to the hand and well balanced. It shone with a high, golden polish that reflected the pale sky and the last of the stars of night. It pleased him very much to take it in his hand. "Its name is Branstock," Gwydion said, his eyes as live as coals now. "The sword of might?" Will whispered, recalling the histories. "It is the hallowed blade and none other. But how did it come here?" "How?" "Because your fate follows you as closely as shadows follow other men. Wield that sword with all your skill, and prepare to die like a hero of old." Will turned to face his doom. Down below the victorious harm shrieked until all the hillside echoed. Arm in arm, wizard and warrior backed the last few paces to the summit of the scarp and there stood ready to receive their foe. This is where they would make their stand, here upon the beacon, facing into the darkened west, Gwydion with his staff, Will with his sword, and defiance in both their hearts. Gwydion planted his feet and prepared what spells he could for the last moments. It was now his plan to bleed as great a quantity of harm as he could, to diminish as far as possible the plague he had unleashed upon the world. Below them, the harm showed its rage. It uttered a laugh rich in menace and triumph, yet as it climbed the scarp towards them, Will raised his sword against it defiantly. He stood shoulder to shoulder with the wizard. No longer did he feel any impulse to run. If he was going to die, it seemed fitting that he should die here, beside his friend and teacher, protecting the last Vantark for as long as his strength might last. He opened his mind wide, then, and drew in a deep breath of cold air. At last, the oppression of fear began to lift from his spirit. Little by little he took good heart and resolved to fall upon the harm and not to hang back as he had hung back from Maskull. He took 2 paces forward and held the sword before him, unmoving as the foe came for him. It tried to swipe him down, and pain flashed through him as the semblance of an arm lashed out at his head. It nearly threw him down, but with a cry he swung the sword and leapt aside, driving the blade upward as Gwydion's blue thunderbolts burst in the air all around. The harm coalesced into a vile parody of its vanquished enemy. A great, craggy head appeared above Will. A mighty limb tried to crush him, stamp him down, but he danced out of reach, and the giant beast, blinded by fury and malice, tore open air and shivered empty ground impotently. Then, suddenly, Will's brave blade tore into solid matter and stopped dead. He stumbled forward as agony ran down through his arm. 1, 2, 3. Thunderbolts crashed against the beast, forcing it to let go of the blade. Will saw how the wizard's efforts weakened each time. Down Will went. Yet Gwydion stood astride his body, flinging out feeble dregs of magic until the beast turned and tore him aside. A torrent of dirt swirled up, pelted him with stones, and he was blinded, and another pain reared up to fog his mind. But he dashed the dust from his streaming eyes and saw the harm change its shape into that of a fierce and fearsome beast. Gwydion lay on the ground, exhausted and defenseless before it, and as Will's sight cleared he found his feet and advanced, raising the blade one last time over the body of his fallen friend. "Ar Gwydion!" he cried in the true tongue. "This is for your sake." And though the harm loomed close over them, something made it halt. Will could not see what it was, but when he raised his sword again, lifting it high above his head, the blade flashed crimson and the grotesque form snarled and turned from side to side as if it was in pain. It roared in rage and threw up a great spurt of dark fire as if to ward off unseen blows. Then, like a wounded bear, it flailed and faltered and began to stumble backward. "Master Gwydion! Get up!" Will said, waving Branstock aloft. "Look! It's turned away." And on the dark side of the slope the shadow of war was indeed falling back, groaning, crouching low against the hummocky ground. As its marrow failed, so it crawled, cringing lower, as if seeking now only some kind of escape. Will stared in wonder, then looked behind to see what could have worked such a miracle. And there, across the stretch of open land of the plains of Hui, pulling itself clear of the eastern horizon, was the magnificent crimson disk of the sun. The shadow roared again, but this time it was a roar of impotence and despair, the cry of a beast that knew its fate. It struggled, thrashed, sought to dig itself into the ground to avoid the rays that would destroy it. "We've won!" Will shouted, shaking with joy. He laughed and danced and kicked his legs until he fell down again. "Look! We're still alive and we've won! Mathi Thur!" Gwydion cried as he sank to his knees. He opened his hands to the sky and spoke now the tongue of the isle, calling upon the memory of Danu, mother of Luff, a lady revered so long ago that no one had offered words to her name in over 1,000 years. But Gwydion Truthseeker, the last Fantark, made mention of her 3 times over, for this was the closest any wizard had ever come to death. Chapter 21, Skies of Fire. And so they came down at last onto the plains of Hui, and saw the land stretching away eastward in the blue mists of dawn. Gwydion rejoiced. The harm was given entry into this world by the hasty, night-woven spells of a sorcerer, therefore it did not have the power to outlast the darkness. Will marveled. "So Maskell has unwittingly saved our skins. And he is the one who has brought us within sight of Werlame's flood. Now you see something of the circles that make up our world. As the reed says, what goeth, goeth about again. We have a saying much like that in the Vale. Quite so, for I said it there. Though Valesmen have no doubt changed it in the telling. Come. We must still hurry." Their chosen way took them to the north of Werlamian, but then Gwydion stopped. He whispered down a calm, then went to stand alone in a meadow for a moment to ask strength from the earth. Will tried to copy him, and followed him through his motions. Once the wizard had replenished himself with a rich draught of earth power, they went on, and Will too felt in some way that was hard to explain that he had been refreshed. They crossed 2 immensely strong lines that Will needed no hazel wand to scry. Then they saw in the fields to the east the banners and tents of a great host. In the far distance Will's keen eyes noticed the rays of the sun glinting upon bright metal, and he knew at once that this must be the army of the Duke of Eber. Thousands had marched south with their lord, more men than Will had ever seen gathered together in one place before. The sight astonished him and made him pause, but Gwydion led him urgently onward. They trod fields that were alive with knapweed and plantain and saxifrage. The smell of bruised herbs rose all around them as the sun climbed towards the south, and Will took his bearings once more on the powerfully flowing green lane that ran beneath his feet. By the time they had come close to the camp, the army had already quit their halt and was beginning to marshal in readiness to march on the town. What a place Werlamian was to look upon! The tower of the great chapter house dominated everything. Lesser buildings lay like a sleeping dog around its feet. The town was built on the tail of a long hill that ran away to the north. The whole of it was enclosed to eastward by an ancient ditch that Gwydion said was called the Tun. It had been strengthened with sections of wall and hurdle. Will could see how tall beeches had been felled and their grey trunks dragged across the roads to bar the town to man and horse. No traffic moved, and all the way along the ditch Will could see men with mattocks digging the Tun deeper and raising the bank behind it as high as they could before the attackers made their assault. Trynavan lies a long day's journey from here south along the Great North Road, Gwydion told him. Once an ancient city of the Slaver Empire stood in the valley where an old slave road still runs. But of the city there is now little trace, except here and there, where slaver brick and dressed stone have been robbed from the ruins and set into the houses and cloisters of the sightless ones. Ensconced on the favored southern side of the hill, their powerful, square tower of stone and brick rose high above a long, buttressed hall. Around it stood a maze of private outbuildings, yards and enclosed precincts. Black-mantled figures could be seen hurrying through the grounds. At least we know that no attack will be sent against this side of the town, Will said. True. Gwydion gestured dismissively towards the hill. Yet those walls are not made for defense. They are there to mark the separation of town and cloister. Will thought about what Gwydion had said about the fellows never being allowed to leave their order, and shuddered. He could not take his eyes away from the giant chapter house which lowered over the smaller curfew tower and thatched roofs of the town. It was an awesome building, as big as anything he had ever seen. The stolen wealth that it represented was vast, and every penny of it had been robbed from the labors of others. In the neat lands around Verlamion the dew was lifting. Bumblebees and corn-blue butterflies had come out to forage for nectar and larks were warbling in the sky above. It was going to be a beautiful day. Or it could have been beautiful, Will thought, had it not been for the two armies that had come here bent on slaughter. The Doomstone has called them, Will said, sensing a vile, sweet odor that was drifting on the air. I can hear its voice whispering into men's minds. If we hurry, maybe we can still scry out the lines and find where it lies. Gwydion shook his head. Too late. The stone cannot be drained now. Our one slender hope is counter-persuasion. I must bend all my arts to bringing the two dukes together to talk. Perhaps, in that way, I may buy a little time, though it seems to me that a battle of some kind is inevitable. With Maskull present, the best that can be hoped for is that the outcome might be turned somewhat to our advantage. Fear surged in him. Maskull? Here? Did you doubt that he would come? He will be with the king's retinue even as we speak. Will grasped the wizard's sleeve. But how will you bring the two dukes together? Richard of Eber and Edgar of Mells? They hate one another with a rare fierceness. With the stone making its madness they'll not listen to persuasions. They will listen to mine. Gwydion faced him grimly. And if they do not I shall apply a contrary enchantment to their minds that forces compliance. Will's mouth fell open. But to oppose the Doomstone's will with magic inside a living man's skull, that must be dangerous. It is lethal. At the least an irreparable madness will befall them both. Then you cannot do it. Will took hold of the wizard's robe again and Branstock flashed in his hand. Master Gwydion, that would be murder. And it still wouldn't bring an end to the battle. I have done this kind of work before, and would do so again, for many innocent men's lives may be bought for the price of 2 or 3 of the stubbornest fools. But the Doomstone whispers to all men. The armies would fight on, even without their leaders. I must find the stone if I can. At least let me try. And then what? You'll find a way. You always do. Willand. Gwydion seized him, and his eyes blazed. Do not forget, the Doomstone is affecting you too. And you, Master Gwydion. You will be obedient to me in this. No. Will struggled and took possession of himself long enough to curb his tongue. Yes, Master Gwydion. If you say so. Only when he had stepped away from the line and fought the influence fully out of his mind did he see the truth. Gwydion would never allow him to go up against the Doomstone, he would have to do what he must alone. The wizard maid will take off his cloak and wrap it around the fabulous sword. He said the sight of a naked blade in the hand of one who wore no friendly color of livery might easily be misunderstood. As you have said, the minds of these soldiers are already inflamed by the prospect of battle. They will see all strangers as enemies, and foreseeable trouble is best avoided. When they stop to take a look at the defenses of the town will ask, what do you think is in Duke Richard's mind? Gwydion shaded his eyes and peered at the long, lazily curling pennons that flew near the town's curfew tower. I think it would have been friend Richard's wish to march here and win Verlamion before the royal army did. But he has been beaten to the mark. The streets are already full of men, and I can see many who were at Clarendon with the king. The colors of Duke Edgar are flying beside the royal standard. I don't know what Duke Richard will try, but if I were him I would fall on the town at its weakest point. He will try to fight his way in, Gwydion said. His men will not be deterred by dry ditches or felled trees, not with the Lord Warwick's people beside them. His knights are fierce men, born of an overproud caste. They would rather die than back down. That pride is ever the source of our misfortunes. I believe there will be many deaths today, for the gaining of a town is a most hazardous enterprise. Will felt his stomach clench, knowing what course his heart was resolved upon. He looked again at the town sitting on its ridge, and uneasy forebodings began to assail him. I must do what I can, Master Gwydion. Take care to stay by me, lad. For you have never seen a great battle unfold, and I have seen it too often. There are many ways to die. Will suddenly feared to open his mind in such a dangerous place. He heard drums beating up, warning of the arrival of large bodies of foot soldiers. The men wore colored livery and bright steel helmets, and moved together in ranks, their lords' banners flying above them. Some wore riveted kettle hats and shouldered polearms and gavelocks and marched to the orders of appointed men, while their captains rode up and down the lines on horses splendidly accoutred for war. Here was a body of Ludford men, with more behind who had come down from the ridings of the north. Yonder stood a company drawn from the garrison of the castle of Sundials. There came a body of the Earl Warwick's Kennet billmen, as Will knew from the red colour of their surcoats. And by the road were many men bringing forward in their midst a great engine of wood and iron they called Warwick bore, that by some art of fire made holes in stone walls. Will followed Gwydion through a trampled meadow, and soon they were moving among a sea of the Duke's own troops as they assembled to the east of the town. The first company they came upon wore white and blue, proud men, clear-eyed and laughing. But they were commanded by a young and uncertain captain. He was bad-tempered and harassed by his duties. His skittish horse stamped and snorted when Gwydion approached. I seek the Duke Richard, the wizard called to him. Where is he? But the captain turned his horse away and would pay Gwydion no heed, until one of his men spoke up. Sir, I know that lad is a page of the Duke's household, though he is now much changed. Jack called. Will cried. Fall in a campfire, did you, Willand? The captain turned his horse again. What say you? Another man said, Sir, this lad was once page to the Earl of the Marches before he ran away. Is this true? The captain asked severely. Then looking to Jackald he said, The Duke has other matters on his mind today than runaways. If the lad has come to fight with us, then bid him join our company. And drive off that beggar with the flat of your sword. Nay, sir. Another man said, stepping up boldly. Begging your pardon, sir. But you mustn't talk like that, for that's his grace the Duke's own wizard. The captain's face was red with exasperation now. Wizard? He snapped. What wizard? The Duke keeps no mage except the old gardener. Oh, but it be true, sir. I saw them do conjurations with my own eyes. I cleared all of Ludford Castle's inner ward of snow one time he did. All by himself and in the twinkling of an eye, sir. Saved us all a right heavy morning's work, but the cord stood out in the captain's neck, and he bellowed, Enough! Get back in line! He stared hard once more at Gwydion, but then suddenly his eyes rolled up and he fell forward against his horse's neck just as if he had been shot through by a crossbow bolt. The captain! One of the jacks shouted. Instantly the soldiers crowded around and slid their chief to the ground to tend him, while others looked around for the cause. Darts! Came the cry. Have a care. Then, not so. He's gone and fainted out cold. Then it's sorcery. Another voice quavered. Look! The wizard's cut him across the face. Ah, that's just a nosebleed. More men came forward to see, but their captain was already sitting up and blinking. Gwydion took Jackald aside firmly and made a sign over his forehead. Now tell me, what rumors have you heard? A vacant look came over Jackald's face, and he said, I heard that old king had got to know of how our host was coming down to visit him in Trinavant, so he quits his great city and sets out north. That would have been the day afore yesterday. They're saying that Trinavant was still too webbed about with the Crowmaster's spells. Too hard for King Hal's own sorcerer to work him any advantage there. Gwydion shook Jackald by the shoulders. What else? The soldier looked back dreamily. 'Tis said our own liege lord is better liked by the common folk in Lud City than the king himself. Jackald, listen to me. Where did King Hal wish to go? Why, into the north. To Leicester, mayhap, where the Duke Edgar and the Queen surely have more friends than they can muster in Trinavant. The Duke of Rockingham is with them, and his son, the Earl Stratford also. And the Earl of Umber, another soldier who was watching with big eyes said. Don't forget the Black Knight. And 2 lords of the Middle Shires too, said a third trooper, adding the total on his fingers. And there's the Baron Clifton, who men say is mad. What's that? He's mad, sir. Our spies say he has come here with his son, John, and 300 spearmen. Will recall to mind the stone he had scryed on the estate of Aston Audingley. That was the home of Baron Clifton. That must have been what warped his mind, he thought, recalling the way the Dragonstone, even though mightily spellbound, had still lured the strong-willed Edward to visit it. Have heralds come from the king yet? Gwydion asked the soldiers. They looked from one to another and some shook their heads. We don't know. Where is the Duke Richard presently? Over by the wood. The Jack pointed to where more men were massing. Gwydion made for the Duke's company and Will hurried after. First they found Sir Hugh Mort, fully armoured and on his warhorse, which was a great sturdy beast of 18 hands. When they asked him if the king's heralds had come to propose a parley, Sir Hugh laughed him down. That's already done with. In answer to our letter of grievances, false messages came to command my lord to keep the peace of the realm. But it is not my lord of Eber who disturbs the peace. False messages, you say? Sir Hugh gave a knowing look. I'll warrant that the only time His Grace the King has authored a letter in his life was to command more milk for his cup. It is the Queen who speaks in his name. She works him like a puppet, and everyone in the realm knows it. Gwydion pointed at the knight angrily. You would do well, friend Hugh, to remember that your liege lord has sworn allegiance on bended knee to him whom you mock so easily. Sir Hugh's thin patience burned away. Away with your arguments, wizard. This is old ground and we're already determined to ride against treachery. It will be bloody ground soon, and that I will freely foretell to you, but... The warhorse snorted, and Sir Hugh reined her tight. Then get you to the Queen and enthrall her to your will if you can. And mind this, while you parley at the front gate of Verlamion, my Lord Warwick will be breaking down the back door. Aye. And I beside him with my best steel. Where is the Wort-master? Gort? Gone back to his stinking weeds at Fodderingham, for all that I care. He is a healer. He should be here. Aye, and we are slayers. And with no more time for foolish talk. With that, Sir Hugh tested the visor of his sallet and the charger stamped away, though Will had wanted the answer to one more question. A terrible suspicion had begun to haunt him. Where was Willow? He allowed his mind to open a little. It was just a habit he had developed, something he did as a necessary prelude to using his intuition. But this time it was seized upon. He staggered, and a sudden faintness overcame him. What is it? Gwydion said. He put up a hand, his sight blurring. I can feel movements in the ground. They're upsetting my eyes. The grass looks like the waters of the ocean, or clouds seen in a still pond. And the earth is heaving. It's what I felt at Ludford. I shouldn't have let my guard down. Could it be another line? Here? Have a care, Willand, this is the full-charged power of the Doomstone. Shut it out. It's talking to me, Master Gwydion. Shut it out, I say. This is how unsuspecting men are taken by weird influence. It fills the air when a stone comes to life, so that all good judgment is warped. The wizard cast about him. So, not 2 lines meet here, but 3. And that is what gives the Doomstone its great potency. Gwydion dragged him away from the line and they pressed on together until they reached the Duke's bodyguard. A flowing mass was gathered, flags and horses draped in white and blue and every point showing the devices of the White Rose and the Falcon and Fetterlock. All was flurry and activity around the Duke. The air was filled with shouted orders and the stamp of hooves. Will saw 20 knights wearing their finest armor and carrying long fluted maces. Every plate of the Duke's harness shone with a high polish, so that he appeared to Will as if clad in pieces of a looking glass. The air was filled now with the sound of the jangling and clashing of mail and harness. Will's trained mind repeated the names that Sir John Mort had drilled hard into his memory, head and body, then arms, then legs, going over them again now like a singing charm to keep the voice of the stone at bay. Sallet, beaver, pauldron, back and breast. Rear brace, couter, vambrace, gauntlet. Tasset, cuisse, polion, greave, sabaton. The visor of Duke Richard's sallet was up, but his beaver was strapped up around his throat and chin, which seemed to give him an uncomfortably upright posture. Sir John had always stressed how important it was never to slacken the throat guard once it was in place, for therein lay a fatal weakness. Once loosened, a gauntlet hand could not easily do up the strap again, and certainly not in the heat of battle. Archers always sought the nobleman's throat, for there were few other ways that a churl, by a single act, could do so well by his family. Around the Duke rode the men of his household, his closest knights and retainers. The other lords, his kin and allies, had already broken left and right to their own commands. Heading the column to left was the Lord Warwick, to the right that fierce lord's father, the Earl Sarum. Despite his haughty bearing, the Duke called down as they approached. Welcome to you, Master Gwydion. See how our cause prospers. See how we've raised this fine host and ridden here to relieve the king once and for all of his burdensome companions. I am well glad that you've ceased your wanderings and come to lend us your support this day. Gwydion strode out alongside the warhorse. And I have told you many times, Richard, that magic is not to be traded. You cannot buy personal advantage with it, nor should you try, for that which goeth. Goeth about again, the Duke finished. I know that lesson well enough. Then why do you defy all wisdom? All eyes were on the wizard now, for his words sounded like a challenge, and everyone who heard them looked to the Duke to see what he would say. He seemed to will hard-pressed to keep his humor light, though he attempted it. I was not proposing to make a purchase of your powers, Master Gwydion. But since you have come here to us at this most crucial moment, should I not assume it is to aid those who are come to fight for the triumph of good over evil? Do not speak to me of good and evil, Richard, for you know not of either, unless you have had traffic with sorcerers. Confound you, Crowmaster. I know what is right as well as any man does. The Duke turned away, unwilling to conduct further debate, but Gwydion raised his arms, forcing him to turn back. My enemy is the sorcerer, Maskull. Take care how you sport with the realm in his presence, for a dead tree gives no shelter. The Duke's eyes blazed with anger. Dead tree? What are these riddles? Say now. Are you with us, or against us? If you have had commerce with Maskull, then you must tell me, or you will soon know what misery such dealings bring. As for me, I must divine Maskull's intent and oppose it as I may. If he seeks to destroy you, then I shall help you. But if it is his strategy to raise you up in victory, then I shall steal that triumph from you, Richard. So be thou warned. The Duke's bodyguard bristled at what they took to be a magical threat. Save your curses. I know what is mine by right, Crowmaster. Ah, Richard. Dwell rather upon what is right by thine. Gwydion lifted his staff on high. Think of your firstborn son and choose the patient path as I now counsel you. But the Duke made no move to halt the column or take the wizard aside and speak privately with him. Instead, he lifted up his powerful voice. If you are come to aid us, Master Gwydion, then I bid you welcome to this company. But if you are here to preach, then you are welcome only to quit us. He lifted his broadsword, Fregarak, aloft. For with you or without you, wizard, I am resolved this day to cure the main ill that afflicts this realm. We are here to break the bonds that have been strangling us. Fierce shouts of assent burst from the Duke's kinsmen. Lesser swords were thrust skyward. Then the army began slowly to move forward. Will. Just then, amid the noise, his own name rang clear. He looked up towards the second squadron and saw a fine, tall figure in full armor astride a charger that was armored and caparisoned in wine red and blue, Edward, riding in splendor as the Earl of the Marches. You've been playing with fire, I see. But you've come back to us in the nick of time. I knew my father's wizard would not fail us. Well met, Edward, Will said gruffly. But we're not here to fight. Nor is Gwydion your father's wizard. Edward glanced back, perplexed. Not here to fight? What else is there to do in a battle? It's a man's chance to prove himself in arms. Join me, Willand, we'll be like brothers together again. You have brothers enough. Where's Edmund? A cloud passed over Edward's face at the memory of his brother, still crippled in body and mind from his encounter with the Dragonstone, but all he said was, he's too young. But you're not. Someone give this man a mount. Will, walking alongside, felt another undulation pass through the ground, and with it a powerful impulse to unwrap the sword he still held under his arm. Whatever had seized him when he dropped his guard was asserting itself. Why not take it out? He asked himself. It's yours by right, a gift you received in your hour of need. Unsheath the sword, for its light has saved you once already. He steadied himself. But still, Branstock was beautiful to the eye and he would have loved to draw it out. Again, something in Will kicked against the idea, and he told Edward, I have no need to prove myself in arms. And as for the battle, Master Gwydion has come here to build peace, and that is a far greater thing. It's too late for peace. Edward, as brilliantly armored as his father, now drew a shining broadsword. See? This is Delgar, symbol of my knighthood. At last I'm honored to ride in my father's bodyguard. I'll show you my own sword, Edward, for mine is no buckle pin. Mine is the hallowed blade. He had shouted it back before he could stop himself, and now found that he had already taken the bundle from under his arm. He tried to stop, but then Edward said sneeringly, brave words, Willy Wagstaff. I'll show you. It took all Will's powers to master the urge. He could see what the Doomstone was doing, seeking out his weaknesses and exploiting them. He forced an icy calm to settle over him, then he set his face stubbornly and began to wrap up the bundle once more. But Edward, laughing, reached down with dagger and flicked the bundle up into the air, and when Will looked down, there on the grass was his wayfarer's cloak, torn now, and beside it a sword. It was not Branstock now, only a crude wooden sword made from a blackthorn stick, the sort that a child might wave and play. The young earl threw back his head and brayed, and all the knights around him brayed too. "You'll have to do better than that if you're to ride with us," he said. "Behold! Willie Wagstaff and his wooden sword." Will was stung. He stared angrily after Gwydion, believing some trick had been played on him. But the wizard was still pleading with the duke, wrangling fruitlessly with him even at this 11th hour. The hooves of Edward's mount trod Will's cloak into the ground as the squadron walked on. The idea came suddenly into Will's head to ask Edward what he had done with Willow. A surge of rage coursed through him, but seeing Gwydion's dauntless efforts to keep the peace, he found the strength to throw off his anger, and as soon as he did he began to see with far greater clarity. "The road of the peacemaker is the hardest road of all," he told himself, "and made all the harder for me because I already know how this battle will end. The battlestone foretold a defeat for King Hal. I dare not tell Edward, for certain knowledge of victory would only spur him on. But then he remembered the dragon stone, and Edward's hunger to look upon it. Once he came abreast of the charger again he said, "Edward, listen to me. King and queen with dragonstone. Bewitched by the moon, in darkness alone. In northern field shall wake no more. Son and father, killed by war. Do not read him pretty poems," one of Edward's bodyguards shouted. "He is a warrior. Do not interfere with his day of glory. Wait." Edward looked down, his posture stiff and haughty. "What was that?" "It's the verse you first saw on the dragonstone. The one you called a prophecy." Will wrestled to clear his mind. The pain rose inside his skull and he beat at his head, staggered and almost lost his footing. He called up. "Edward, Master Gwydion said the verse predicts the death of the true king and his heir." At that there was bridling and one of the guard raised his sword ready to cut down the daring upstart. Will knew very well the penalty for the crime of imagining the death of a king. But Edward did not give the order to kill. He passed glances around his men. "The beggar's as soft in the head as old Gort. We'll fight this day and we'll win. We fear nothing." When Edward raised his own sword a great roar came from the mounted men who moved off along with him. Their pennons streamed, their suits of steel clattered. The column was picking up pace now. Groups of men were shouting and moving forward, forming themselves into the dense battle lines that would soon assault the town. Will ran faster alongside Edward's horse. "But there's good cause for you to fear. A great sorcerer is moving among the king's army. We know about him." Will's eyes widened. "You do?" "Yes. He's the queen's great boast. He can make colored fire appear in his hands just as the crowmaster does. But father says he's just a juggler, a catchpenny from a country fair who puts on mystical airs and graces and uses sorcerer's powder to amaze fools. My Lord Warwick's arquebus men can surpass such tricks. Their weapons use sorcerer's powder to make flame and noise, and also to cast stones and iron nails towards the enemy. They will shoot Jared through for his insolence. I don't mean Jared. The one of which I speak is called Maskull. Master Gwydion fought with him last night. He is a deadly sorcerer. I know of no such magician. Gwydion has come here to protect you from him, for if he should turn his thunderbolts upon your army, your men would burn like heather before a heathland fire. Let them all come. Sorcerers. Wizards. Whomsoever. If they betide us well or ill, it is no matter. Verlamian shall fall this day whatever they say or do." How like his father Edward sounded now, for he had studied well and modelled himself closely on the Duke. Will shouted. "Come to a parley. Master Gwydion says that once war begins it'll devour a whole generation. I'm not like you, Will. I'm of royal blood. I was born to ride and to wield a lordly blade like my forefathers. This is my birthright. True chivalry doesn't glory in blood." Will shouted, taking hold of Edward's stirrup. "True chivalry always regrets the unsheathing of the sword. Get out of my way, Will." Dagger swept down and the flat of it shimmered against Will's temple, making him let go. "Today shall see my blooding. Aye, and my swords too, so get out of my way." Edward kicked his warhorse on and Will was left to save himself from being ridden down by the young earl's bodyguard. He came to a breathless halt. They're all beyond reason now, he thought, filled with dismay. All of them. But as the horseman galloped away, his eyes fixed on a body of archers, men who had come out of Cambrai. They were dressed in green and white and proudly wore the badge of the Red Dragon of Ranner. Each was already laden with 2 packed quivers, but their bows were not yet unbagged. They waited by carts, or came forward each to take a wooden stake that could be used as a defense against mounted men. He saw a figure jump down from the nearest cart, and there was something about the way it moved that made Will's heart shiver. When the figure came out from behind the cart, he seized her arm. "Willow!" "Will?" He felt the shock jolt her. "You're burned." He knew how he must look. Maybe she had good cause to be distant, but he had not expected repugnance. He tried to tell her what had happened, but she would not listen and began to work all the faster to unload the cart. "You must get out of here," he said, seizing her arm. "Master Gwydion says." "Master Gwydion?" She snapped back at him. "Do you always do what Master Gwydion tells you? Willow, dress like that, you'll be mistaken for a soldier. When the battle starts, who knows what? I am a soldier," she said. She pulled her arm free and caught up a stray wisp of hair behind her ear. "We're here to fight. My father's a fine bowman. The men from Lee are all here with us, and we've sworn an oath to the Duke. We're with the company of Westerners who were raised at Prestine and Cambrai, good men all of them. But you can't fight." "Why not? It's the duty of all those provided for by their lord to come to arms when he desires it. Don't you know that? But you can't." Her anger flared. "I can shoot a bow as well as any man, not as far maybe, but I'm often closer to the mark. You have no bow. I'll have one soon enough. And meanwhile I'll be a runner for the company." He groaned, knowing that the runner was the one who gathered arrows that had missed their mark so they could be shot back at their owners with thanks. But that's the most dangerous work on the field. "What of it? I'm nimble." She paused and looked hard at him, and he saw that it was a strange and unnatural look. "And I'm not afraid to do my duty." Will did not doubt it. She was full of loyalty and conscientiousness, and it pained him to see how those virtues had been warped by the doomstone. He fought through the haze that filled his head, took hold of her and shook her. "Master Gwydion says that hundreds will die today because 24 overproud men have refused to share a tent for an hour." She threw him off. "Does Master Gwydion say that? Well, my father says the realm must be cleansed of a great evil." "Don't speak of evil." "I will speak of it. It's called greed, and it kills more folk than war ever did. We've been talking all morning about what death 6 arrows per man might deal to such an enemy." "Enemy? What enemy, Willow? We are not being invaded. The men in Verlanian are not evil goblins to be hated and slaughtered. They're poor country folk like us. This is madness." He winced at the pain that suddenly burst in his head and put a hand up as if to ward it away, but he still fell down, doubled to his knees. Willow looked at him pitilessly. "Wounded already, are you?" He clenched his jaw until the spasm had passed, then he got up. "A hateful voice is talking in all our heads. I'm fighting it. You must too, for it uses everything we know against us." "I don't hear any voice." "Are you drunk?" "Willow, it's a rite of magic that every change contains the germ of its opposite. If the voice is speaking to us and has knowledge of our minds, then we must be able to gain knowledge from it also. Listen to me. When a queen shall enslave a king, travel at sunrise a realm to gain. Werlane's martyr shall lose the victory, and lie where blood never flows." She turned away scornfully, bending once more to her task. "Get away from me with your poems. But it's a Battlestone's prophecy. It concerns what's taking place here. It's a riddle, a clue to a greater stone that I must find. Can't you help me?" She tossed her head. "I thought you were supposed to be the great magician's golden boy. Aren't you clever enough to see that the queen is Queen Mag, and it's our army that's been traveling since before sunrise to claim the victory? But where does blood never flow?" When he looked into her eyes, he saw they were bright with anger. "Leave me alone, Willand. I have work to do." He grabbed her. "Where does blood never flow? Tell me. Where? I must find the doomstone. Get off me. You're mad." She put a hand to his chest and pushed him away. He staggered back and fell down. When he tried to get up, he rolled over, wrestling now with the doomstone, fighting to shut it out. At last he dared to slam his mind closed, and fell momentarily into unconsciousness. When he came to, he was wiping the spittle from his mouth. He watched in a dream as Willow, compassionless and cold, climbed up onto the cart to continue her unloading. His glance slid to the great chapter house, where the 3 lines seemed to converge. He tried to focus his thoughts. The Red Hands, they raised a great chapter house upon the hill of Werlane, because the fellow who first recruited here, the one they call the Martyr, was killed here. He's lain entombed upon the hill for 1,000 years. When he forced himself to his feet, Willow looked right through him. It seemed as if the love she had had for him was locked away, that the doomstone was keeping her bound to her work and blotting all natural thoughts from her mind. He roused himself, went to the head of the cart and began to unharness the dray horse. Unnoticed, he led the beast forward from between the shafts, then he climbed up onto her back. As soon as his feet were clear of the ground, his mind lit up like a ray of sun playing suddenly across a hillside. The horse's great, calm spirit gave him succor. The beast was no Arundel, but she lumbered forward willingly enough when he asked her, and suddenly he too knew what he must do. He sent her towards the open fields that lay between Duke Richard's army and the town. 3 blocks of men were now drawn up in readiness, and as he broke away from them he wondered what he would meet at the barricades. He had begun to expect a rude reception, perhaps a hail of arrows as he came upon the ton, but the soldiers there watched him riding alone towards their lines with shouts of glee. Cheers and whoops rang out and he was beckoned in, the king's soldiers making much of a lad who was deserting from the enemy and showing the way for others. When they let him past the breastworks he snatched a piece of folded parchment from his pouch and called out to them, "See! I bring with me an important paper for the king. It may yet save all our lives." They laughed at first, but seeing him unarmed and without livery and holding up the written word, they thought again. And having once let him inside their barricade they were now at a loss what else to do but keep him among them. "Hold him," said one of the defenders. "You hold him," said another. "We've no man here to spare as his keeper. Let him go up into the town if he will. He's a chancer. What if he means the king harm? Then let him try himself against the king's guards. If he's to fight, let him stay here and fight with us. We're soon to bear the brunt, and we'll have need of spare hands once the enemy sets upon us." Aye. But then a big man among them pushed his companions aside, saying, "And what if he really does have a message for his grace the king? What then? If he does, then let him show it. See here." Will opened out the folded page over them. It was one of the workmaster's recipes and spoke of peas in oat and thyme. He opened it up and showed them the black ink marks and they looked up at it in awe. None of them had ever seen a proper written page before, though all believed in the power of words. They jostled, marveling at the magic marks, knowing that the king's laws and tithe bills and property titles and most other items of high importance were always done out in writing. "Quickly," Will said with all the authority he could muster. "Where am I to find his grace the king?" "His standard flies up by the sign of the Castle Inn," one of the soldiers said, pointing up the hill towards an alehouse. Will turned to the road that led up to the market square. He thanked the soldiers and kicked the horse on until he arrived among the buildings of the town and at the foot of a great, square curfew tower. It was tall, and he saw the 8-sided stairhouse that was built up from one corner of its top. 8 stone gargoyles projected from it. Around the tower stood many neat timber-framed houses and tradesmen's shops, all of 1 or 2 stories. Paving stones had been laid at the place where, on a market day, a dozen money changers and Verlamian's far-famed hazelnut sellers would ply for trade, but all that remained of the market now were a dozen tattered traders' awnings, for thousands of soldiers were packed into the street, and Will could now see that there were just as many men inside the town as there were outside it. 3 or 4 alehouses stood facing the market square. Above the door of the nearest was a painted board showing a castle, and nearby Will saw the royal standard. It was more than just a flag of quartered red and blue set with golden leopards and lilies and fringed in gold, this was the sign of present kingship. Under it stood a mass of lords in full armor gathered about the person of the king. Around these noblemen many royal soldiers stood guard with glaives and billhooks in their hands. They were watchful now and anxious, for all in the market square was brittle since the fear and thrill of war had settled fully upon the army. Will could ride no further. He jumped down and pushed his way towards the curfew tower. When he looked back down a side street, the sound of drums from the approaching army assailed his ears. He heard a spattering of loud bangs from distant arquebus men, as they burned their sorcerer's powder and cast leaden stones toward their fellow countrymen. Then there came the deeper, louder noises of a great wall-smashing engine as it roared forth flame, and he knew that Lord Warwick must have unleashed his attack on the ton. A horse whinnied at the sound, and began to rear dangerously, and when Will turned he saw men in the red and silver livery of Lord Strange, then the hogshead himself, looking more pig-like than ever, lips foaming and yellow tusks gleaming, his wedding ring still hanging moistly in his nose. Doubtless he had brought men to fight in the king's name, no doubt seeing his opportunity to regain the queen's favor after the loss of the armory wagons. Will had no wish to be recognized. He turned away, hiding his face until Lord Strange had pushed his way past, then he found he had come to a barrier manned by royal guards. Will craned his neck and recognized in their midst a pale-faced man with long nose and sad eyes. A face less likely to be looking out from a suit of armor could hardly be imagined. Among the crowd of lords that surrounded him were 2 small, frightened boys who were acting as his pages. Both carried cushions, one supporting a sheathed warsword, the other a helm set with the crown. Will marveled at the king. At Clarendon he had appeared fallow-minded and stupid. Now he seemed alert and fully aware, though horrified by all that was happening around him. Nearby stood Queen Mag, who was so concerned with the arrangements that she had overlooked her own departure to safety. She was wrapped in a blood-red cape trimmed with black fur made from the tail-tips of 100 ermine. Her gloves were red, and her face so white that it seemed almost waxen, yet set with coal-black eyes and perfect lips of crimson. The burly figure of Duke Edgar was at her side, bellowing orders and doing whatever she told him. Will's eyes narrowed as he looked upon the man who had once tried to cut him in two. Then suddenly he sensed a familiar reek, and he turned his head in fear. Maskell! Where was he? Will shrank against a wall, looking to left and right, not daring to open his mind again for fear of giving himself away. Fear froze him, and he felt the Doomstone's malice take a firmer grip on his heart. A press of men were suddenly all around him, their faces red and angry. They looked on him cruelly, for the emanations were stirring them into a blood frenzy. An uncontrollable shiver passed through him, and his thoughts began to dissolve. Why not go to Lord Maskell? He asked himself. Why not seek him out while I yet may? No! He shouted, staggering now under the pain in his head. The soldiers nearby cast monstrous glances at him. But what if Lord Maskell is the rightful Fantark, and Gwydion the impostor? He thought. What if it was Gwydion who refused to take the long journey to the far north with Senias? Perhaps a new age is coming into the world, an age of war and wonders that will endure 500 years. It must be that Lord Maskell is its appointed herald, and Gwydion the broken reed. He could not even draw himself from the elder tree without help. Help me! Will wailed and sank down to his knees. Courage, lad! He felt the pulsing inside his head slacken. Then an arm was under him and lifting him up. Gwydion was there, and as Will was raised to his feet his whole body flooded with relief. He stared round, not knowing how the wizard had come here, or for what reason, unless it was to foil his plans. He began to struggle, but Gwydion steadied him with a single touch on the forehead, then he produced a scroll from a fold in his robe. This was no crumpled parchment but a real instrument of peace. See here. I have a sealed letter from Duke Richard, got by no art of mine. Richard has, by an effort of his own free will, given us one last chance, a promise in writing that he means no ill to King Hal, but that he has assembled here in arms only to redress certain grievances. Now let us see how the king receives the news. But the fighting has begun. It has reached the barricades, but the madness can still be stopped before Richard's men reach the town. I'm going to find the Doomstone, Will said doggedly. And you mustn't try to stop me, Dot. The wizard's eyes filled with admiration. You are terrified, and yet still resolved on your course? Don't try to stop me, Master Gwydion. It's not the Doomstone that's telling me what to do. I know it in my own heart. Go then, and tread softly. But before you do, see out my diplomacy, for it may yet suffice. Gwydion drew back, and Will watched him thread his way along the cordon. The sergeants tried to bar his approach to the king, but signs made over their foreheads caused them to forget their duty and turn away. When the wizard slipped into the very center of the royal army, even the watchful chamberlain did not see him. Will saw Duke Edgar, attended by his son, Henry. They were dressed in glittering steel and arrayed in blue and white, and seemed to be very much in charge, but they were too busy issuing orders to notice an old man garbed in mouse brown. But then Maskell's reek came again, and Will turned his head aside and pressed himself closer into the wall. At first he could not see the sorcerer, but then his eyes rolled upward. Maskell was leaning out from the top of the curfew tower ready to survey the butchery that would soon begin below. The darkly shrouded figure peered out across the thatches of the town. He was cowled and mantled, his black-gloved hands were ringed in bands of gold, and there, about his neck, flashing glints of blue-white light and hanging upon a golden chain was the great diamond that had for so long graced the death cloak of King Lear. Maskell must have taken it from the queen. He thought, alarmed that so precious a thing as the Star of Annuin was now in the sorcerer's possession. Will looked desperately to Gwydion. Maskell might have seen his enemy had he chosen to look directly beneath him, but his thoughts were wholly given over to relishing a victory that he had worked most patiently to gain. Duke Richard's troops were closing on the ton, and the day's first blood was about to be spilled. Will felt another dreadful rippling in the power that streamed beneath his feet. But even as his stomach rolled over and blood welled in the sockets of his eyes, he tried to fathom the direction in which the power was flowing. Here the lines were narrow, concentrated. He could see their effect. The mood of the soldiers packed into the market square began to grow ugly as a wave of violence passed through them. A mutinous turmoil broke out that Lord Strange's sergeants had to move swiftly to put down. Then he saw Duke Edgar moving away from the king, and Gwydion seizing his opportunity. The wizard made a rapid sign over the queen's forehead, astounding her to blankness. Then the king was suddenly receiving the letter, taking the wizard's hand in his own. His eyes were as innocent as a doe's, and then the surge that was traveling along the line passed directly beneath them and threw everything into the air. Filthy meddler! Will saw how the king flinched at the enraged cry. The bloody lips of the queen twisted, her eyes grew fierce as she came upon them. Treachery! Guards! Take the old man! Will saw the scroll of peace dashed from the king's hand by Duke Edgar's gauntlet. Gwydion blazed at him, staff outstretched. Fool, Edgar de Beaufort! By this act you have sealed your own death warrant. Wrong! I shall not die today, for I've taken care to remember your own prophecy. I've brought the king's army to do battle here by the shrine of the martyr, for there is no castle in Verlamion. High above, atop the curfew tower, the sorcerer was jogged from his great thoughts. But he had already been slow to act. So close was his enemy to the nobles upon whom he relied that he could not profitably loose off a death-dealing thunderbolt among them. His adversary sprang away from the royal guards with astonishing agility. Then Will's heart missed a beat as, with a twirl of his mouse-brown cloak, he seemed to melt away, and the men who had been about to take hold of him collided empty-handed. All eyes searched in vain for the vanished wizard, and Will realized that he too must make his escape when Henry de Beaufort's eyes fell on him. There was a flash of recognition and the young nobleman started forward, his dagger drawn. Enemies! He cried. There! Over there! Will struggled back into the crowd, but suddenly all was confusion as a great plume of violet fire spewed out over their heads. It gushed high over the thatch of the houses and down into the fields beyond. The rebels are attacking! Maskell shrieked. Smash them! Destroy them! As if in confirmation of the warning, a shower of black motes appeared in the sky. They arced purposefully in the middle airs, and a moment later howls burst out all around Will amid the clattering of shafts as 1,000 war arrows struck home. It was a deadly rain, and no sooner had it ended than another volley whistled in. This time a spout of unnatural flame roared forth from the curfew tower to scorch the goosequill flights from the arrows, but still the shafts dropped down to deal death among the king's soldiery. And now up to meet the purple flame there came a fire of brilliant blue. Where the two tongues met, a burning ball exploded. Fire drakes snapped and snarled at one another, great sparks flew from the center of the firestorm, and for a moment the town roofs were threatened by a scorching breath. But when the fireball died there was left only a single stream of fire, half violet, half blue, contesting, wavering, spilling sometimes down towards the ground, and at others back up into the sky. Once or twice the purple flame drove the blue out of sight. But then the blue flame blazed back and licked the grey stones of the curfew tower, turning them black before being driven back again. Down below, Will found that he was trapped amid a great press of bodies. 2,000 of the king's troops surged fearfully beneath the raging sky. They were drawn up and ready to fight, but there was as yet no enemy to engage. Crushed tight inside the market square, they made sitting ducks for the unseen archers on the far side of the houses. The soldiers near to Will cowered down. Some tried to make for the cover of the houses or threw up arms to protect their iron-bound heads as best they could from the lethal shafts that appeared among them. But nothing afforded protection from so deadly a hail. The burning arrows dropped steeply to ground, transfixing men through head, shoulder, and back. Barbed tips plunged deep into flesh, and among the darts there fell many bodkins, arrows with long heads made to force open links in mail, and others with chisel tips that could pierce steel. Will saw the men who had fallen. Some were screaming, others vomited blood. Whatever their plight, they were soon crushed underfoot. Panic infected those who stood in the open. As men fell and arrows clattered down all around, Lord Strange squealed and grunted in fear and began to cut his way towards cover. He was followed by Henry de Beaufort, and then Duke Edgar, who grabbed King Hal and pulled him to the side of the street. Hide him! He growled, thrusting his charge towards the queen, whose guards had already kicked in the door of a tanner's house. She hurried her husband inside while the Duke and his company made a dash to the far side of the street where overhanging eaves gave better protection. The men around Will groaned and cursed as yet another volley of arrows arrived. Dozens more died in the street, their screams pitiful. Soldiers called upon their commander to have mercy on them and send them against their enemy without delay, but Duke Edgar gave no such order. Will lifted himself up to try to see over the sea of leather hoods and steel helmets. Down the side street, at the barricade, men in the colors of Baron Clifton were fighting furiously with Duke Richard's men. Sunlight glinted and flashed where the struggle was hardest. The Duke himself was in the thick of the fighting, on foot, amid a well-armed bodyguard and leading his men on. And there was Edward too, wielding his sword as the attack broke upon the barriers. Now a flood of men in red jerkins charged in upon the barriers to deal death upon hapless defenders. There was a moment of doubt, then suddenly the attack broke through and hundreds of men were surging over the ton, trampling through the vegetable gardens that lay between ditch and town. It was not long before the attackers had reached the backs of the houses, and Will saw their badge was the White Bear, device of the war-loving Earl Warwick. Another hail of arrows found their mark, worse this time, for the men of Cambrai had now advanced and they shot higher into the air. The darts that now rained down would have split a chapter house door. Will saw how fear turned to struggle. And there was worse, for the Earl Warwick's falchion men began to hack out the wattle and daub walls of the houses that fronted the market square. Warwick men-at-arms burst through only a few paces from where Will stood, and carried death into the street before them. Here the fighting became hand-to-hand, with great stones being thrown down from upper windows and bills and poleaxes doing bloody murder among the crowd. Will found himself carried helplessly along in the press outside the alehouse when 100 or more of Earl Warwick's troops broke through. The wall of the house next door to the inn gave way, and he saw Duke Edgar and some other nobles retreat swiftly inside. They were hoping to save their lives, for the royal army was now en route here, having been cut off by the movement. But the alehouse was a death trap. Seeing his dilemma, Duke Edgar rallied his men too late. He gathered them with an adamant will, roaring, shouting that they must not stay to be killed one by one. Then he led a dozen of them bursting out from the doorway, rushing and slashing in a mad bid for freedom. But it was a fight against overwhelming odds. There was escape for only 2 men, one an excellent red-haired swordsman who cut his way through Earl Warwick's men, and another man in blue and white who followed close behind him. That was Henry de Beaufort. But Henry's father was not so lucky. Duke Edgar of Mells was chopped down then cut to pieces by men wielding axes and bills. The last Will saw of him was a body lying careless in death beneath the signboard of the castle alehouse. By now, Will could hardly move, so tightly was he locked among the hundreds of heaving, wrestling men. Overhead, further gouts of contending flame roared in purple and blue. The fire drakes had grappled then become locked in stalemate. He pictured Gwydion standing rooted in the earth, gathering all his power to hold immobile the malevolence that Maskell was trying to hurl from the tower. Thus were wizard and sorcerer both cancelled from the fight, and it was plain that unless the power of the Doomstone was broken the battle would go on until thousands lay dead. Will knew what he must do. He dared to open his mind, and found the strength to fight his way out of the crush until he was free. Chapter 22 of the Sarcophagus of Verlamion. By the time Will broke away he had been carried close to the chapter house walls. They were twice the height of a man and unclimbable, so he ran to the great gates and found them shut tight. All around the stone arch was carved the mysterious motto of the fellowship. E.L.N. A.I. B.S.O.L.R.I.E.N. And in the middle of the door there hung down a great handle. It was cast in brass, life-size, and formed into the shape of a man's arm. Will banged on the gates, pushed uselessly at the cover of a small, barred hole set within the gate. Nothing happened. Sanctuary! He shouted, his voice breaking on the word. I claim the sanctuary of the fellowship. It was the dread formula that Gort had once told him, the one that the fellowship could never ignore. You must admit me. You must. He cried. For a moment Will thought his efforts would fail. But then, horrifyingly, the handle reached out and grabbed him by the wrist. Then the gate cracked open, first a finger's width, then wider, pulling him in with it. He tore at the brazen grip, fearing that he would be delivered into the hands of those posted to guard the gate. But this was no ordinary day and the 2 garbed fellows he saw there were in no state to do their duty. They were rolling on the ground, twisted up in their own robes, their red hands clutching like claws, screams strangling in their throats. The brazen arm flung him towards them as the gate slammed itself shut. Will stared at them. The ghastly, eyeless faces of the 2 fellows struck horror through him, and he scrambled to his feet, heading now toward the soaring building. He saw that he had been thrust into the main yard of the chapter house. Here the sound of battle was muted, but in its place was a terrible whine. Close to, the great chapter house of Verlamion was a staggering sight. It was made of stone and ancient slaver bricks, its walls set with pinnacles and towers and pierced by tall casements glazed in a maze of black glass. He looked up at those blind windows and it seemed that a brown blow came from inside, a brown blow and a terrible discord of sound. The whine grew louder as he tried to feel where the 3 lines crossed. He dared not open his mind further, for here the power of the Lork was like a fiery furnace. As he ran towards a widely spreading tree the ground shook and a shower of needles and seed cones fell to the ground all around. He stumbled over roots and broken pavement, knowing now that the place he sought must be inside the chapter house itself. He ran up to the huge doors, and burst in through the entrance, but once inside an awesome sight halted him. Before him, in the vast space of the lower house, the entire assembly of fellows was gathered together. Hundreds of them knelt in rows on the stone floor, their black hoods thrown back, their disfigured hands pressed over their eyes, and their mouths held open. All were howling just as those at the gate had howled. If Will had not been halted by what he had seen previously, now came a sight to stop his heart, for in the candle-blackened roof were dozens of carved figures, winged creatures, half-man perhaps, yet bat-winged, needle-toothed and gruesome. But how could they be carved, when their hideous faces snarled at him and their eyes followed him so hungrily? They made no move towards him, rather they clung closer to one another at the sight of him as if in fear. The high walls were thick with greasy soot, and as he forced himself to venture further into the chapter house the stench of burning animal fat made him gag and retch. Incense burners filled the air with an acrid perfume. Thick candles flared in their tens of thousands, their light vainly illuminating the filthy interior. Pillars, walls, screens, all were ornately carved and richly painted, but what they showed were scenes of unimaginable torture and suffering. Everywhere there were images of pain, marble statues of starving men, golden paintings of pierced and bleeding flesh, skulls and skeletons broken and scattered. Even the aisles were paved with gravestones, so that the bare feet of the fellows would be reminded of death as they passed to and fro upon the ground. This is how they spend the tithe, Will thought, angered by the sight. They take food from children's mouths and turn our wealth into candles. Candles that burn only to light up these ghastly treasures. Treasures they can't even see. Can this truly be all that happens to the tribute gathered according to the iron rule? No wonder there's black glass in all their windows. No wonder, for who would tolerate the fellowship in town or country if the truth was known? The ground trembled again, moved sickeningly beneath his feet, as if the building itself had noticed the intrusion. But not so the fellows. They paid him no heed at all as he ran among them. Their hands and arms were red and scaly, waving in the air as their open-mouthed dirge rose up in a tower of ugly sound. It filled the tall, dark space above. The singers were enthralled by their own song, or perhaps they needed to block from their minds the competing whine that came out of the eastern end of their vast house. The way forward seemed clear, but as Will went deeper among the blind faces some of them twitched and others turned towards him as if sensing an offense had been committed. He easily evaded their weak grasps, but more and more of them began to rise up from their dark devotions to grope towards him. Soon he found his intended way blocked. He clambered out from among the lines of fellows into an open aisle, fearing that if just one of them was to lay a firm grip upon him he could soon be overwhelmed. He dashed down the aisle, darted past golden tombs and stone memorials to death, as the fellows felt their way towards him with grasping, outstretched claws. Their mouths slavered, their voices gibbered in unison. Dozens had joined the pursuit. They came towards him and the horror of their wasted faces and raw hands was fully revealed. Will groaned as he saw the staring eyes that had been painted on their sunken eyelids, horrible parodies of what once had been. He backed up another half-dozen paces. His pursuers were neither strong nor swift, but they were growing in number, and they were surely relentless. When he hunted about for a way to go, he saw there was no alternative. Every way led him deeper into this most sacred heart of the chapter house, and here lay only death. He turned, ran, turned again. The last path led him into a hidden dead end, for here was the martyr's shrine. It stood bathed in candlelight and glowed in a fog of crimson incense, set about with even more candles than those which lit the torture pictures of the lower house. The shrine was a huge monolith of intricately carved stone, rising up in flutes and pillars and set about with swags of cloth of gold. But it was also fenced with iron spikes, for inside lay the alabaster statue of the martyr himself. Grim-faced and impressive, this was Swithin, lying upon his deathbed. Will looked about despairingly. The deadly emanations were coming from the shrine itself. There were holes in the base, and an intense light blasting out. Gwydion had said the fellows maintained a secret place here into which deformed and diseased limbs were thrust for healing. Will now saw the power that lay behind such hopeless cures, the numbing persuasion of the battlestone. And he saw too why the fellowship maintained such practices. Doubtless the report of miracles drove many who were in pain to surrender themselves and all their worldly wealth. This flashed through Will's mind as he stared about like a cornered fox. Now there was no escape. Above him the tall windows soared, obsidian, black glass, decorated with scenes of vile mutilation. Their dismal brown light threw cruel patterns across all that it touched. The windows themselves were impassable. There were iron bars in them that made the spaces too small to get through. Shafts of brown light played upon the crowd of moaning monstrosities as they crept forward to take their revenge. They had already formed a wide semicircle around him, a groping mob that stretched back along the aisle. Weaponless, he could not plunge into them with any hope of cutting a way through. Ahead of him, hands were thrown out ready to seize him. Behind him, there lay only a great stone plaque and behind that a wall. Dizziness shook him and he fought back the pain that was now flooding up into his head. But his thoughts stayed sharp and he saw his chance. He edged as close to the approaching hands as he dared, then ran straight at the wall. At the last moment he jumped, jammed his foot into the lip of the stone plaque and sprang up and off the wall just far enough out to make a grab for the big wheel that hung on chains above the southeastern aisle. The great candle holder shook as he thrust his arm through it. He swung precariously, then began to lever himself up. A great shower of hot fat spilled out of 10 dozen thick candles, making the fellows below flinch away. Will hauled himself up onto the swinging wheel and stood on its rim, balancing himself by one of the 3 chains that disappeared far up in the darkness above. As the wheel swung, Will bent his knees and bore down with his weight. Soon he had worked the arc of the swing up enough to worry him that the chains might not hold. The swing carried him up almost as far as the windows, then swiftly down across the heads of the enraged fellows, then up again towards the bars of a tall, iron screen. He was the bob of an enormous pendulum that cut back and forth through the air. All around the martyr's shrine there stood an open-topped cage that formed an exclusive enclosure, and inside it the powerful elders knelt in a parody of piety. They were distinguished from the lesser fellows of the lower house by their great age and costly garb, but they too knelt with their palms pressed over their empty eye sockets and their mouths agape. The most repulsive of them all Will took to be Grand High Warden Isner, who grovelled on his knees before an empty throne. There was no other way to save himself. At the top of the next swing, Will leapt up and launched himself at the screen that enclosed the shrine. He clung on and scaled it like a tumbler, climbing until he was 3 or 4 times the height of a man above the ground. As he hung precariously close to the top, his fingers grasping oily, black-wrought iron, he felt his scryer's hazel wand slip from his waistband. It fell and a fellow's blotched hand found it, but though he dropped it again quickly as if it burned, others fell upon it and fought one another to tear it to pieces. There were hundreds of sightless faces turned towards him now, hundreds of red fingers outstretched. The voices rose to deafen him. He was choking on tallow smoke, shielding his eyes against the red glare coming up from below. The light shafted through incense-laden air, half blinding him. But as he looked down, he could see telltale sparkles in the fabric of the shrine. Light glittered inside the stonework like powdered gems, like snail trails glistening in the morning sun. 6 tracks radiated from the sarcophagus. He had found the place where the 3 lines met, the place where the doomstone lay. But what now? The battlestone was encased in the sarcophagus of the martyr. He felt the iron strapwork below him give. The screen began moving back and forth as some of the fellows tried to climb up after him. He swung round the top and clung to the inner side of the cage, and when the crimson claws started to come through the bars, questing for his legs, he drew them up as far as he could. There was no more time to think what to do. In a moment the fellows would lay their red claws upon him, he would be dragged down into torment and yellow fingernails would tear out his eyes. He began to wish that he had not leapt off the candle wheel. But as he looked down he saw, set into the floor beside the martyr's last resting place, a square hole. Surely that was big enough to let a man through, but it was covered with an iron grill. The bars stood in raid now, as beams of red light shafted upwards from somewhere below. That was it. From his high perch he could see that, beneath the grill, a stone stair descended. It seemed there was a croft under the shrine. New-kindled hope blazed inside him, but then fear gripped him afresh as he looked down into the hole, for what if he dropped down and found the grill was fixed in place? But there was nothing else for it. He knew he would have to jump. The northern windows of the chapter house flared again with brown light, and he knew that at least Gwydion's duel had not yet come to an end. He took hope from that, and committed himself to the drop. By now, the ache in his head had become almost unbearable, the noise a constant pain to his ears. He breathed deep and shook himself against the dizziness that was creeping over him, then he tried to wipe the sweat and grease from his face and hands in preparation. When he looked again his courage almost failed, for it was a long way down, but a dozen hands were groping up for his ankles, so he muttered a charm of protection and let go. The next thing he knew, pain jolted his knees and ankles. He was down and rolling over and over among the elders. They writhed ecstatically in the shrine chamber as he fell among them, but before the nearest of them could stir from his raptures, Will had thrust his fingers into the iron grill and was pulling at it. It was heavy, but his second effort wrenched it up. He jumped down, and let it slam back down behind him. In the cramped passage below, the crimson brilliance was doubled and the wine became so immense that it tore at the roots of his sanity. As he approached the chamber he had to hold his hands before his face like a man battling through driving sleet. To advance against so loathsome a power as this seemed impossible. It was not just any battlestone, this was the Doomstone, a power that, even now, was consuming human lives by the hundred. Thousands were trapped within its compass. Thousands would have to die to quench its thirst for blood. But Will had not fought his way here to consider the Doomstone's appetites. Though it probed him and tore at him he stood his ground, tight-lipped, and forced himself to look directly upon it. It rested upon a tomb, a great black slab, leopard-spotted, its blemishes shot through now with crimson radiance. It was the very lid of the martyr's grave. Abhorrent power streamed from the stone. It would have made the strongest man flee, but what saved Will as he inched closer was the stone lore that he had already gained. He knew very well the vile feelings that were awakened in him. He recognized the horrors that crawled into his mind. Great magic would have to be invoked if he was going to destroy this stone. He heard laughing as the stone's emanations flooded out. Madness streamed through him, a force trying to lever the lid off his mind. He halted and snarled at the roaring stone, and it seemed that he was surrounded by his enemy, that axes swept down upon him, that suddenly he was on his knees, his ribs ripping apart and his heart's blood spreading out in a dark pool before him like Duke Edgar. Yet through all that ghastly vision, a tiny unassailable part of him held on, knowing the Doomstone's ways, seeing it use his own fears and turn them into a weapon against him. When he forced one foot in front of the other, another panic swept suddenly over him. A vivid belief broke upon his mind that he could not stand up. But then he grasped the reason was that he was already standing up, and once he saw that, he was able to throw off the deadly fear. He struggled to approach another step, all the while his mind scrambling and shredding, but whatever fell away his resolve remained undimmed despite all that came at him. And as his screams echoed away he remembered how magic was dirted by wrath and cowardice and all the other failings that men were prey to. And then the raging din stopped. Suddenly, there was silence. The madness was gone. It was as if he had struggled through into the eye of a storm, a place of calm and cold sanity in the midst of terrible carnage. He took another step forward and an avalanche of pain exploded inside him. A broadsword sliced him in two, the marish hag's sucker fingers caged his face, he struggled against bursting lungs, his skeleton dissolved into maggots and the heart of a cursed you, a mother and father he had never known called facelessly out of the shadows. He gritted his teeth against them all, knowing the time had come to plant his feet hard and begin to recall the words that Gwydion had spoken at the draining. Ersil you are misa bretharbi, he began, adjusting the words of the true tongue to present circumstances. Faskligeter cried hen mo. At the sound of the true tongue the Doomstone began to shudder. Light leapt out of it like the bright burning flash of a predator's eye. But Will was ready for the strange perceptions that the use of great magic brought. Gwydion's words came to him, magic cannot be rehearsed. Like the firstborn child, magic just comes and is perfect. The surge of empowerment lifted him and he gave a great shout. The power seemed like a hand passing into his flesh, gripping him by the spine, feeding limitless strength into him. He felt he could summon infinite power, and the arrival of that power as it rushed to his fingertips was all commanding. Ni diarmheda, liarda, tir and garbade sayanikieratin. The spell that formed in his mouth made him feel as if he could tear down the whole chapter house, rip it apart with his bare hands, grind it to grit. A flick of his wrist seemed enough to send flames high into the air. Nothing was beyond his power now. And no weapon, no matter how fearsome, could lay a mark upon him. But then a flash of insight came to him just in time. That's the trap, he told himself. The pit that catches and consumes the unwary. That's the snare that waits for those who venture to use magic dirtily. How many times has Master Gwydion said it? Magic must always be requested, never summoned, always respected, never treated with disdain. Ask openly and honestly, for the honest man alone can speak words of power. He took a step closer, fearless now, empowered, sure. He bared his forearms, leaned in against the stone. Then deliberately placed his hands on the slab, and gave the challenge that here was one who would wrestle with that which misused the power of the earth, whatever the cost to himself. The stone glowed in answer, but it was a dull cherry-red glow, a feeble echo of the crimson brilliance that had once radiated from it. And when he lifted his hands, a pale, golden fire sprang from them. Flames licked across the surface of the slab, then died. Back came the red glow, and he tried again. This time he braced himself against the stone and pushed down with both hands. For an enduring moment his body rocked and the lightning of his eyes was able to probe deep inside the Doomstone. He saw all the horrors that were made there, how it drew in what the Lorks applied, how it misused the power of the earth, infecting men's minds, putting fear and hatred into them. And he saw too what was happening outside and all across Verlamion, murderous soldiers pouring up into the town, the royal army making their stand around the curfew tower, and above it all a great fire duel spilling flame and fury across the sky. Will sought the world again, and as he opened his eyes he saw the stone pulse like a blown cinder. The sarcophagus chamber was filled with heat and stench and a thin, white, choking haze. 2 red patches glowed on the slab where his palms had touched it. Both his hands were black and numb. But just as he thought he had found the key, a voice spoke to him, and what it said was so exquisitely aimed it hit him like an axe between the eyes. I know where you come from. Sweat began to pour from his face. Where it dripped onto the stone it danced madly and fried up into steam. The demon that had troubled his mind ever since Gwydion came into the vale reared up before him, and with it a howling gale of fears. I know who you really are. Liar. Leave me be, and you will learn the truth too. He staggered back. Doubt cut the ground from under him. All his suspicions came alive and the stone fed greedily on them. The crimson glow surged, forcing him another step back, and then his mind wavered, distracted by the wailing of the fellows above, by the sound of an iron grill being opened. You're a liar. He shouted again. But he knew well enough that the wound the Doomstone had found in him was deep. It was what had driven the dreams of many a dark night, the helpless nightmares in which he imagined death to be his father. He thought he had cut that terror out of his flesh ago long. Fearmonger! I command you to silence! Angrily, he leaned forward and placed hands and forehead hard against the fiercely glowing slab. This was the crucial test, the thing he had suffered everything for. Yet it felt wrong. In the end, the doomstone had knocked him off balance, undermined his confidence, sullied his sacrifice. Then something rattled onto the surface of the stone. It was the leaping fish, the talisman Brianna had given him at his leaving. She was not his mother, he knew that, but she had cared for him and loved him as well as any mother could, and he had taken the token of that love in the same spirit. He kissed it now, broke the cord and laid it flat upon the doomstone. The spinning wine rose up, raged at him. The stone strove to reply. A bloody light blasted from it, more sullen and deadly now than it had been before, but he would not let it move him. He would not. He would not. And when the vivid shock came to him of a portcullis running down and cutting him in two, he was ready to turn the malice back upon itself. You're the one that's broken, he told the stone steadily. For I bring with me a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma. I have come to fulfill the prophecy of the child of destiny, and now one shall be made too. So be it. And as he spoke the last words, a great shock passed through his arms and chest and his world collapsed down to a pinpoint. There was a tremendous bang and he felt his body being hurled through the air and his mind dissolving. And then, nothingness. Chapter 23, All is won, yet all is lost. When he came to, he was lying on his back, staring up at a drifting pattern of grey that floated above him. At first, he could make no sense of it, but then he remembered the masses of harm that Gwydion had drawn from the battlestone at the giant's ring, and it seemed to him that he must now be at the doomstone's mercy. He could do nothing to save himself. Everything seemed to exist at the end of a very long tunnel. All his strength had left him, and he felt as helpless as a baby. Surely this swirling, menacing shape must coalesce into demonic form and destroy him. But, if so, why was it waiting so long? This is going to hurt, he thought. But no harm came to him, and so he opened his eyes again. As his vision cleared and he returned a little more to his senses, he saw that the swirling, twisting grey mass was nothing more than smoke lacing the air. He tried to sit up, to waft it away, but it was more than he could do, for all his limbs were leaden and refused his commands. The smoke was thick. It caught at the back of his throat, made him cough. That made him realize how much his ribs hurt, and to understand just how weak he had become. His hands felt as if they had been burned to charcoal. Sleep beckoned. He lay back and was beginning to drift away when his mind fastened on a strange sound coming from above. My ears, he thought. They're ringing like a blacksmith's anvil, and I've only just noticed it. He wished the noise would go away and leave him in peace. But it would not. Nor would the idea that he was still in danger. He shook his head and slowly the sound above began to resolve itself into screaming voices. The sightless ones. Suddenly, he remembered where he was. Those screaming voices were in the chapter house above him. His eyes were closing, but he knew that if he fell asleep now the fellows would find him and make soap and candles out of him. This dreary, smoke-filled cellar would be the last thing his eyes would ever see, and that could not be right. He watched the smoke rising up through the leper holes in the shrine for a moment, before trying for the second time to sit up. Then he forced himself to approach the glaring world of pain that waited for him. The cellar was utterly changed. He had been flung halfway across it to the furthest corner near the steps. Where a brilliant crimson glow had been before, now there were faint bars of light shafting down through the smoke, sculpting the walls into improbable shapes. And there was the culprit, the great slab of the doomstone, cracked clean in two. Its blemished grey surface was dark and inert now, and Will knew for the first time that he was the one who had broken it. Hope lifted him up. It was time to get out of this place. To leave the tomb. To find life again. He drew a deep breath and forced himself to rise, first to his knees and then to his feet. Then he began to climb the stone stair. When he reached the top he pushed up the iron grating and emerged into the shrine chamber amid a cloud of acrid smoke. Brilliant sunshine now cleansed the space where tall black windows had once blocked out the light. The cold, dead-white effigy of Swithin seemed almost transparent now that it was flooded with warm rays. The elders were wandering around it in confusion, casting up their red hands against the painful sunbeams and crying out. Suddenly Will could breathe again. Escaping the tomb seemed to let the strength flood back into him. But the fellows beyond the shrine had not fared so well. The cracking of the doomstone had left them bereft and without order to their thoughts. They twisted and turned about as if in agony. They sought shadows like maggots caught in the sun's glare. Some ran shrieking in circles. Many lay on the ground, clustering together with their hands pressed over each other's eyes and mouths. Will found his way out of the shrine cage and struggled through the madness towards the great oaken doors. He fell out into the yard below the shattered windows, and when he looked back he saw great plumes of smoke pouring out, forming into a gigantic mushroom that rose high above his head, a column twisting and thinning now in the breeze. The big cedar in the yard was wholly bare now. He ran under it, across a pavement scattered with countless needles and glittering black shards that had been blasted from the windows. Then he climbed onto the roof of an outhouse and vaulted the wall into some adjoining gardens. An ancient black cat sat near a fountain. It regarded him warily, but stood its ground. The May sun was shining down, radiant and warm. He could hear no birdsong, but neither were there any streams of fire spoiling the clear blue of the sky. Despite everything, his thoughts ran first to Willow and the dangerous part she had elected to play in the battle. He was glad he had freed her from the stone's embrace, and hoped he had not left things too late. When he jumped the fence into a side alley and ran on, the fresh air in his lungs felt like cool water on a parched throat. But when he came out into the main street, he was hit by the dreadful hush that had fallen over everything. It was as if thousands of sleepwalkers had suddenly awakened at the same moment and found themselves to be murderers. All fighting had ceased. Weapons had fallen from hands, and faces were slackened in bewilderment, pallid, unshaven, thirsty. Many men were staring up at the great many-legged cloud that curled and twisted above the town. It seemed for a moment to billow into a threatening thunderhead, but it was only the smoke from the chapter house caught in an updraught and it was now melting away. As the cold shadow it cast over Verlamian lifted, Will ran back up into the town. He was making for the place where the king's standard flew. There he found all was in confusion. Above him the top of the curfew tower was fire-blackened and the door at the bottom had been broken down. "Master Gwydion!" he shouted, knowing that one battle at least might not yet be wholly done. He leapt over the shattered door, raced up the 100 narrow steps that spiraled to the tower top. All the while he feared he might be met on the stair by Mascall's fiery wrath. But when he reached the first landing unharmed he took heart and dashed onward again. At the second landing the innards of a great engine of time loomed out of the darkness, a thing made of black iron with a huge bell attached. It had stopped dead on the point of noon. Will's caution stopped him again, but still Mascall's purple fire failed to come flooding down upon him, and he ignored his inner warnings. He glimpsed daylight and pressed on, remembering what Gwydion had said about Mascall's strength being great, but not great enough to beat them when they stood together. When he came bursting out onto the roof, everything was warm and fire-blackened and sooty. And there stood the menacing figure of Mascall. "Master Gwyd," he began. But Gwydion was not here. The sorcerer turned. "You!" he snarled. "The apprentice boy. I should have known. By the sun and moon. What have you done with Master Gwydion?" Will launched himself at the sorcerer, but his body froze in mid-leap, caught, and meshed helplessly in a magical snare. The sorcerer spun, gestured disdainfully. "I made you, I can just as easily unmake you." "No!" Will saw the sorcerer's hands splay in readiness to stab fire through him. But then the great blue-white diamond at his breast flashed a fire of its own. A beam of paler blue seemed to explode upon it in a halo of brilliance. Suddenly Will was in motion again, and colliding hard against the parapet. He twisted around, leapt to his feet ready to attack the sorcerer again. But Mascall had vanished. Will gasped, went to each of the four walls in turn and looked over. The heat of battle lingered in the stone and in the iron railings. When he checked the eight-sided stairhouse set into the corner of the tower, he saw that it too had been blackened and much of the lead melted from its pointed roof. But what could have happened to the sorcerer? Where the corners of tower and roof met there had been 8 stone gargoyles. Now there were only 4. Could it be that the others had been brought to life so that Mascall could make good his escape? What did it matter if Mascall was gone? Will staggered, grateful now to be alive. His only thoughts were to find Willow and Gwydion. He shielded his eyes from the sun and looked out over the town. Thousands of soldiers from both sides filled the marketplace. It would be impossible to find anyone in such a crush. Even so, he hurried down to the stair and leapt into the road. His feet led him to a street where many of the wounded had been brought to be tended. Willow was not among them. In another place, outside the biggest of the alehouses, many more dead lay where they had fallen. It seemed there was a mist rising from the bodies, a strange miasma that hung in the air for a while and then wafted into nothingness. He backed away, wanting more than ever now to find Willow, only not here. There was a pitiful squealing. He turned to see Lord Strange kneeling abjectly under guard, protesting his innocence and begging to be taken before Duke Richard to make his excuses. When Will turned away he saw the house into which the Queen had hurried with King Hal. An immense idea came to him. Inside were piles of cured hides and animal pelts. It was a tanner's shop, though the tanner had long ago made himself scarce. As Will entered, he sensed a confirming presence, then he saw the shop was scattered with pieces of armor that had been cast aside like shells after a crayfish supper. And there lay on the floor was a bright sallet onto which a golden circlet crown was fixed. He turned, looked about, but the queen and all the rest of the courtly party had fled to save their lives once the battle had turned against them. In their haste, they had abandoned the king. Will pulled back a pile of sheepskins and a figure cowered away from him. King Hal crept further under the table. His eyes were wide and there was blood where an arrow had grazed one of his cheeks. "Fear not, your grace," Will said, beckoning him to come out. "The battle is over. It is time to show yourself to your people." "We are wounded," the king said, blinking. The wound was little more than a scratch. Will picked up the king's helmet, lifted the crown from it and tried to place it on his brow, but it was a battle crown made large enough to adorn a helmet, and it fell down about the king's neck. "You must come out," Will said firmly. "For I have need of a king. There is someone I must find, and though my voice is by no means as soft as yours, your grace, mine won't carry nearly so far." Though King Hal had not yet seen 35 summers, nevertheless he moved like an old man. Perhaps it was grueling lifelong fear that made him bent-backed and uncertain, perhaps only the strangeness of having been left alone for the first time. At any rate, Will saw how the crown dismayed him, and he reached forward to take it from around his neck. But crown on no crown, when Will led the king outside, all who saw him knew him immediately and were amazed. The rumor of his presence spread like fire in a haystack. Soldiers began to fall to their knees across the whole market square. Then Gwydion was revealed among them, and he came to the fore, seeming taller and stronger than Will had remembered him. His beard was singed and his hands sooty, but he was unharmed and striding through those who knelt before King Hal. Will ran to him and hugged him. "We did it, Master Gwydion. We did it." The wizard seized him by the shoulders and looked into his eyes. "You did it, Willand. You, and you alone. I fulfilled the prophecy of the Child of Destiny at last. I have made one into two right well and cracked the doomstone clear across the middle." At that the wizard looked at him quizzically, then said, "Willand, I am prouder of you at this moment than you will ever know." But Will was not listening. "Master Gwydion, please, I have to find Willow. She's here somewhere. I thought that if I could find the king then he could put out word for her." The wizard took his arm. "And I will help you, but as we go you must tell me what happened," for the power of the Lork seemed to fall dead on the stroke of noon. It was as if someone had stilled its heart. Will told all that he could, but at last his glance strayed up to the curfew tower and he said, "What I still don't understand is what happened to Maskell. He is gone." "Do you mean he's dead?" "Merely gone away. I have sent him far from here upon a vanishing spell." "But you said you hadn't prepared a vanishing spell." "Last night, when we were being chased by the harm, you said." "I said I had been unable to prepare a vanishing spell to ensure our safety. I also told you some time ago that only one vanishing spell may be prepared at one time. The reason I could not prepare one to rescue us was because I already had one woven and ready to trigger." "And the trigger was carried by Maskell? You mean he was foolish enough to take something from you?" He said, recalling the bird's skull that Gwydion had once worn about his neck, and the cliffs to which it had vanished them. "Indirectly." Gwydion smiled a broad smile. "He was wearing it as he stood upon the tower. Do you remember the diamond that came from Lear's swan cloak? The star of Annuin? Then it was important after all." The wizard's arch smile changed to one of satisfaction. "You see, my aim with the diamond was not so much to bribe the queen, nor even to gain a protectorship for Richard, as to bring the queen into ostentatious possession of it. I know Maskell of old. And I reckoned on his desire to have that stone for himself. He did not disappoint me. He coveted it, yet he never guessed what it was, nor, more importantly, where it had come from. So, is Maskell now trapped in Lear's tomb? Do not worry on that account, Willand, for Maskell is not anywhere as insecure as a barrow." "Then, where is he?" "You saw me take the star of the Annuin from Lear's tomb, surely. But I told you once before that it belonged to a king even greater than Lear, for it was fetched from the realm below by great Arthur in the days of the first men. From the beginning of time it lay with the other hollows in a chamber far under the earth. That was where the hand of man first touched the star, and that is where Maskell has been sent down to now. It required only that I caught him unawares to land the trigger spell upon the gem. He is wily and most solicitous of his own skin, a hard enemy to distract, but when you appeared at his back and he turned on you, then my chance came, and thus was he, in the truest manner of speaking, defeated by us both." By now they had come almost to the king, and Will's impatience was setting him on fire. "Master Gwydion, I must learn what has become of Willow. Though all is won, all will be lost for me if I can't find her. Tread softly, Willand." Will endured to wait while the wizard gave King Hal into the keeping of Duke Richard's captains, bidding the king work such healing touch as he might among those who had fallen. Then the king's heralds were discovered and sent out to ask if there was one called Willow among those who yet lived, for she was eagerly sought by the king. Do her proud, Gwydion told him. And wait for her usefully. Take this salve and look to the wounded, for there is much bloody work to be undone while we still may. And though Will's heart was breaking, he took the salve and went dutifully to those who had fallen. He passed among them with his healing, and as his own hurts melted away he saw the truth of the rede that said a healer's hands heal in the healing but. And all the while he looked urgently for Willow and foreboded the reason why she had not yet come at the king's command. At last he could stand it no longer. He broke away from the dying and went out in search of her himself. But how could he find her among the many thousands of soldiers who were crowded into the town? He called her name, and looked in vain for the green and white of the Cambray archers in whose company she had served. Once again he came to that place of horror which he knew already, under the sign of the castle where Duke Edgar of Mells lay dead. Beside his body was that of the Earl of Umber, his neck shot through with an arrow. Humphrey, Earl of Stratford, son of the Duke of Rockingham, also lay dead, and Mad John, Baron Clifton of Aston Audingley, along with many more victims of lesser name. All of them had been hideously butchered and stripped. Suddenly he felt a gauntlet hand upon his shoulder. He turned to see Duke Richard himself, come as his warrior's code demanded, to look at his fallen adversary and make peace with the dead. His helmet was under his arm and his eyes were sad. I have heard that Duke Edgar was warned by Master Gwydion to beware castles. See how he has made the wizard's words famous by his death. Your grace's personal enemy is slain, Will said heavily. Perhaps the dead will forgive, but what of Duke Edgar's son, Henry? I know I would find it hard to pardon you if this were my father's corpse lying so in the street. Aye, and I too, if it were mine, Edward said, arriving. He had not properly understood Will's words, yet he said, Willand's right, father. Beware the sons of all these whom you now look upon, for they will not easily forget this day. As the Duke stood in contemplation of the dead, he laid his hands upon both their shoulders as if he had been laying hands upon Edward and Edmund, his sons. Will thought of the limping, bewildered son who now would no longer grow up to be any sort of warrior. For a little while Will truly felt part of the family in which he had grown to manhood, but the moment passed away, and in parting Will asked the Duke if he would send men to search out his company of green-clad Cambray archers and so make inquiry for Willow. Will recrossed the market square and came to the top of the lane where more bodies were laid out on the ground. They were arranged in rows and someone had covered them with white linen brought out from the wealthier houses. It looked as if 50 men had made their beds in the street, and that the dead were only sleeping. But they did not move and their faces were pale and the illusion outlasted itself to become something terrible. Will knelt down when he saw Willow there among the dead. She was kneeling also, and her grief was the greater for she was tending the body of her father. I was too late, she told him desolately. The slash of a blade has swept him away from me. Oh, Will! He let her cling to him, and he hugged her close, and there they stayed for a long while as she poured out her heart in falling tears. It seemed an age before Gwydion found them again. Already, beyond the ton, 2 large grave pits had been started, and there was much for the wizard to supervise. Willow was washing her father's face and combing his hair. She was in the care of one of the wise women who had come into the town to do what they could now the fighting had ended. The sister exchanged soft words with Gwydion and then he brought Will away so that father and daughter could spend one last quiet moment together. Gwydion took him before the king once more, for there were certain matters that could wait no longer, chiefly explanations concerning the Doomstone of Verlamion and what had happened at the moment of noon when the windows of the martyr's great chapter house had burst out and a cloud had issued into the sky. But when all had been said on the subject, Gwydion brought together the king and the duke and made sigils above their foreheads while they faced one another. Behold! He said, turning and lifting his staff on high. For now we are to witness the sealing of the peace. Duke Richard, using all leniency, mercy and bounteousness, knelt formally before the king. He would not look upon him then, but bowed his head most humbly, saying, By your leave, sire, I shall ride in procession to Trinavant, going as escort. And once in your royal palace you shall decide what is to be done for the best. The king looked back, his face moonpale, his dark eyes mournful and infinitely deep as he made formal reply. Richard of Eber, you have shown yourself to be our true and well-sworn servant. We will not go into our royal palace at Trinavant, but instead shall enter into the White Hall, and there, within the ambit of the Stone of Science, shall be summoned a parliament of lords to debate the good governance of the realm. There we shall make plain our recommendation before the gathered estates, which is that the Duke of Eber should be once again Lord Protector of the realm, and the Earl Sarum shall have the Great Seal delivered unto him as Chancellor, and the Earl Warwick should be once again made Captain of the Port of Collis. And when all was said, and all those who were present pronounced themselves satisfied, Gwydion brought Will before Duke Richard again, saying quietly, I would know how this most crucial man is to be rewarded. Though you know it not, he has served this realm more than any today. Crucial, you say? He does not seem so, but I will believe you, Master Gwydion, for your knack is truly uncanny. Duke Richard was now almost childlike in the wizard's presence, for his ardor was quelled and he no longer presumed upon Gwydion's meanings but stood in awe, for all had come out as Gwydion had told him it would, and the battle had ended mysteriously and a victory of a stranger sort than any he had thought possible had been won. Yes, the Duke said, humbly. All shall be done as you wish, for you are wiser than I have been able to see. Then he summoned his standard-bearer to him, and soon a servant came with rich gear, and he asked Will to choose among whatever was there and decide what he would take for his own gift of gratitude. It was a generous offer, made honestly, for there were coin purses and weapons whose blades were chased in fine gold and gems of great worth among what was displayed. Will came forward and bowed and kissed the Duke's signet ring to show him respect, though his heart was still hollow with Willow's grief and he would rather have been with her than choosing among all the gold of Fumi's lair. I thank your grace for your kindness, he said, but I would prefer now only to return to my home, and nothing of this kind will be of use to me there. Then you shall have my own destrier to carry you home. The horse was brought and when Will saw it he said, I accept gladly, for this fine white horse reminds me of another that I once rode. Gwydion said, approving of the gift, his name is Avon. He is the finest of his blood. They say a strong horse, a stout staff and a good wife are the three boons that will make a man smile broad. After that, the wizard took Will before the king once more, and after Gwydion had set a mark on the king's brow he spoke privately with him. Then King Hill called to his scribe and set his seal to a paper which he offered to Will. What is it? He asked as he was called forward to receive it. We hear from Master Gwydion that you love your home above all things, the king whispered. Above all things but one, your grace. I thank you. Gwydion spoke softly in his ear. Friend Hal's gift to you is but one among many that he will make today in healing the realm. Yours is a secret charter which you must deliver safe home with you. Henceforth, the vale and each of the villages and hamlets that lie within it shall be relieved of the tithe. The cost of it shall be borne instead, upon this secret order, by the royal exchequer. Your grace is too generous, Will said, overwhelmed by the honors done him. Yet he was still anxious. I must go to Willow now. Master Gwydion, I must. Gwydion stayed him. Wait one more moment, for we may not see one another again for a while and I would like to have a proper parting from you, but... Parting? Will felt a cloud pass across the face of the westering sun. Bid me farewell, Willand, for a horse is being saddled for me. I shall leave Verlamion before nightfall. So soon? Where will you go, Master Gwydion? First, to Trinavant. I must see that this hard-won peace holds. Then I will go alone into the north, for there is much for me to debate and study upon and many wise men I must consult. I must decide what is to be done with the Dragonstone, and all the other battlestones that lie scattered across the realm. These are large questions, and their settling will be no easy undertaking. He fixed Will with a searching look. But all that is now none of your concern, for as you yourself say you have fulfilled the prophecy of the Child of Destiny. But there was something in the way the wizard's words trailed off that made Will question if the cracking of the Doomstone might not have been due to the final fulfillment of prophecy. But one has been made too, he said. It was the power of that prophecy that broke the stone. Wasn't it, Master Gwydion? The wizard's expression was impenetrable. Still you do not know your own strength. And as the Workmaster would say, when it comes to prophecy, who knows? I will say only this, the Lork may have fallen silent, but it is not dead. Therefore, I expect we shall hear Gort's trumpet of ancestral voices again in future time. He glanced about. Meanwhile, you should return home, live well and be at your ease and remember to be kind to yourself. And against such a day as may yet come, you must leave me to stand guard. He reached inside his sleeve. Now, see here. I have decided upon this as my parting gift to you. Will took the slim volume. It was old and bound in scuffed brown leather. It had no iron clasp as most other books did, but on the cover were tooled the words. Ein radhas elegwem ichiamna, ein sigem deo tuixem, that. Will smiled for he knew their meaning pretty well in the true tongue. Speak these words to read the secrets within, learn and so, come to a field of brightly colored mushrooms? Eh? And so come to a true understanding. Gwydion corrected him. Well, a pretty little book of my own at last. What fun! He said, turning it over. But it doesn't seem to have any place on it to put a chain. Gwydion grunted. Pity the man who tried to put a chain on that book. The words on the cover are clasp enough. Can such a small book have more than a little wisdom in it? He said impishly. Ha! More than enough for the likes of you, I think. The more you read that book the bigger it will grow. You will see. Then I'll treasure it, Master Gwydion. And I hope it becomes so large that in time a dozen men won't be able to turn a page of it. Would it make me wise if I was to read all of it? The wizard chuckled. No book could do that. But I fancy it will make you more learned, and stronger. And you cannot be strong until you are a little wise, and you cannot be wise until you have stocked at least a little learning inside that unruly head of yours, so says one of the reeds of true manhood, at least. Will grinned at that, very pleased with his gift, but sad that it had to have been given to him in parting. When he tried to open the book, the covers would not budge until he had spoken the golden words. Even then, the pages appeared blank, though as he looked at them words began show mistily, and when he looked away again everything faded. That is the usual precaution, Gwydion said, then lowering his voice he added. In matters of reading, make habit your friend. Read from it every day. If you do that faithfully, you will find that by the time you reach the veil your eyes will know enough to see your way in. And, mark this very well, should you find yourself in dire need, you must find the page where flies the swiftest bird. Call it by name and that will be enough. They embraced, and Gwydion whispered words in the true tongue, and then they swiftly parted. Will watched the wizard go, and as he passed out of sight he went to look for Willow. When she came to him he hugged her close and enfolded her in his cloak. Do you wish to remain in service with the Duke's household? He asked. She hesitated. I don't know what else I can do. He will agree, for Lady Cicely says you are a hard worker and good-tempered and much liked by everyone. She said nothing, but looked away, and he saw how her tears had washed some of the dirt of battle from her cheeks. It's funny, he said, hardly knowing how to put it, but in my real home there's a mother who always longed for a girl-child of her own. What I mean to say is, I'd like it if you decided to return with me to the Vale. I mean, if you wanted to. Oh, Will. I want that more than anything. And she wept then, for she feared to be left alone, and the truth was that she had wished for many a long year that she could be some mother's daughter. By now, the long shadows of the day were falling across the market square and a cool breeze had sprung up to add poignancy to their leave-taking. They stayed only to see brave Sten committed to the earth. Will stood in sadness at the graveside while Willow wrapped him in his shroud, and then they both laid him down among the heroes. And Willow watched over him through tear-filled eyes until evening began to fall and flaring torches were lit. And there was a great gathering that came past in a long and silent line, each man casting down a handful of earth upon the dead of both armies. And so the slain were given as one the solemn dignity of a soldier's burial, and every man who looked upon the scene was in his heart glad that he too was not himself down in the cold clay. Afterwards, Will lifted Willow up onto Avon's back and turned the horse's head towards the last of the western blow. And so they left the fateful town of Verlamion before the day was fully done and looked for solace in one another's company. Chapter 24, The Green Man. The caress of approaching summer was now soft upon the land, for when day came the whitethorn was all in bloom and fragrant, and there was the sound of crickets and the buzzing of bees and the sweet song of larks. Willow spoke much about her father as they went along, and Will listened, knowing that the pain of loss would be lessened only by letting her share happy memories. And so, for 2 days and 2 nights they wended westward together, while the summer of the realm deepened all around them. Willow would ride while he led Avon by the bridle, and when she had ridden long enough they would change places, or walk together side by side. The hurts on Will's face and hands healed with surprising readiness, and he began to enjoy a new peace of mind, a state he had not known before and one he suspected might have had more than a little to do with Gwydion's farewell whisperings. At noon on the second day he and Willow blew the fluff from a dandelion, and he asked her to make a wish and to keep it a secret. Then he showed her the leaping salmon talisman that once more hung about his neck. He told her it carried another wish, one made with a mother's love more than 2 years before. Gun rob ar clax an amated horn, he said as he squeezed the token. Geshen ruaga ma merchian at weed. Is that what it says on your fish? Willow asked. No. It's just a wish, spoken in the language of stones. It means something like, may this ornament remain in my keeping until I return home. It was a far longer journey back over much the same ground that Will and Gwydion had covered so swiftly on Arondiel's back. Avon clip-clopped along the dusty roads, and many were the country folk they met who admired the great white horse and inquired after the terrible battle that had lately been fought upon Werlame's hill. Will would not speak of it, except to shake his head and call it a very bad business. And it seemed to him when he thought of it that some of the vividness of what had happened had already begun to fade from memory. Still, on that slow road home, Will thought much about the tragic king and what might be the true fate of his realm. He thought too about the Lork, a thing that had been intended as a boon for men, but which had ended up putting hatred into men's hearts. But the more he thought about high matters the less he seemed to understand. All that had been agreed upon at Verlamion was that King Hal would continue to reign in name and dignity, but in deed and in authority Duke Richard would be sovereign. It seemed to Will, after all, to be a deal that could have been struck quietly by 2 valesmen over a mug of ale without any need to raise voices, much less entail the maiming and killing of men. When he looked upon Willow's grief, he saw that the harm of war came to many more than those who took hurts upon the field, for as Gwydion had once said in his wisdom, the acts that men do, be they kind or otherwise, spread out like rings across the flat of a pond until all the folk in the world are touched by an echo of delight or despair. Every day on the journey home Will did as Gwydion had bidden him. He read from his little book, though it never seemed to grow any bigger as he had expected it would. Each time after he had read it he found himself thinking about the battlestones that yet lay undiscovered, and what Gwydion had said about the lork not being dead despite its rottenest tooth having been pulled. Will thought of the great pond of fate too, and saw just how close Maskell had come to casting a great stone into the waters of the world and making it impossible for them ever to find their proper level again. What had truly happened to Maskell? For the sorcerer could not be dead, and it seemed from what Gwydion had said that he had been banished rather than beaten. When Will thought about the sorcerer, his last words came like hornets to plague him. I made you, I can just as easily unmake you. What did he mean by that? He asked the sky. But the sky would give no answer. On the morning of the third day they rode up over the tops and came to a place from which Will could see the giant's ring. His jaw set as he came upon the crooked thumb of the king's stone and saw below it the ruin of the battlestone, still lying where it had been shattered, one large piece and a dozen smaller. He rode a little way down the slope towards the huddle of pockmarked stones that were all that remained of the tomb of Queen Orba. Avon would not go near the scorched earth around it, and so Will led him away again, and when they reached the sheep track he took out his little book and opened it with due ceremony. As he began to read the words that appeared, they lifted a corner of the cloaking spell and the woods at the top of the vale came mistily into plain sight. He jumped up on Avon's back, and pulled Willow up behind, then they galloped away a little way eastward again. It was not long before he saw Nether Norton laid out prettily below. Swallows called to them from their looping flights overhead, and Will felt a wonderful tingle in his bones. Then they dipped down into the vale and Willow marveled at how the briars and brambles parted to let them pass. The path led them down through Foxberry Woods and by the beechwoods of Overmast and past Gundle's cottage. It seemed to be a different world here, warmer and greener underfoot, and shining with a mellow light. And there was a special joy in Will's heart, a lightness, so that everywhere he looked he was reminded of happy times that he had half forgotten. The way wound down between soaring beech trees, grey and smooth of bark and shady, and as they approached the solitary dwelling many tame white doves came to meet them, and one landed on Will's shoulder. A dog barked as they approached the house. Who's there? Isenlita, widow of Gundel, called. Friends, Will said, though she looked at them as if they were not. Do you not know me, Isenlita? For, by the sun and the moon, I know you very well. She peered closer, then burst into laughter. Why, Willand. It's you, but look how you've changed. Where are your braids? And who's this pretty girl with you upon such a great big horse? Come down, both of you, and share a cup of milk with me, if you will. And they did, for they were parched and the widow Isenlita liked to speak of old times to any who would listen. For his part, Will wanted to know much that had passed in the 2 years he had been away, but at length he stood up from the widow's table and told her they must take their leave, and in truth his excitement to be truly home had grown unendurable. They came into the village by a dusty way, Willow sitting on Avon now and Will leading him. Nothing had changed. Nether Norton was as it had always been. Will was recognized only with difficulty by the boys playing outside the Green Man. Their fathers and elder brothers stopped their chewing and stared at him. The sign above them was the same old weather-beaten sign, but now the Green Man was smiling in a way he had never smiled before. I'd like to go straight home, he whispered to Willow, but I suppose we'll get no further than this for the time being. Well, well, well. And if it ain't Willand the Wanderer, said Baldgood, pointing up at him as if at a ghost. Hey, Breg. Look who's here. And with his hair cut short and the sproutings of a beard on his chin. Bregowina put her head round the door. Now there's a sight I never thought to see. Half a dozen Valesmen came out. They pulled Will into the Green Man and pressed a welcome cup of ale on him. I'd hardly know you, said Baldulf, who was fatter and rosier-cheeked than ever. Wibda told us all you was dead, said the landlord of the Green Man. Says you come to a sticky end and was et by hobgoblins. If he was et by goblins, Baldgood said. Then they soon spat him out again. Oh, I never did say no such thing, Wibda called from the back room. She was still embroidering. What I said was, it wouldn't surprise me if he had got himself done to death going off like he did. Ah, never mind old Wibda, said Baldulf, looking now at Willow. But where's your manners, Will? He turned a little shyly. This is a friend of mine. She goes by the name of Willow. She smiled at them and they all nodded to her and confessed themselves very pleased to have met her. Then Baldgood fetched out mugs of foaming ale that were passed around, so the entire room could drink Will's good health and give a welcome to his friend. But it was amazing to Willow that although the Valesmen were kind to her, and all seemed genuinely pleased to have Will back among them, nobody asked where he had been or what he had been doing, or even where Willow had come from. "It's the cloaking spell," he told her quietly. "I guess that if Gwydion hadn't made Valesmen a little incurious about the outside world, they might all have wandered out of the Vale by now and never have been able to find their way back in again." Word of his arrival spread quickly, for as he supped his ale, Will began to see familiar faces appearing at the door in ever greater numbers. "Now, then," he said, standing up when it seemed that half the village had arrived. "Everybody look at this. We've brought back a gift for you from the king himself." Willow handed him the king's charter and Will read the words off the paper with such expert smoothness that everyone oohed and awed in wonder. Then they started to ask what it was that Will had actually told them. "It means that the king has promised that no more tides are to be gathered from the Vale." "No more tides? For a whole year?" "This year. Next year. And forever." There was surprise and delight and then cheering at that, and when Will turned, there at the back of the crowd were Eldmer and Brianna. He rushed to them and they clasped one another wordlessly, their eyes filling with tears of joy. "Mother, father," he said, taking Willow's hand and bringing her forward. "There's someone I'd like you to meet." The end. Author's note. Nowhere in the language of stones is mention made of Britain or Ireland or any other familiar country, for these are places in our world. But the world in which Willand grew up is not wholly imagined, it bears a complex relationship to our own world in both space and time. There is correspondence between episodes in the book and events that took place in our own 15th century, between the various settings of the novel and locations scattered about Britain. Readers wishing to explore these settings might start in Oxfordshire, in that part which lies midway between Oxford and Stratford-upon-Avon. Nether Norton, and the rest of the Vale, seem to have their origins here. Dedicated beer drinkers will doubtless know the name Hook Norton, but there are several other Nortons here. Not far away, the most easterly, and most delightful, of Britain's Neolithic stone rings is to be found near a road that runs between Little and Great Rollright. It might be said to be on the tops because it is locally the highest point of land. Associated with the ring is a crooked stone called the King's Stone, though the king may not have been called Finglas, and also a ruined tomb, which may or may not have belonged to a queen called Orba. South of the putative Vale, run our rivers Windrush and Evenlode, passing the lordly estates of Cornbury and Blenheim. All near here was once dominated by the great royal forest of Wickwood, almost 200 square miles of it. It was at Woodstock that King Henry I kept a menagerie of exotic animals, though there were never any unicorns in his collection. Memories of the forest still persist in the names of several of the villages that lie to the west. Through our Wickwood once ran the Roman road known as Aikman Street, part of which is still trod by walkers enjoying the Oxfordshire way. Although there was a Lord Strange in 15th century England, he did not live in Wickwood. Nothing now remains in our world of the place where Will's Lord Strange kept his tower, nothing, that is, except a moat. Sadly, no sacred oak grove has been replanted near here. On the other hand, all trace of arms production has ceased. A modern visitor who wants to see a tower like Lord Strange's could do no better than to visit Castell Coch in the nation we call Wales or Cymru, and whose equivalent was known to Will as Cambrai. The journey which brought Will and Gwydion to Clarendon would have taken them, in our world, across the River Thames at Radcott Bridge, where a 14th century battle was once fought, and through Uffington, famous for its white horse. There really is a Dragon Hill below the Scarp, and the Wormhill Bottom mentioned in passing lies on the downs just up from Lambourne, which of course is still famous for its horses. Climbing up onto the ridgeway near Wayland Smithy and turning first west and then south, a modern traveller might arrive eventually at Savernac Wood, near Marlborough. And from there it would be an easy matter to pick up the headwaters of the River Bourne, which runs more or less along the Wiltshire-Hampshire border and down towards Salisbury. The ruins of Selwyn Senkassim also stand in our world, though the Meadows of the Storytellers is today walked around by far more visitors than ever assembled on the quarter days among the stones of the Great Henge to listen to epic tales being told in the true tongue. The ruins of Old Sarum and Figsbury Rings still exist too, near modern Salisbury, as do traces of Clarendon Palace. This was the place where in our summer of 1453, King Henry VI of England went insane, and so precipitated events which would eventually culminate in the Wars of the Roses. Visitors to Ireland will find extraordinary Neolithic treasures in abundance. It is tempting to believe the cliffs to which Will and Gwydion clung were the cliffs of Maher in County Clare, sheer faces of rock which fall 600 feet into the Atlantic, the brows of which afford the most astonishing sunsets on earth. However, it must be said that the barrow containing the Dragonstone sister could just as easily be situated along the rugged coast of an alternative County Kerry, down by Knockbraenane. A small boat sailing from a port on the south coast of Ireland, let us say Cove, would probably try to catch the prevailing westerlies that whip up the grey waters of the Irish Sea. People dwelling on an island in that sea might just recognize the name of Gwydion's birthplace, Druidale. But let us suppose that our small boat runs well south of the Isle of Ellan Vannin and sails eventually past the Isle of Lundy and along the coast of South Wales into the estuary of the Severn. After passing Bristol and going under the two magnificent suspension bridges that now link England and Wales, if the tide was just so, our boat might be caught up by the Severn Bore and carried along for a while towards the city of Gloucester. However, a landfall on the eastern shore and a walk south into the hills could easily bring our traveller to near Ewley and the famous long barrow known as Hetty Pegler's Tump. Wandering north through our Cotswolds might put modern travellers on a line that coincided with Will's and Gwydion's journey. If so, it would parallel the Roman road known as the Fosse Way. They might pass across it eventually, and let their feet take them into Warwickshire, then westward across the northern extremities of Oxfordshire and into a region of Northamptonshire where the River Cherwell rises. Keen-eyed readers might even be able to discover the spot where the Dragonstone once lay, though the names of the villages have become, in our world, a little worn down. Taking a path along an increasingly northeastward track, following the River Nene as it flows towards the Wash, would bring the modern explorer first into what remains of the great forest of Rockingham. To the east of Geddington, most famous for its Eleanor Cross, lies the village of Waddenhoe on the Nene. 5 miles to the north of that lies Oundle and 5 miles north again, Fotheringhay. Today there is a pleasant village there, and an extraordinary church which seems far too grand for so modest a place. Nothing much guards the river crossing today, but those who trouble to look behind the farm buildings near the bridge are apt to discover the mound that is all that remains of a once magnificent castle. In our world, Fotheringhay Castle became famous as the 15th century stronghold of Richard, Duke of York, and the birthplace of his son Richard, Duke of Gloucester, who later became King Richard III of England. In a later century, Fotheringhay became sunk in infamy as a scene of judicial murder, for it was in the Great Hall there that brave Mary, Queen of Scots, had her head struck off. When her son, James VI of Scotland, gained the English throne in the century that followed, he ordered the Great Hall and the fine octagonal keep next to it pulled down, and the rest of the castle utterly erased, so that now hardly a stone is left. There are few stones to see, but the mound survives, and it is said that spearplume thistles may be found growing on the mound every summer, and a ghostly form may be seen wandering the ruins when autumn fogs drift in from the fens. Shropshire, on the Welsh borders, boasts another of Richard of York's castles, that of Ludlow. It is a fine historic town, and substantial portions of its castle still stand. If you visit, you might like to look down the well, for it is one of the deepest castle wells in England. Will's leaving of his Ludford, and subsequent journeyings with Gwydion, took him far and wide across the Middle Shires and to many places that would appear to correspond to locations in our world. The Plaguestone's Leak Field gives a clue to the whereabouts of Anston's Cave, as does the name Cheddle. The pretty villages along the River Ray, where Will spent his 15th birthday, have now vanished under our Birmingham, but the 9 hamlets whose names end in stone still exist in various forms in our world, and, all except Atherstone, cluster to the north of Market Bosworth in a small area just 4 miles by 4. Young Shakespeare began his career as a dramatist by recounting the contention betwixt the two famous houses of York and Lancaster, or as we would say, the Wars of the Roses. A look through Shakespeare's King Henry VI, especially the third part, will probably reward readers with clues to the dramatis personae of the present book, and the keenest readers will spot other connections. Those familiar with the Bard may also nod at mention of the district of Arden. Our Wootton Waun has a black bull, but it is debatable if man-eating beasts of the air were ever bred there. England has no Aston Audingley, nor any estate belonging to a Lord Clifton, but there is an Audingley near Worcester, and there were 2 Lords Clifford, father and son, who made themselves infamous enough to be recorded by 15th century chroniclers. When it comes to other lordly titles, there has never been a Duke of Mells in England, but there is a village called Mells, another of those places that seems to have a church far too grand for it. It is in Somerset, and in the churchyard there lies one of England's greatest war poets. By the by, Jack Horner of nursery rhyme fame is also connected with Mells. Arundel's gallop might have taken Will and Gwydion across Oxfordshire and Buckinghamshire to the beacon that marks the beginning, or end, of the Ridgeway. They pass Thring, Wing and Ivangham, which echo the names of 3 manors which were said in an ancient rhyme to have been forfeited by a certain lord who once quarrelled with the Black Prince. Sir Walter Scott used the latter name, in the form Ivanhoe. Today we can find 3 towns, Wingrave, Train and Ivinghoe, in the vicinity of that chalk scarp. And so our present-day traveller comes at last to Hertfordshire, and to the cathedral city of St. Albans. The Romans called their own nearby city Verulamium, and it was at St. Albans in May of 1455 that an army gathered around the person of King Henry VI, and another, commanded by the Duke of York and the Earl of Warwick, came to seek redress for perceived wrongs. If our traveller visits St. Albans in the summer, he may be fortunate enough to find the town's old bell tower open. It is sometimes possible to go up and stand on the roof, as perhaps Maskell did upon a similar tower while battle raged below him. A visitor to the cathedral might try to find there a dark slab, cracked clean in 2, that can be found raised up on a plinth in the south presbytery aisle, close to the shrine. Visitors to a greater cathedral in the north, where the archbishop is styled Eber, will also find an interesting stone. This one is imprisoned down in the crypt and is called the Doomstone. It is interesting to reflect that a 15th century king of England, say Henry VI, would have had a wholly different concept of his country's history and geography to that which we know. We have accurate maps that illustrate the land we live in and show how its parts relate one to another. We can travel easily to all parts of our realm. And we are the beneficiaries of over 300 years of scholarly inquiry and scientific investigation into our past. No medieval monarch was ever enriched with such a treasure. Spread before Henry would have been a curious mixture of religion, garbled chronicle, and sovereign-serving myths such as the Historia Regum Britanniae composed by Geoffrey of Monmouth in the mid-12th century. Geoffrey's mythic history sought to construct a proud heritage for England, and in doing so to offer an exalted pedigree to its monarchs. The perhaps puzzling name Trinavant is mentioned many times in the language of stones. It refers to a great, walled city on the banks of the river Isis, apparently the seat of government. In Geoffrey's Historia it is related how a certain Brutus, fleeing the fall of Troy, set up a new capital in the island he had conquered and named, after himself, Britain. That capital was called Troy Novant, or New Troy, and so almost as Will's. Finally, it is worth remembering that in those long-vanished days of the high medieval, it was quite usual to believe in magic and giants and dragons. Twin spectres of fear and wonder stalked England's leafy byways, and who can say at this remove whether the one was worth the other? Will's world has been deliberately imagined as the one in which the outlandish fancies of the medieval mind were not only deemed to be likely, but were actually true. Appendices. Appendix I on the seasons of the year. Since the time of the slavers, the realm has counted 12 months in its year, chosen as nearly as possible so that no month sees more than one renewal of the moon. The names of the months in seasonal order are. Folk teach their children a rhyme to remember them. 30 days hath Settembre, April, Juin, and Northembre. All others keepeth one day more. Save poor Februar, which hath as many days. As the king's high commandment says. Chronicles denote the reignalier of the king, so that, for example, the battle at Verlamion would be said to have been fought on the 22nd day of May, in the 33rd year of King Hel, third of that name. King Hel's reignaliers run from 31st Argost to 30th Argost. The circle of the year is also cut up into 8 parts. The 4 cardinal divisions are set by the solstices and equinoxes. Spring equinox, Marish 21st. Summer solstice, Juin 21st, midsummer. Autumn equinox, Settembre 21st. Winter solstice, December 21st, Yuletide. 4 more quarter days lie between. Lammas, Loaf Day, Argost 1st. Beltane, Cuckoo-tide, May 1st. Samhain, Hallows, Northembre 1st. Imbil, well-dressing, Februar 2nd. The fellowship keeps its own calendar of days, in which most are named in recognition of their notables. Their fast days are both fixed and movable, but are often set so as to clash with the old festivals. The major fixed observances are Melmas, 29th Settembre, the Fast of the Founder, start of the harvest tithe-taking, the Festival of Corruptions, Olive Orderbry, baskets of fruit and vegetables are left to rot to show the impermanence of all life, the Day of Hallows, 1st Northembre, or Samhain, the Fast of Martin, 11th Northembre, parade with robes trimmed in ermine, a golden plough pulled by men in harness, symbolizing the duty of peasant to lord, the Fast of Claus, 6th December, children walk in procession with chicken claws in their hands, the Fast of Silences, 22nd December, or Yule, no speaking for 3 days, Dirges Sum on the 26th December, the Hilary Thirst or Little Yule, 6th to 13th January, the nights of the scourging and piercing of flesh when adherents proclaim their guilt and shame and beat themselves, nothing may be drunk for 3 days, Candlemas, 2nd Februar, or Imbolc, day of womanly purity, pudding, and anointing of women. At a candlelight parade, Dar Day, 1st May, or Beltane, a day of all abstinences, the disdaining, 21st Juin, a chanting against pleasure and other evils, July all chapter houses are locked up, the day of the dark, 1st Argost, or Lammas, a rigorous hiding away. The major movable observance, Shrevetide, in Marish or April, a day to contemplate one's own wickedness and tell secrets to the fellowship through a barred portal found in the walls of chapter houses. The hair of those admitting wickedness is shaven and the head must not be touched for 40 days, until Hacktide, the day when women's hair is cut. Includes Fat Day, start of the spring tithe-taking, when animals are ritually slaughtered and their fat rendered. Appendix 2 on the ages of the world. The affirmation of the Druida. The world is as we behold it. Thus says the Reed. Before there were eyes to see the world, and minds to comprehend, there was no world to speak of. And later, much took place in the time of the Fae when there was only the ice. About this we have no certain knowledge, therefore those who seek to chronicle the world begin by saying, first came the ice. From the Book of Ages. And when the power of the sun waxed stronger and the ice withdrew, it was seen that the drowned lands had become ocean and the land of Albion was made an island. And after this came the age of trees, and here, among their towers of glass, dwelt the noble Fae in a time out of memory, and these are the same who planted the trees when the ice departed. And soon after this time there came men into the land, and these first men were unlike the men who came afterwards, for they were tall and strong and spoke softly and laughed much. They lived long and wanted for nothing, for their lives were counted out in a time of magic when the world was kinder. But as magic declined in the world, so, after a time, harm grew and the first age of the world ended. The Fae chose to leave the land of Albion, and went down into the realm below, bequeathing the realm of light and air to the first men, who were made sad, as a child is made sad at the departure of kind parents. But thereafter, the men of Albion lived in peace with the land and knew much that was wise that the Fae had vouchsafed to them. Even so, after many generations, there came a great calamity and these first men declined in their turn, and there came a time of desolation in the isles. And in this age the years went uncounted, for the land was stalked by Wyrm and wyvern, dragon, and drake. Hideous giants lived in the mountains then, ogres and half-men, and dread wights infested the doom rings of the mountainous north, and all was darkness. And these isles were put under a pall of fear, for no man of the eastern lands dared set sail for the white cliffs, lest he be snatched from the deck of his ship and eaten by the monsters that then lived in these isles, and this was called the Age of Giants. But then came a hero, a man named Brea, who, having made himself an exile in his own land, was then searching for a new place in which to dwell. He came into the isles from the east, some said from the kingdom called Amor, and with his band of brothers and their brave families, he came into Albion and defeated the giants and took possession of the isles for men once again, and this was called the Age of Iron. The line of Brea ruled for more than 1,000 years, until the Age of Iron ended and that of slavery and war began. It continued 1,000 years, but ended when Gwydion came as conqueror. Thus began the fifth age of the world, the present age, which is uncertain and called therefore the Age of Dispute. Age of Trees. Age of Giants. Age of Iron. Age of Slavery and War. Age of Dispute. NB. The word line is pronounced lean. The Giant's Dance Book 2, The Language of Stones Trilogy. By Robert Carter. Part 1, Jeopardy's Dilemma, Chapter 1, The Blazing. Flames leapt up from the fire, throwing long shadows across the green and dappling the cottages of Nether Norton with a mellow light. This year's blazing was a fine one. Tonight was what the wizard, Gwydion, called in the true tongue Lugnasad, the Feast of Luff, Lord of Light, the first day of autumn, when the first cut sheaves of wheat were gathered into the village and threshed with great ceremony. On Loaf Day, grain was ground, and loaves of lammas bread toasted on long forks and eaten with fresh butter. On Loaf Day, Valesfolk thought of the good earth and what it gave them. Today the weather had almost been as good as Lammas 2 years ago when Will had taken Willow's hand and they had circled the fire together 3 times sunwise, and so given notice that henceforth they were to be regarded as husband and wife. He put his arm around Willow's shoulders as she cradled their sleeping daughter in her arms. It was a delight to see Beta's small head nestled in the crook of her mother's elbow, her small hand resting on the blanket that covered her, and despite the dullness in the pit of his stomach, it felt good to be a husband and a father tonight. Life's good here, he thought, so good it's hard to see how it could be much better. If only that dull feeling would go away, tonight would be just about perfect. But it would not go away. He knew that something was going to happen, that it was going to happen soon, and that it was not going to be anything pleasant. The foreboding had echoed in the marrow of his bones all day, but, unlike a real echo, it had refused to die away. Which meant that it was a warning. He brushed back the 2 thick braids of hair that hung at his left cheek and stared into the depths of the bonfire. Slowly he let his thoughts drift away from Nether Norton and slip into the fire pictures that the flames made for him. He opened his mind and a dozen memories rushed upon him, memories of great days, terrible days, and worse nights. But the most insistent image was still of the moment when the sorcerer, Maskell, had raised him up in a blaze of fire above the stone circle called the Giant's Ring. That night he had seen Gwydion blasted by Maskell's magic, and afterwards, as Gwydion had tried to drain the harm from a battlestone, the future of the realm had balanced on the edge of a knife. It had been more than 4 years ago, but the dread he had felt on that night and the redeeming day that had followed remained alive in him. It always would. Will? Willow asked, searching his face. What are you thinking? He broached a smile. Maybe I've taken a little too much to drink, he said and touched his wife's hair. It was gold in the firelight and about as long as his own. He looked at her, then down at the child whose small hand had first clasped his finger just over a year ago. How she had begun to look like her mother. Ah, but she's a beautiful child, said old Baldgood the Brewster, his red face glowing from the day's sunshine. He had begun to clear up and was carrying one end of a table back into the parlor of the Green Man. The other end of the table was carried by Baldram, one of Baldgood's grown sons. Seems like Beta was born only yesterday, Will told the older man. She'll be a year and a quarter old tomorrow, won't you, my lovely? Willow said dreamily. Aye, and she'll be grown up before you can say Jack-o'-lantern. Look at this big lumpkin of mine. Get a move on Baldram, my son, or we'll be out here all night. My, but he's a bossy old dad, ain't he? Baldram said, grinning. Will smiled back at the alehousekeeper's son as they disappeared into the Green Man. It was hard to imagine Baldram as a babe in arms. Nowadays he could carry a barrel of ale under each arm all the way down to Panage and still not break into a sweat. "Hey ho, Will," one of the lads from Overmast said as he went by. "Hathra. How goes it?" "Very well. The hay's in from Suckener's field and all's ready for the morrow." "Did you settle with Gunwald for them wieners?" "He offered me a dozen chickens each, but I beat him down to 10 in the end." "Seemed fairer." Hathra laughed. "Quite right, too. Show us a magic trick, Willand," one of the youngsters cried. It was Leomar, Leofton the smith's boy, with 3 of his friends. He had eyes of piercing blue like his father and just as direct a manner. Will asked for the ring from Leomar's finger, but when the boy looked for it, it was not there. Then Will took a plum from the pouch at his own belt and offered it. "Go on. Bite into it. But be careful of the stone." The boy did as he was told and found his ring tight around the plum stone. He gasped. His friends wrinkled their noses and then laughed uncertainly. "How'd I do that?" they asked. "It's magic. No taint. It's just conjuring. Away with you, now, and enjoy the blazing," he said, ruffling the lad's hair. "And you're right, that was only conjuring. Real magic is not to be trifled with." 2 more passers-by nodded their heads at Will, and he nodded back. The Vale was a place where everybody knew everybody else, and all were glad of that. Nobody from the outside ever came in, and nobody from the inside ever went out. Months and years passed by without anything out the ordinary happening, and that was how everybody liked it. Everybody except Will. Though the Valesmen did not know it, it was Gwydion who had made their lives run so quietly. Long ago he had cast a spell of concealment so that those passing by the Vale could not find it, and those living inside would never want to leave. The wizard had made it so that any man who wandered the path down from Nether Norton towards Great Norton would only get as far as Middle Norton before he found himself walking back into Nether Norton again. Only Tilwyn the tinker, knife grinder and seller of necessaries, had ever come into the Vale from outside, but now even his visits had stopped. Apart from Tilwyn, only the sightless ones, the red hands, with their withered eyes and love of gold, had ever had the knack of seeing through the cloak. But the fellows were only interested in payment, and so long as the tithe carts were sent down to Middle Norton for collection they had always let the Valesmen be. For years ago, while service to King Hallen ending the battle at Verlamian had won him a secret royal warrant that paid Nether Norton's tithe out of the king's own coffers, so now the Vale was truly cut off. "And I'm the reason Gwydion's kept us all hidden," Will thought uncomfortably as he stared again into the depths of the fire. He must believe the danger's not yet fully past. But with Maskull sent into exile and the Doomstone broken, is there still a need to hide us away? Maskull's defeat had given Gwydion the upper hand, but he had shown scant joy at his victory. He and Maskull had once been part of the Ogdoad, the council of 9 Earth Guardians whose job it had been to steer the fate of the world along the true path. But then Maskull had given himself over to selfishness, and though a great betrayal had been prophesied all along, that had not made it any easier for Gwydion to accept. Will sighed, roused himself from his thoughts and looked around at the familiar surroundings. It was strange, in all his months of wandering he had thought there was nothing better than home. And now he had a family of his own, there was even more reason to love the way life was in the Vale. And yet, when a man had extraordinary adventures they changed him. It's easy for a man to go to war, he thought. But having seen it, can he so easily settle down behind a plow once more? It hardly seemed so. Occasionally, a yearning would steal over Will's heart. At such times he would go alone into the woods and practice with his quarterstaff until his body shone with sweat and his muscles ached. There was wanderlust in him, and at the root of it was a mess of unanswered questions. He stirred himself and kissed Willow on the cheek. "Happy Lammas," he said. "And a happy Lammas to you too," she said and kissed him back. "I guess we're just about finished with the blazing. Looks like everyone's had a good time. As usual. What about you?" "Me?" he asked, his eyebrows lifting. "I enjoyed it." "It looks like you did," she said, a strange little half-smile on her lips. "And what's that supposed to mean?" She fingered the manly braid that hung beside his ear. "I saw you looking into the bonfire just then. What were you thinking?" "I was thinking that only a fool would want to be anywhere else today." She smiled. "Truly?" "Truly. It was good to see everyone so happy." They had watched the lads and lasses circling the fire. They had listened to the vows that had brought the night's celebration to a fitting close. Some had plighted their troths, and others had made final handfasting vows. Now couples were slipping off into the shadows, heading for home. There was no doubt about it, since the ending of the tithe the Vale had prospered as never before. They had put up 3 new cottages in the summer. They had filled the new granary too, and all this from the working of less land. Now the surpluses were not being taken away to make others rich, the plenty was such that Valesmen's families had already forgotten what it was to feel the pinch of hunger. About time this little one was abed, Willow said. Yes, it's been a long day, Dot. They walked up the dark path to their cottage, his arm about her in the warm, calm night. In the paddock Avon, the white warhorse that Duke Richard of Eber had given him, moved like a ghost in the darkness. Away from the fire the stars glittered brightly, Brigida's star, sinking now in the west, Arundel rising in the east, and to the south Eilern Farunha, the golden eagle. An owl called. Will remembered the Lamistide he had spent 6 years ago sitting with a wizard atop Dumacan Nadir, the dragon's mound, close by the turf-cut figure of an ancient white horse. Together they had watched 1,000 stars and 100 bonfires dying red across the plains of Barclaya. He sighed again. What's that for? Willow asked. He scrubbed fingers through his hair. Oh. I was just thinking. You know, about old times. About Gwydion. It seemed a long time since Will and the wizard had last set eyes on one another. How good it would be to wander the ways as they had once done. To walk abroad again among summer hedgerows, enjoying the sun and the rain, or feeling the bite of an icy wind on their cheeks. I wonder what he's doing right now. Will muttered. Unless I miss my guess, he'll be striding the green hills of the Blessed Isle, Willow said. Or sitting in a high tower somewhere out in the wilds of Albany. Will's eyes wandered the dark gulfs between the stars. Probably. Wilds? He could almost hear Gwydion chuckle. It is not wild here. See? These trees in a line show where a hedge once grew. And what of those ancient furrow marks? The realm has been loved and tended for 100 generations of men. It is almost, you might say, a garden. While Willow went indoors to put Beta into her cradle, Will lingered in the yard at the back of their cottage. He could smell the herbs, all the green leaf he had grown in the good soil, plants ripe and ready to offer the sweetness of the earth's bounty. The scents of the orchard were keen on the still air. He heard Avon whinnying again, and tried to recall when he had noticed the elusive feeling in his belly before, but when he looked inside himself he was shocked. A premonition about a premonition, he told himself wryly. Now that would be something. Willow came out and said, I'm glad we chose to call her Beta. There's strong magic in naming, for I can't think now what else we could have called her. Beta is the birch tree, he said. Beth, first letter of the Druid's alphabet, and Beta our firstborn. I like that. You know, the birch was the first tree to clothe these isles when the ice drew back into the north. Her white bark remembers the White Lady, she who was wise and first taught about births and beginnings, the one who some call the Lady Saradwin. Our maypole is always a birch, and Beta was born on May Day, which is my birthday too. In the old tongue of the West Bith means being dot. And Betharn in the true tongue means the world. Maybe that's the reason I suggested the name and why you agreed, because our daughter means the world to us. Willow squeezed him close and laid her head against his breast. There's such a power of learning in that book of yours. She meant the magic book that Gwydion had given him that sad day at Verlanian. He said, there's much to read and more to know. It's said that a country swain comes of age at 13 years, that the son of a fighting lord may carry arms in battle at 15, and that a king must reach 18 years to rule by his word alone, but one who would learn magic may not be properly called wise until he has come to full manhood. Willow looked at him. And how old's that? He shook his head. I don't know. But as the saying has it, the willow wand is slow to become an oaken staff. And so it must be, for if I know anything at all it's that there's much more to be understood in the world than can ever be learned in one man's lifetime. Now it was Willow's turn to sigh. Then tell me true, do you read that book every day in the hope that one day you'll become a wizard too? Like Gwydion? He laughed. No. That I can never be. Then why? Because Gwydion gave it to me and bade me read it. And I gave him my word that I would. She squeezed him again, but this time it was to stress her words. Well, now, you're going to promise me something, Willand bookreader, that you won't be burning any candle stubs over hard words tonight. He grinned. Now that I'll gladly promise. They held one another in the starlight for a moment. A shooting star flared brilliantly and briefly in the west, and then a coolness stirred among the leaves of the nearest apple trees. She looked up, and he felt her stiffen. What is it, Dot? But there was no need for an answer, for there, high up over the tops, an eerie purple glow had begun to bruise the sky. Don't look at it, she told him, turning away suddenly. He felt his foreboding intensify. It's only the northern lights. I don't care what it is, her voice faded. He stared at the flickering as it grew. Gwydion once told me about the northern lights, he whispered, but I've never seen them. As he looked into the darkness, he felt the earth power crackling in his toes. The apple trees felt it too. His eyes narrowed as he realized that this flaring glow was not, could not be, the northern lights. This was brighter, more focused, and it spoke to him. "Will, come inside," she said, pulling at his arm. The light pulsed irregularly like distant lightning, though there was not a cloud in the sky. It was livid. It seemed to reach out from a source that was hidden by the dark hills surrounding the vale. When he recalled what he knew of sky lore, his unease grew, for this was no natural light. His thoughts went immediately to the lork, that web of lines in the earth that fed the battlestones. They had glowed with an eerie light. At certain phases of the moon they had stood out in the darkness, clothed with a pale and otherworldly sheen. "Look," he said, pointing. "That halo. It seems to be coming from near the giant's ring." The ancient stone circle could not be seen from the vale. It was in Gwydion's words Bethen Fili Imblion, the navel of the world, a place of tremendous influence, and the fount through which earth power erupted into the lork. That, Will had always supposed, was the reason the Fae had set up one of their terrible battlestones there, the one that had fought Gwydion's magic and won. "It can't be the battlestone, can it?" Willow asked as she peered into the inconstant light. "You said Gwydion had drawn all the harm out of it." "So he did. But tonight is Lammas, when the power of the earth waxes highest. We didn't see lights there last year. Nor any year before." Willow's words ceased as a low rumbling passed through the ground. It was so low that it could not be heard, only felt in the bones. Will heard Avon whinny, then came the sound of ripe apples dropping in the orchard. The ground itself was trembling. As he stared into the night he was aware of Willow's frightened eyes upon him. Then 2 flower pots fell from the window ledge at the back of the cottage. He heard them crack one after the other on the stone curb below. Willow jumped. "What's happening?" "I don't know. I'm going to see if Beta's all right." She vanished into the cottage. Will let her go, listening only to the night as the rumble passed away beneath his feet and stillness returned to the vale. Gwydion had once spoken of mountains of fire that rose up in remote parts of the world, mountains that spewed forth flames and hot cinders. But there were none of those in the realm. He had spoken too of tremblings that shook the land from time to time. They came sometimes as workings that had been delved deep under the earth long ago shifted or fell in on themselves. Could that have caused the rumblings? And if so, what about the light? There was something about that light that caused a shiver to run up Will's spine. This rippling, eye-deceiving glow was the same color as the flames that had once trapped and burned him within the compass of the giant's ring. It was purple fire that had lifted him up high over the stones and had begun to consume his flesh. Purple fire that would have killed him in dreadful agony had not Gwydion's magic saved him. And such a flame as that came only from Maskel's hands. "By the moon and stars, he's found me." A great terror seized him. He recalled the time when he had sat alongside Gwydion in a cart and the wizard had told him what could happen if someone tried to tamper magically with a battlestone. If all the harm were to be released in a single handclap, it would be enough to torment the land beyond endurance. And who else but Maskel would dare to tamper with a battlestone? Fear stirred, worm-like, in Will's guts as he looked up at the tops now. There was no doubt what he must do. He went inside and lit a fresh candle. The damp wick crackled as it caught from a flame that already glowed in its niche. Dust still sifted down from the rafters in the gloom. Willow stood by the cradle, her daughter in her arms. Beta had been woken up by the quake and was mewling. "Where are you going?" Willow asked, seeing him climb the ladder into the loft. "To call on an old friend." He went to his oak chest and brought out the book that grew bigger the more it was read. He brought it down the ladder, took a soft cloth and wiped clean the great covers of tooled brown leather. There was not much time. Soon the other valesmen would notice the glow and they would come for his advice. He placed the treasured book on the wooden lectern by the fire, a piece of furniture he had made himself specially for it. Then he composed himself for the ritual that should always attend the opening of any book of magic. He placed his left hand flat on the book's front cover and repeated the words of the true tongue that were written there. Ein radhas elegwim ichiamna. Ein sajim deo tuixim. And then he voiced the spell again in plain speech. Speak these words to read the secrets within. Learn and so come to a true understanding. There were no iron clasps on this book as there were on most others, for this book was locked by magic. As he muttered the charm, the bindings were released and he was able to open it. Inside were words for his eyes alone. He turned to a special page with Gwydion's parting words in mind. Should you find yourself in dire need, you must find the page where flies the swiftest bird. Call it by name and that will be enough. His fingers trembled as the page before him began to fill with the picture of a bird, black and white with a russet throat and long tail streamers. He hesitated. Is this truly a moment of dire need? He asked himself. Am I doing the right thing? He looked inside himself, then across to where Willow nursed their daughter, and suddenly he feared to invoke the spell. But then he saw the livid light flare and heard Beta begin to cry, and he knew he must pronounce the trigger word without delay. Finala. He spoke the true name of the swallow. Immediately, his thoughts were knocked sideways as if by a great blow to his head. A bird flew up out of the book and into the candlelight. There was a flash of white breast feathers and it was gone, so that when Will's bedazzled eyes tried to follow it he lost it in the shadows. When he looked again not knowing what to expect, a gray shape had appeared in the corner. Who's there? Willow shouted, clutching Beta close to her and snatching up a fire iron. Will was overwhelmed. It seemed that a great bear or tiger cat had appeared in the room and was making ready to attack. Yet the shape gave off a pale blue light that faded, and then the figure of an old man walked out of the darkness. The wizard was tall and grave, swathed in his long wayfarer's cloak of mouse brown. His head was closely clad in a dark skullcap, and his hand clasped an oaken staff. Bare toes peeped out from under the long skirts of his belted robe, and he wore a long beard that was divided now into 2 forks. A swift, I told you. Not a swallow. Fool, dot. Will stared as the wizard stroked the 2 stiff prongs of his beard together and made them into one. Master Gwydion. The wizard looked around the homely room with heavy-lidded eyes, his brow knotted. He footed his staff with a bang against the fireplace. I hope you have good reason to summon me thus. Will felt the wizard's displeasure like a knife. Their parting had been more than 4 years ago, and Will expected warmer words. Good reason? Willow said, putting down the fire iron but still unwilling to have her husband roughly spoken to beside his own hearth. I should say there's good reason. And less of the fool, if you please, Master Gwydion. Those who don't mind their manners in this house get shown off these premises right quick, and that's whoever they may be. Gwydion turned to her sharply, but then seeming to bethink himself he swept out a low bow. I have offended you. Please, accept my apologies. If I was rude, it was because I was upon an important errand and I did not expect to be disturbed from it. Will stepped towards the door without hesitation. I can't be sure, Gwydion, but I think this is something you ought to see. Once they were outside, Gwydion shielded his eyes from the purple glare, then took Will's arm. You were right to summon me. Of course you were. Will's heart sank. What is it? Something I have feared daily these 4 years. Hey! Will called, but Gwydion had already taken himself halfway down the path. Hey, where are you going? To the giant's ring, of course. Alone? That, the wizard called over his shoulder, is entirely up to you. Will watched the wizard stride away into the darkness. He looked helplessly towards the cottage door. But, what about Willow? What about Beta? Oh, they must not come. There is likely to be great danger on the tops. Will ran to the doorway and put his head inside. Gwydion needs my help, he said. I have to go with him. Willow dandled their daughter. Go? Go where? Up onto the tops. Her pretty eyes quizzed him, then she sighed. Oh, Will. Don't worry. I won't be long. I promise. He held her for a moment, then kissed her hurriedly, unhooked his cloak and left. What do you think it is? He asked as he caught up with the wizard. Gwydion tasted the air. He made hissing noises and held out his arm, but no barn owl came to his call. Do you see how the night creatures hereabouts have all gone to ground? No bird can fly in this glare. They climbed up the stony path that no one but Gwydion could ever find. It led up through the woods of Nethershaw, yet it wound past trees and the phantasms of trees and passed through impenetrable thickets of brambles that parted to let Gwydion through but then closed behind Will. He scrambled smartly up a mossy bank after the wizard and felt the earth crumbling away under his toes. But then the trees gave out and a dark land opened before them, stark under the purple glow. They walked onward across tussocky grass, over pools of shadow and a maze of spirals that Will sensed patterning the earth. Soon 5 great standing stones loomed out of the night, huddled closely one upon another like a group of conspirators. They were, Will knew, vastly ancient, all that remained of the tomb of Orba, queen of the summer moon, who had lived in the age of the first men. She it was who had ruled the land here long ago, and close by was the dragon-ravaged tomb of her husband, Fingless, now no more than a bump in the flow-tattooed earth. The wizard swung his staff before him, his eyes penetrating the dark like lamps. Will's heart was hammering as the wizard paused and shaded his eyes against the sky's sickly violet sheen. It's not coming from the giant's ring after all, he said. It's coming from somewhere in the west. The wizard drew Will to a sudden halt beside him. Behold! Lyric's fingless. The awesome flickerings rose up in the sky behind the king's stone like a monstrous lightning storm. Will saw the great, crooked fawn cut out in black against the glare. Beside it stood the twisted elder tree where Gwydion had once been trapped by sorcerer's magic. For years ago he had crossed blackened grass, now it had regrown and was lush and dew-cool underfoot. A clear view to the west opened up. There the sky was smudged by cloud, and far away a great plume had risen up through the layers, its top blown sideways by high winds, its underside lit amethyst and white. Look, Will cried. It's a lightning storm on the wolds. Did you ever see such lightning as that? When Gwydion turned, a silent play of light smote the distant wolds, making crags of his face. And the rumble that shook down your pretty flower pots? Was that thunder? It seemed to come from far away. Gwydion gave a short, humorless laugh. You want to think the danger is far away and so none of your concern. But remember that the earth is one. Magic connects all who walk upon it. Far away trouble is trouble all the same. Do not try to find comfort in what you see now, for the further away it is the bigger it must be. Will felt the wizard's words cut him. They accused him of a way of thinking that ran powerfully against the reeds and laws of magic. I'm sorry, he said humbly. That was selfish. Lyric's fingless, Gwydion muttered, moving on. He slid fingers over the stone, savoring the name and the true tongue. In the lesser words of latter days, the king's stone. And nowadays the herding men who come by here call it the shepherd's delight. How quaint! For to them it is no more than a lump from which lucky charms may be chipped. Oh, how the ages have declined! What a sorry inheritance the mighty days of yore have bequeathed! We are living in the old age of the world, Willand. And things are determined to turn against us. He heard the bitterness in the wizard's words. Surely you don't believe that? The wizard's face was difficult to read as he turned to Will again. I believe that at this moment, you and your fellow villagers are very lucky to be alive. A chill ran through him. Why do you say that? The wizard offered only a dismissive gesture, and Will took his arm in a firmer grip. Gwydion, I asked you a question. The wizard scowled and pulled his arm away. And, as you see, I am avoiding answering you. But why? This isn't how it was with us. Why? Gwydion put back his head and stared at the sky. Because I am afraid. A fresh pang of fear swam through Will's belly and surfaced in his mind. This was worse than anything he could have expected. Yet the fear freshened his thinking, awakened him further to the danger. He felt intensely alert as he looked around. Up on the tops the sky was large. It stretched all the way from east to west, from north to south. He felt suddenly very vulnerable. With a sinking heart he looked around for the place where they had unearthed the battlestone and found its grave, a shallow depression now partly filled and overgrown, but the burned-out stone was nowhere to be seen. You're not as kindly as I remembered you, he told Gwydion. Memories are seldom accurate. And you too have changed. Do not forget that. Even so, you're less amiable. Sharper-tongued. If you find me so, that is because you see more these days. You are no longer the trusting innocent. I was never that. The wizard gazed up and down an avenue of earthlight that stretched, spear-straight across the land. To Will's eye it was greenish, elfin, and fey. But it was a light that he knew well, though very bright for line light, brighter than he had ever seen it. It passed close by the circle of standing stones. That shimmering path is called Iburos, Gwydion told him. It is the line of the yew tree. Look upon it, Willand, and remember what you see, for according to the Black Book this is the greatest of the 9 lines that make up the Lork. Its brightness surprises you, I see. But perhaps it should not, for tonight is Lugnasad, and very close after the new moon. All cross-quarter days are magical, but now is the start of Usur, the time when the edges of this world blur with those of the realm below. Lugnasad upon a new moon is a time when even lowland swine rooting in the forest floor may see the line glowing strongly in the earth. Tree Lathan Usur Shan Valen, 3 days of magic in the earth, as the old saying goes. Even I can see it tonight. Will nodded. The Lork is once more growing in power. Gwydion met his eye. I feared you would say that. Frustration erupted sourly inside Will. But how can that be? I destroyed the Doomstone at Verlanian. The heart of the Lork was broken. But was the Doomstone destroyed? Do you doubt that I told you the truth? There was silence. The battle stopped, didn't it? Will said. The wizard inclined his head a fraction. The battle did not continue. I only know what I saw, Gwydion. The Doomstone was cracked clean across. It must have been destroyed, for it fell silent and all the sightless ones in the chapter house lost their minds. To that the wizard made no reply other than to give a doubtful grunt. Then he raised his staff towards the livid glow. They walked the line together across the crest of the tops. Earth power tingled in Will's fingers and toes as he walked. They soon came to what looked from a distance like a ring of silent, unmoving figures. He looked at the perfect circle of 80 or so stones, the ring that was 40 paces across. The shadows cast by each stone groped out across the uneven land. He felt as if he was intruding and said so. You know, Gwydion said in a distant voice, the Druida used to come here unfailingly at the spring equinox, and then again in the autumn of each year. Ah, what processions we had when the world was young! They brought their white horses, all marked red upon the forehead like so many unhorned unicorns. Here they made their signs 2 days before the new moon and sat down to drink milk and mead and witnessed the waxing of the power of the Lork. They were great days, Willand. Great days. They entered the ring respectfully, going in by the proper entrance, bowing to the 4 directions before approaching the center and sitting down. The stones of the ring were small, no taller than children, hunched, misshapen, brooding. The greatest of them stood to the north. When Will had come here 4 years ago he had made no obeisance, asked no formal permission, but when he had touched the chief stone there had been a welcome all the same. He had been privileged to feel the rich and undiminished power that lay dormant here. Before Maskull's sorcery had ambushed him he had felt an enormous store of power, something as vast as a mountain buried deep in the earth, and its summit was the ring. That sense was still here, a muted but deeply comfortable emanation, a power that spilled endlessly from the navel of the world. Will understood very well why the stonewise Druida had come here twice a year without fail. He waited for Gwydion to decide what to do, and meanwhile he watched the distant glow in the west until it guttered low and they were bathed in darkness. Breaths of wind ruffled the lush grass. Overhead high veils of cloud were sweeping in. They were not thick enough to hide the stars, but they made them twinkle violently, and that seemed to Will a sign of ill omen. He pulled his cloak tighter about him and was about to speak when he felt a presence lurking nearby. As he turned, a wild-haired figure broke from cover. Then a blood-freezing scream split the silence. The figure dashed towards them, and came to within a pace of Gwydion's back. An arm jerked upward, and Will saw a blade flash against the sky. "Gwydion!" he cried. But the wizard did not move. Will was aware only of soft words being uttered as he dived low at the figure and carried it to the ground, pinning it. Will's strength slowly forced the blade from the fist that had wielded it. He was hit, then hit again, in the face, but the blows lacked power and he held his grip long enough to apply an immobilizing spell, which put the attacker's limbs in struggle against one another. "Take care not to hurt her, Will. She cannot help herself." He shook the pain from his head and staggered to his feet. The furiously writhing body repulsed him. Strangled gasps came from the assailant as he picked up the blade. "Who is she?" He wiped his mouth where one of the woman's blows had drawn a little blood. "It's lucky you heard her coming. I had no idea. I did not hear her so much as feel the approach of her magic. That's a trick I wish you'd teach me." Gwydion grunted. It was never easy to kill an Ogdoad wizard. And quite hard to take one by surprise. Will shook his head again and brushed back his braids. Then he turned the blade over in his fingers. It was broad and double-edged and had a heavy, black handle. "This knife is an evil weapon," he said, passing the blade to Gwydion. The wizard would not take it. "It is not evil." "No? Nor is it a weapon. Or even a knife. Did I teach you to think that way?" "It looks like a dagger to me," he muttered. "And it would have made a mess of you. Look again. It is made of obsidian, the same black glass which the sightless ones use in the windows of their chapter houses. It is a sacred object, one used in ritual and not to be lightly profaned with blood. Well, the blood it was intended to spill was yours. It has more in common with this." Gwydion drew the blade of star iron from the sheath that always hung on a cord about his neck. He held it up. "An ishin, called by some a thame, though strictly speaking athaman may be used only by women. It is not a dagger but a compass used to scribe the circle that becomes the border between two worlds. It is the season of Usur, and tonight this sister has traveled here by magic. I do not know why she has chosen to meddle far above her knowledge, but look what it has done to her." Will turned to where the woman still kicked and struggled as arm fought arm and leg fought leg. "Release her, now. But be mindful of the powers that flow here." Will rebuckled his belt over his shirt and straightened his pouch. He felt his heart hammering as he danced out the counterspell. At length the woman's body collapsed into the grass, as if her bones had been turned to blood. Though slender, she was of middle age, with long hair, silvered in streaks now. 20 years ago it would have been dark and she would have been a handsome woman. "Speak to me now," Gwydion commanded, and made a sign above her head. The sister shrieked and writhed, but then her voice became one of malice. Slaughter great. Slaughter small. All slaughter now. And no slaughter at all. Peace. Gwydion said, and made a second sign over her. Instantly she fell quiet, and seemed to sleep comfortably. Who is she? Will asked. She comes from one of the hamlets near that. Gwydion gestured towards the last glimmerings of lilac fire in the west. She invoked a spell of great magic to bring herself here. She should not have done that, nor would she have unless her life had been threatened. By rights she should not even have known how to use such magic, but curiosity is a powerful urge in some of the sisters of the wise. This time it has saved her life, though we shall soon see if it was worth the saving. What do you mean? The spell was ill-wrought. It has touched her mind with madness. That is, I hope, the only reason she tried to fall upon me as she did. Will examined the blade critically. I didn't know it was the practice of sisters to go abroad with their athaman upon them. Ordinarily, they do not. Take care to keep that one from her, Will. I recognize it for what it is, and I believe that unless you keep it away from her she will try to kill herself with it when she wakes. Other books by Robert Carter.